If Ji Ning wished to take his warhammers by force, he would be dramatically weakened. Although he could still go abuse other cultivators on the first stratum and steal a few Dao weapons from them, he had brought those 6 warhammers with him from the outside world. They were very suitable weapons for him, and it would be quite hard for him to find similarly suitable weapons on those weaker cultivators. Are you serious? Ning swept the man with his god sense. The man didn't resist at all, allowing Ning to scan him with ease. You don't even have a single bottle of chaos nectar or a single chaos jewel. Ning shook his head. I used to. They took everything from me. The pudgy youth shook his head. Nothing I could do. They were stronger than me. I'm just happy I was able to keep my 6 warhammers. I used to have an eternal treasure, but that was taken from me as well. As he spoke, he looked at Ning in a rather anxious, beseeching manner. Can you leave my 6 warhammers alone? Please. Don't worry. I have no interest in those 6 warhammers whatsoever. Ning chuckled. I just want to ask you a few questions. Also, you have to give me that sword art's legacy you are holding. Take it. The pudgy youth immediately tossed a sword-shaped talisman over towards Ning. This was one of the legacy treasures that formed the 73rd ranked legacy, the sword art's legacy. Although it was merely ranked 73, it was still divided up into 108 different legacy treasures. You had to acquire the full set in order to gain access to it. Seeing that Ning didn't intend to kill him, the pudgy youth hurriedly said, Ask me whatever you wish. I, Pill Saint, will tell you everything you want to know. Your name is Pill Saint? Ning asked. Yes, Pill Saint. This is the Taoist title which my master gave me. My master is skilled in alchemy, as am I. Who would have thought that I would be this unlucky? A Tao Lord had asked me to go help him refine some pills, but halfway on the trip back I was abducted to this place by a different Samsara Tao Lord, as were the 10 world-level cultivators who the first Tao Lord had sent to invite me. Pill Saint had a resigned look on his face as he spoke. Ning was shocked upon hearing this. Skilled in alchemy? This fellow was capable of unleashing the power of a supreme world god when using mere Tao weapons. And he was actually a master of alchemy? A Tao Lord had asked him to go refine pills for him? That meant his skill in alchemy had to be incredibly high. Ning knew that the skilled alchemists and pill refiners of the Endless Territories were incredibly respected. Ugh. But so what if I'm good at alchemy? The Bright Shore Kingdom doesn't give a damn about me. All I can do is stay here and duel other world-level cultivators. World God Pill Saint said resignedly. I'm skilled in controlling the empty void of space and am physically strong. But that's just because those are necessary components of pill forging. Right now, all I can do is use my warhammers to battle against other world-level cultivators. Ning could tell that this world god Pill Saint had to be extremely skilled in the arts of alchemy and had an even more skilled alchemy master. In the outside world, not even ordinary Samsara Tao Lords would go offend someone of his status. If Ning could, he would try to find a chance to help this man out. If World God Pill Saint was able to leave this place in the future, Ning could ask him or even his master to help him refine any special pills that he needed. In the future, I'll need to acquire a few extra legacies. If I find any that I don't need, I can just lose a set to him on purpose. Ning mused. The only legacies Ning himself were interested at present were the Sword Arts legacy and the Footwork legacy. As for the top-ranked Heart Force legacy, Ning was interested in that as well. Still, the rules were that those who acquired a complete legacy could leave, but those who acquired 2 were required to leave. Thus, if Ning wanted to acquire several different legacies, he would have to lose a few battles on purpose and let his opponents acquire those legacies. Ning was definitely planning on helping out Su Yuji, but if he had the chance he would also help this world god Pill Saint as well. I wonder which astral island Yuji is now on. There was nothing Ning could do. Only after battling someone could he find out exactly which island a specific cultivator was on. He wanted to help her out, but he currently could not. Only in the future would he be able to try to come up with a way of locating her. I ask you this, Ning said. Roughly how strong are the cultivators on each island? That's hard to say, because even the first stratum might hold a few freakishly strong individuals. World God Pill Saint glanced at Ning, then said hurriedly, I can just give you a rough estimate of how strong everyone is. Ning nodded. The astral islands on the first stratum generally hold masterclass world-level cultivators as well as a few even weaker cultivators. The second stratum holds more formidable cultivators. Some have unique treasures or techniques, such as special spells or powerful golems. Others have reached at least the supreme world level of power. The third stratum is generally where most supreme world-level cultivators reside, or those who possess extremely special techniques. I'm a supreme world god myself, and I'm very physically strong. I'm capable of forcing my opponents to face my attacks head-on, which is my position within the third stratum is quite secure. The fourth stratum is generally filled with transcendent world-level cultivators, as well as some of the freakishly strong figures who belong to the fifth stratum but who were temporarily beaten down by other cultivators from that stratum. The fifth stratum, everyone capable of standing securely within that stratum is an utter monster. Most of them probably have the power of Tao Lords of the first step, and many have very unique skills and abilities. Who knows what special skills or trump cards they have up their sleeves? All I know is that I've never run into them before. There are only 12 individuals total on the fifth stratum. 8 are special life forms while 4 are cultivators. Ning was secretly shocked upon hearing this. The 12 on the fifth stratum all had the power of Tao Lords of the first step? How terrifying. Still, most were special life forms. There were certain powerful races that were born with tremendous advantages over normal cultivators. There's only a single cultivator on the sixth stratum. I hear that his name is Birchaloo, and that he's an absolutely freakishly strong figure. The pudgy youth shook his head. What a freak! He's a special life form as well. Not even those other freaks on the fifth stratum can beat him. He truly is unfathomably strong. Birchaloo? Ning silently memorized this name. Fortunately, there is a rule in the Astral Islands that anyone who makes it to the fifth level will be protected, even if they are temporarily knocked down to a lower level. That's why the only reason why Birchaloo hasn't completely demolished all of the other freaks. World God Pill Saint shook his head and sighed. Ning understood the purpose of this rule. The Astral Islands existed in order to help the Bright Shore Kingdom select some of the most powerful world-level cultivators to join its ranks. The 300,000-plus cultivators within the Astral Islands right now included many powerful cultivators which the Bright Shore Kingdom had abducted from the outside world, but it also held many cultivators which had emerged from the Bright Shore Kingdom's own territory. Ordinary world-level cultivators simply couldn't compare to them. Given how many powerful world-level cultivators were amongst the 300,000, for a few absolute monsters to emerge was normal. Generally speaking, anyone who could make it to the fifth stratum was a freak in some way. Any such person would be protected by the Astral Islands. Even if other cultivators defeated them, they would at most be permitted to take away their opponent's legacy treasures. It was forbidden to kill them. It was also forbidden to seize any of their other personal treasures. But of course, this was just a minor form of protection. Although the Bright Shore Kingdom was intrigued by these monsters, it wouldn't necessarily go crazy over them. This was because although they were monsters now, they wouldn't necessarily be monstrously powerful Tao Lords in the future. In the All-God Estate, the formation spirit of the 10,000 Mountains had encountered quite a few freakishly talented figures over countless eons. But the only truly formidable figure to emerge was Tao Lord Badlands. But of course, Birchaloo was so incredibly, freakishly talented that even the most powerful kingdom in all the endless territories, the Bright Shore Kingdom, rarely encountered his equal. He had already found his path and was capable of becoming a Samsara Tao Lord whenever he wished. The way they treated him was naturally different. It seems that I should be strong enough to make it to the fifth stratum, Ning mused. Only by making it to the fifth stratum will I be protected. Although Ning was confident in his abilities, he wasn't confident in his abilities to defeat Birchaloo of the sixth stratum. Birchaloo had to have acquired the number 1 legacy, the Heart Force legacy, a long time ago. Cultivators skilled in Heart Force were quite terrifying to fight, and Ning wasn't confident in his ability to withstand him. I need to seize every moment. The more time passes, the more variables might appear. After this first battle, Ning began to accept one challenge after another. He kept a low profile as he dueled other cultivators on the first stratum. Some challenged him, others he challenged. There were also times when no one challenged him and the person he challenged refused. In that case, he had no choice but to wait and rest for a day. And so, just like that, Ning ended up spending 12 days before advancing to the second stratum. After spending another 26 days, he advanced to the third stratum. After spending another 51 days, he advanced to the fourth stratum. Ning didn't encounter any of the freaks who had previously made it to the fifth stratum. Since everyone who had been on the fifth stratum was under protection, it was very rare for other world-level cultivators to challenge them. Thus, those freaks generally spent most of their time meditating on the powerful legacies they had acquired. It was entirely possible for them to spend a century in meditation. Ning's sudden rise to power did attract the attention of two protected world-level cultivators. But those two didn't move to challenge him. Instead, they watched quietly. Ning took things slowly and steadily. He began to challenge the other cultivators on the fourth level. Out of an abundance of caution, Ning didn't challenge anyone who had made it to the fifth stratum in the past. Ning's plan was to wait until he himself made it to the fifth stratum before challenging them. Here in the Brightshore Kingdom, a single mistake could result in a cascade of errors. There were many freakishly strong cultivators in the Endless Territories who had ended up perishing midway through their journeys. If he was too arrogant, he would probably join them. Every single opponent on the fourth stratum was incredibly strong, at least as strong as a transcendent world god. They all had their own special skills, and Ning would spend time after each battle meditating on his experiences. Within one of the astral islands levitating within the fourth stratum, there was a strange building here that looked round from the outside but was box-shaped on the inside. This was the finest temporal acceleration treasure which Ning had acquired from Arroyo, a treasure which was far better than the Heaven Gazer Tower. It could easily maintain a rate of time that was 50 times faster than normal, and if you were willing to use up your immortal energy it could go up to 200 times the normal rate. But of course, this would use up an absolutely astonishing amount of energy. Ning was currently maintaining a rate equivalent to 100 times the normal rate of time. He was reflecting on his previous battle and the new insights it had brought him, using them to perfect his sword arts. That last battle had been his sixth battle on the fourth stratum, and he had won it as he had all his previous battles. Rumble. While meditating on his sword arts, Ning was in constant resonance with the infinitely distant prime essence of the sword. The prime essence of the sword was one of the true essences and sources of the endless primordial chaos. It was where the Tao of the sword itself originated from. It constantly emanated mysterious ripples pertaining to the Tao of the sword, allowing cultivators to understand more of itself. After cultivating for more than 100,000 years, I finally understand. Ning suddenly smiled. Rumble. The towering Tao tree within his Jindan Chaos region had already reached a height of more than 105,000 meters tall. In this instant it once more grew upwards, reaching a height of precisely 108,000 meters tall. In this moment, power began to flow throughout his entire Jindan Chaos region, causing it to become even more stable than before. Boom! Ning's divine body suddenly transformed into a large number of god gems. Chaos energy flowed through him and transformed into more and more god gems, causing a total of 36,000 god gems to emerge and hover in midair. Moments later, they reconverged to form a single figure, Ning's figure. I've seen through and comprehended all the foundational insights regarding the Tao of the sword. Finally, I have reached the level of full mastery. Ning was in a superb mood today. Although it seemed as though Ning had only been cultivating for a few thousand years, if you factored in all the temporal acceleration he had spent more than 100,000 years meditating on the Tao of the sword. When he had emerged from the all-god estate, his Tao tree had already been more than 60,000 meters tall. He had then engaged in many battles as well as repeatedly dueled the three experts of the sword in the Mirrors Now paintings, resulting in Ning's Tao tree quickly growing to become more than 90,000 meters high. He had spent hundreds of years battling in the Sea of Darkness as well. Although he had spent less than half a year in this place, the temporal acceleration meant that dozens of years had gone past for Ning. In addition, Ning had been battling against all sorts of powerful world-level cultivators. Thanks to all of these factors, he had finally understood some of the fundamental principles of the prime essence of the sword. In that instant, he finally understood why it was that this level is known as the level of full mastery, and why world gods at this level were referred to as masterclass world gods. Full mastery of the world level. So this is nothing more than the outermost level of understanding the prime essence of the sword. Ning couldn't help but sigh. The prime essence of the sword. From it originated the entire Tao of the sword within the endless primordial chaos. It was naturally unfathomable and profound, and many of its most profound mysteries were actually hidden within the prime essence itself. There was no way to even sense those mysteries, much less meditate on them. Only the outermost mysteries of the Tao of the sword which emanated from it like a halo could be meditated on. In recent years, Ning had merely been meditating on those outermost mysteries. Every single world-level cultivator of the Tao of the sword would strive hard to comprehend these mysteries. And now, Ning had gained a complete understanding of this outermost layer of the prime essence of the sword. From this day forth, his Tao tree would be 108,000 meters tall, and his god gems would be 36,000 in number. From this day forth, the prime essence of the sword within the endless primordial chaos would no longer be of any use to Ning, because there was no way he could meditate on any of the mysteries that were contained deeper inside of it. Forget about Ji Ning. Not even samsara Tao lords or eternal emperors were capable of entering the prime essence heart of the endless primordial chaos. This place was the very core of the entire primordial chaos, a place which cultivators could not possibly enter. In truth, it wasn't just the Tao of the sword that existed in that place. All Taos originated from that place. The prime essence of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, lightning, light, slaughter, the saber, the sword, all prime essences radiated some of its outermost mysteries, allowing cultivators to train in them, but held their deeper mysteries inside of themselves. There was no way those mysteries could be cultivated in at all. Thus, no matter what path you trained it, you would at most be able to reach the level of full mastery in a fairly easy manner. Once you gained full mastery, your insights would come to an end. You had gained full mastery of what there was to master. If you wanted to make any further advancements, you would have to rely solely on yourself. In the past, you would be able to continue to attune to the prime essence of a Tao. Now, however, you would have no one to rely on but yourself. You would have to find a unique path belonging to yourself, creating your own Tao out of nowhere and use it to step into the samsara Tao Lord level. Because this Tao would be a completely self-created Tao, this was an incredibly dangerous prospect. The Tao you created might be a heterodox Tao that was wrong. That Tao might allow you to step onto the samsara Tao Lord level, but it was entirely possible that soon after embarking on this path your Tao would suddenly crumble, causing you to perish. This was the reason why it was said that with each step, samsara Tao Lords tread the line between life and death. Every single step they took, they would create an ever deeper level of the Tao for themselves. If the Tao you created was an erroneous Tao, then once you attempted to use it to improve yourself, your divine power and true soul would become to collapse. You would perish. With each step, they tread the line between life and death. Some would finally reach the verge of the Tao merge, becoming incredibly powerful figures even amongst their samsara Tao Lord fellows. Tao Lord Soulsky was one good example. If his Tao merge succeeded, it meant that his Tao was a perfect one which could gain true eternity. Their path would allow them to live forever within the primordial chaos, with the ravages of time no longer having any effect upon them. But of course, some of those Tao Lords on the verge had incorrect Taos. That did not, however, mean that they were weak. There were some verge-level Tao Lords who were capable of battling eternal emperors, even though they themselves would never reach that level. I previously was able to advance at a rapid pace. Now that I have reached the level of full mastery, I'll have to find my own path for myself. Ning understood exactly how difficult it would be for him to find a path that would let him enter the samsara Tao Lord level. An astral island on the 5th stratum. My dear Wildgloom, in the 12 palaces our Palace of Thunder is ranked as one of the top palaces. You are quite talented in the Tao of Thunder. If you join our Thunder Palace, your future prospects will definitely be limitless. An old man dressed in azure armor chortled as he spoke. Seated facing him was a tall, muscular metallic creature whose entire body was formed by strange metals and wreathed in lightning. World god Wildgloom was a special life form who was born with great power over lightning. He had now reached an incredible level in the Tao of Thunder. Once he became a Samsara Tao Lord, he would reach even more astonishing heights. I can train in thunder in any of the 12 palaces of Brightshore. Wildgloom's voice was slightly jarring to the ear. Senior Flameflow, please give me some more time to think this matter through. No rush, no rush. The azure-armored elder nodded and smiled. Anyone capable of residing permanently on the 5th stratum was more than strong enough to easily acquire a complete legacy. They could have left the Astral Islands long ago, but most of them were in no rush. There were legacies here, as well as powerful opponents for them to battle against. Most importantly, they still had to decide which palace they were going to join. The 12 palaces of Brightshore were all incredibly powerful, but the best palace would always be the one which suited them the most. They had to decide what their future path would be before deciding on which palace they would join. You have my message talisman. Once you decide, just break it and I'll come find you. The silver-armored elder smiled as he rose to his feet. I won't disturb you any further. World god Wildgloom hurriedly rose to his feet to send his guest off. Although this person had come to invite him, he was still a Samsara Tao Lord. He was not, however, one of those black-armored Tao Lords. Those black-armored Tao Lords were the weakest Tao Lords. Whoosh! The azure-armored Tao Lord Flameflow, flew out of this astral island. He pulled out an enormous book and began to casually flip through it. The members of the 12 palaces were permitted to go through the information which the kingdom possessed regarding all of the world-level cultivators here. This fellow has been here less than half a year, but he's made it to the 4th stratum already? He's also defeated 6 consecutive foes on the 4th stratum? He's undefeated thus far. As Tao Lord Flameflow flipped through the pages of the book, he couldn't help be startled by something he read. If someone defeated 10 foes in a row on the 4th stratum, that person would be promoted to the 5th stratum. This man had defeated 6 foes in a row without being defeated a single time. Given this, it was very likely that he would make it to the 5th stratum in the future. Skilled in both the sword as well as lightning? His skill in lightning alone allows him to suppress his foes, and he is quite talented in the Tao of Thunder? This guy looks like he would be a great fit for my Thunder Palace. I should go take a look. The azure-armored elder quickly decided to go visit this astral island on the 4th stratum. He quickly began to stride through the air as he walked towards that island. This was, of course, the astral island which Ning was residing on. Ning was meditating on sword arts by himself within his astral island, using the top-grade temporal acceleration Tao treasure, the luminous room. Ning was seated in the lotus position. Before him was a table that had a flagon of wine, a scroll of parchment, a brush, and a brush holder. Every so often, he'd pick up the brush and spend a bit of time painting on the scroll. The 5th stance of the nameless sword art, the Silent World. I still need to spend a bit more time on it. Ning was close to mastering the 5th stance of the nameless sword art, which was the highest level stance which world god Northrest himself had been able to master. They were both world-level cultivators and had both reached the level of full mastery in the Tao of the sword. But there were still differences in their sword arts. Northrest had only been a supreme world god due to his eternal weapon, but some of the truly peerless geniuses which the Brightshore Kingdom had abducted and brought to this place were capable of that level of power even when they used mere Tao weapons. Some were even more terrifyingly strong. This was what a difference in sword arts could make. In terms of profundity of sword arts, there were quite a few people on the Astral Islands who were superior to Ning. Ning himself understood this quite well. In short, he simply hadn't been training for long enough, and he had broken through to the world level just recently. If these people knew that he had reached the level of full mastery a mere 1,000 years after reaching the world level, they would probably be completely stupefied. Others won't care about how long you have been cultivating. They will only care about how strong you are. My advantage lies in the strength and speed which the Azure Flower Mist energy has imbued me with. It gives me the speed and strength of a Dao Lord of the first step. But my weakness is my sword arts. I need to hurry up and collect a set of the sword arts legacy. That will be of use to my sword arts as well, Ning mused. Anything referred to as a legacy would include extremely detailed, step-by-step instructions for cultivators to use. The nameless sword art which Ning had acquired was just a fragmentary record. It couldn't really be referred to as a true legacy. On the other hand, the many stone sword steels which World God Northrest had painstakingly erected in order to help his successor better understand the first stance of the nameless sword art, the Heartsword stance, would qualify as a legacy. It contained detailed instructions and provided true guidance to the learner. It was the legacy which World God Northrest had prepared for his successor. As for the 99 legacies on the Astral Islands, 2 of them were sword arts. However, these sword arts had been left behind by Samsara Dao Lords. It must be understood that ever since Ning had left the 3 realms, he hadn't encountered any formidable Daolord-level experts of the sword who could provide him with tutelage. He had been working hard all by himself. Ning was suddenly disturbed from his meditations. Someone came. He had bound this astral island long ago and thus was easily able to sense the presence of an outsider. Even I am restricted from leaving my astral island. For someone to come to my island means that this is probably a citizen of the Brightshore Kingdom. Ning placed his brush on the brush stand, then immediately left the luminous room. After putting his treasure away, Ning emerged from his private room and then walked into his courtyard, where he saw a figure standing outside. It was an old man dressed in azure armor who had his hands clasped behind his back. As Ning pushed open the doors to his courtyard, the old man turned around and smiled at Ning. I am Flameflow. I am from the Thunder Palace of the 12 Palaces. Ning was startled. This old man was a Samsara Dao Lord? He immediately said, Dark North greets you, Senior Flameflow. Dark North. The azure-armored man nodded slightly, then let out a praising sigh. My dear Dark North, you are an impressive figure. Just 3 months after coming to the Astral Islands, you have already ascended to the 4th stratum, then won 6 consecutive battles here. I'm not quite where I need to be yet. I need 10 consecutive victories before I can make it to the 5th stratum, Ning said. Generally speaking, the newcomers to the Astral Islands will have to undergo many battles and acquire a few legacies, allowing them to improve and grow before they are able to ascend to the 5th stratum. The azure-armored old man said, As soon as you came here, you won 6 battles in a row here on the 4th stratum. I trust that it won't be too hard for you to ascend to the 5th stratum. Ning understood this as well. There was one particularly valuable part of being here on the Astral Islands. There were many dazzlingly talented cultivators here. In the rest of the Endless Territories, it would be quite hard for Ning to encounter suitable foes. For a transcendent world god to encounter another transcendent world god was an incredibly rare experience. But here on the Astral Islands, a large number of formidable world-level cultivators had been brought together. It was entirely possible and quite easy for a person to seek out opponents who were roughly on par with him in strength, or perhaps someone slightly stronger or weaker. Since losing a duel might very well result in death, everyone was motivated to fight to their fullest potential. As a result, all the surviving cultivators were generally able to grow stronger and stronger. Only by making it to the 5th stratum would you receive protection. But how many would ever be able to ascend to that stratum? Please sit, Senior. Ning gestured towards the wooden table and seats nearby. Ning had placed them here, as he often enjoyed sitting down and enjoying some wine as he stared at the many astral islands hovering outside. Daolord Flameflow sat down. Please. Ning sat down on the other side and helped pour some wine. I know you are skilled in lightning, Daolord Flameflow said. You know, Senior? Ning was surprised. Although he had fought quite a few times in the Astral Islands, it was only during his 2 most recent battles that he had used thunder and lightning. His previous opponents had been so weak that he hadn't felt the need. I have full records of all the battles you engaged in here in the Astral Islands. Daolord Flameflow chuckled. Only by watching your battles and learning where your specialties lie shall the 12 palaces be in a good position to judge and choose from amongst you. The 12 palaces? Ning was puzzled. Downlord Flameflow smiled. You were abducted to this place by the almighty hegemon, but you probably don't know much right now. For weaker cultivators, being brought here was a calamity. But for someone like you it is a blessing. The almighty hegemon, he is an incomparably powerful figure that is one of the few that truly stands at the very apex of the endless territories. He has been alive for an extremely long period of time, and was the founder of our Brightshore Kingdom. Downlord Flameflow asked, have you heard of the Dao Alliance? I have. Ning nodded. The Dao Alliance spans an incredibly vast area and virtually all cultivators belong to the Dao Alliance. Compared to the Dao Alliance, our Brightshore Kingdom is more aloof and more secretive. Downlord Flameflow said, the Brightshore Kingdom almost never gets involved in any wars, and so we are on fairly good terms with the Dao Alliance. On good terms with the Dao Alliance? Ning let out a sigh of relief. Vast Heaven Palace was part of the Dao Alliance. If the Brightshore Kingdom was on bad terms with the Dao Alliance, Ning would have been in trouble. But if they were on good terms, why would this almighty hegemon abduct so many of the world-level cultivators belonging to the Dao Alliance? The Brightshore Kingdom is primarily divided up into 12 palaces, Downlord Flameflow said. There is also an imperial clan of individuals who are of the same race as the almighty hegemon. Although they are few in number, they are extremely powerful. They are of the same race as the almighty hegemon? Ning suddenly thought back to that enormous, terrifying behemoth that had abducted him to this place. Of the same race as that behemoth? Yes, the members of the imperial clan are extremely few in number, but every single one of them possesses incredible strength and power. But of course, the almighty hegemon is the mightiest of them all, Downlord Flameflow said. The imperial clan rarely shows itself, while the 12 palaces of Brightshore comprises virtually all of the cultivators, Eonians, special lifeforms, and other powerful experts of the Brightshore Kingdom. Downlord Flameflow continued. The 12 palaces are very powerful. They are divided into the Palace of the Saber, the Palace of the Sword, the Palace of Radiance, the Palace of Mortality, the Palace of Thunder, the Palace of Flames, the Palace of the Heart, the Palace of Kindwater, the Palace of Woodform, the Palace of Sky Metal, the Palace of Deep Earth, and the Palace of Spacetime. My palace, the Thunder Palace, holds almost all of the Brightshore Kingdom's experts in the Tao of Lightning. We have the accumulated legacies of countless generations of lightning attribute experts and many Tao Lords. If you were to join us, you will definitely be able to make great strides on this path. Only now did Ning truly understand. At the top of the Brightshore Kingdom stood the 12 palaces. As for the almighty hegemon and the imperial clan, the almighty hegemon was of course quite powerful, but his imperial clansmen were simply too few in number. As for the 12 palaces, a steady flow of new people would constantly join them. Just look at the cultivators and special lifeforms currently within the Astral Islands. The most skillful members would all be brought into the 12 palaces in the future. Once you acquire a full legacy, you'll be qualified to leave this place. If you wish to join the Thunder Palace, you can just shatter this message talisman of mine. As Downlord Flameflow spoke, he produced a deep azure talisman that was brimming with flickers of electricity. He handed the talisman straight to Ning. Once you shatter this, I'll sense it and immediately come receive you. Ning blinked. The Thunder Palace? It was destined that he would walk the path of the Tao of the Sword. His mastery over lightning was far weaker than his mastery of the sword. The entire reason why he had some skill in this area was all thanks to one of the 9 secret arts of Downlord Allgod, the Novescence Thunder. Downlord Flameflow continued. I know that you are also skilled in sword arts, and I imagine that in the future you shall have to choose between the Sword Palace and the Thunder Palace. None of the 12 palaces will give you any pressure. You can choose whichever palace you so desire. Oh, right? Ning's eyes suddenly lit up. Senior, you said just now that you know the results of every battle? Yes. That way, the 12 palaces can more easily choose our new members, Downlord Flameflow said. Then have you received word of a female Chaos Immortal who is skilled in the element of fire? She has 51 bug beasts that are comparable to Masterclass World Gods, as well as a full set of 18 powerful golems that are also comparable to Masterclass World Gods. Ning continued hurriedly. This is what she looks like. She came here by my side. As Ning spoke, he waved his finger in the air and caused an image of Su Yuji to appear out of nowhere. I don't know what she looks like, but as for a female chaos immortal skilled in fire who is bug beasts and 18 golems. Dao Lord Flameflow laughed. There is indeed someone amongst the new arrivals who fits these criteria. Ning let out a sigh of relief. He found her. Finally, he had found Su Yuji. Female chaos immortals are rare to begin with, and ones who specialize in using golems and bug beasts are even rarer. When you factor in her being skilled the Dao of Fire. Yes, there's only one who fits it all. Dao Lord Flameflow looked at Ji Ning. Is she your Dao companion? She is my friend, Ji Ning replied. It seems that being your friend is a good thing, Dao Lord Flameflow said. Are you planning to acquire a full legacy? Then lose it to her on purpose? Yes, Ning nodded. Once she acquired a full legacy, she would be able to leave this place. Dao Lord Flameflow said. Then there is something I must tell you in advance. Yes. Ning looked at the Dao Lord. Something he needed to know in advance? Was there something wrong with this plan of his? But based on what he had seen thus far, losing on purpose was entirely permitted. Being in the Astral Islands is both a curse and a blessing. If your friend is extraordinarily talented, it might be a better idea for you to let her stay here for a while longer. But of course, if she's weak it would be best for her to leave early on, Dao Lord Flameflow said. My reminder to you is this. Even if she manages to survive the Astral Islands, it'll still be quite hard for her to join the 12 palaces. Very hard. Ning was intrigued. Yes. Dao Lord Flameflow nodded. The 12 palaces represent the 12 most powerful organizations in the entire Brightshore Kingdom. They recruit Dao Lords as well as truly talented world-level cultivators who are worthy of further training. It is quite difficult for the many denizens of the Brightshore Kingdom to actually join the 12 palaces. Dao Lord Flameflow continued. There are some, for example, who willingly became slaves of the kingdom. Although they are still considered our citizens, they stand at the lowest rungs of society. As for those who went to mine for 1,000 chaos cycles, they will become citizens upon their return, yes, but do you really think they are qualified to join the 12 palaces? Dao Lord Flameflow laughed. Becoming a citizen of the Brightshore Kingdom and joining the 12 palaces are two separate matters. Ning now understood. Take yourself, for example. You have the power to make it into the 5th stratum, which is why I came to give you an invitation. Dao Lord Flameflow continued. Some weaker world-level cultivators might never receive an invitation, even if they do manage to put together a complete legacy. There is a high barrier to entry for the 12 palaces, and even the citizens of the Brightshore Kingdom have to undergo many different trials before they are granted entry. But of course, people like you who have received invitations don't need to go through any further trials. Ning nodded. He understood. However, he still wanted to help Su Yuji as quickly as possible. Ning knew exactly what her strengths and limitations were. She had just reached the world level a short while ago, and her insights into the Tao weren't even as profound as Ning's. Nor was she a battle-hardy world god. She would be able to buy herself some time with her bug beasts and golems, but as time passed, eventually, she would encounter a truly talented expert and might well lose her life. I'd like to ask you, Senior, to tell me which astral island she is on, Ning said. The Golden Book included detailed records of every astral island, including basic information about each cultivator and the treasures they held. There was naturally a notation of each location as well. Generally speaking, the cultivators in the astral islands would only learn of each other's locations through actual combat. But it was only natural for a Samsara Dao Lord of the Thunder Palace of the 12 Palaces to know much more. The astral island she is on has the address of 399 to 236, Dao Lord Flameflow said. So this one over there. Ning immediately was able to locate the island in question. This astral island was still on the 1st stratum. My young friend Dark North, I won't disturb you any further. If you wish to join the Palace of Thunder, simply shatter the talisman and I'll come welcome you. Dao Lord Flameflow rose to his feet. Thank you for everything, Senior. Ning felt quite grateful towards the man. If it wasn't for his help, even he didn't know how long it would be before he found Su Yuji's astral island. A minor matter, Tao Lord Flameflow said with a laugh. He then turned and left, disappearing into the skies. Ning watched silently and pensively as the Tao Lord left. I need to make it to the 5th stratum as soon as possible. I'll then acquire one of the simpler sword arts legacies and lose it to Yuji right away. Ning mused to himself. 2 sword arts legacies and 1 footwork legacy. Ning wanted the footwork legacy the most. Alas, it was highly ranked and hard to acquire. In fact, most of the legacy treasures were with the cultivators on the 5th stratum. In the coming days, Ning began to issue challenges anew to the other cultivators on his stratum. The 4th stratum. The 7th battle. Ning encountered an expert who was skilled in the Tao of spacetime. This was Ning's toughest, most grueling battle, because his opponent's fleeing skills were simply incredible, allowing him to retreat and advance as he pleased. Ning knew that he had an advantage in actual power, but he was still unable to do anything to his opponent. Even when he used the Novescence Thunder to restrain his foe's movements remained unpredictably fast and fluid. In the end, Ning was forced to split his body into 2, using 2 bodies to battle at the same time. Although each body was weaker than his true body, they were still individually superior than his opponent in strength. Ning wasn't exactly slow. With 2 bodies surrounding and attacking at the same time, as well as the assistance of the Novescence Thunder, Ning was able to force his opponent into admitting defeat. The 4th stratum. The 8th battle. This battle was against an aberrant. Special life forms were different from ordinary cultivators. Ordinary cultivators were all born from the world heart of their chaos world. Natural-born elder gods like Nuwa were said to be born from the primordial chaos, but in reality it was the chaos world generated by the world heart which gave birth to them. They were born with mastery over one of the heavenly Daos of their chaos world, but they still emerged from the mysterious, marvelous powers of their world heart. True gods, Empyrean gods, mortals, all of them were produced from the world heart. Special life forms, however, were truly born within unique situations within the endless primordial chaos. There was a qualitative difference between them and cultivators, and although some of them were weak, others of them were inconceivably strong. This opponent fighting Ning was an ape-like creature. Just prior to the battle, the creature was crunching his way through a tasty meal of strange, metallic objects. It had a body as tough as a Tao weapon and incredible strength, but it was also extremely intelligent. It had even deeper insights into the Tao than Ning did. However, in the end it still lost. This was because Ning was just as strong as it was, but was also much faster. Most importantly of all, Ning was wielding 6 eternal weapons while the ape had to rely on its 2 arms. But to actually kill the ape would be incredibly difficult, because Ning was unable to damage its body. Binding it would also be quite difficult. The only thing Ning could do was force it to admit defeat. The 4th stratum. The 9th battle. This was a simple, direct battle. Ning easily gained victory. I've already won 9 battles in a row. One more battle. Just one more win and I'll have made it into the 5th stratum. Things will be much simpler then. Ning was feeling rather confident. Thus far, he hadn't encountered any foes that required him to use his Elementum Waterflame Gourd. That was his final trump card, which he would only use when absolutely necessary. Next challenge. Ning sent out yet another challenge to a cultivator on the 4th stratum. He's won a total of 9 victories in a row now. One of the 12 astral islands within the 5th stratum. A skinny, swarthy-skinned child with 3 eyes dressed with strange silver cape was staring intently at the golden book in his hands. I hear that the almighty Hegemon personally selected this latest crop of newcomers. It really does seem as though some of them possess tremendous potential. This fellow who won 9 battles in a row might not necessarily be powerful, but he definitely has been the fastest mover. The Golden Book only included some basic information regarding the world-level cultivator on each astral island. It didn't include information such as win-loss totals. Still, it wasn't too hard to divine such information. Ji Ning, for example, ever since he had reached the 4th stratum, He had won every battle he was in. He had gained a number of legacy treasures, while the ones he had defeated had been completely drained of their own legacy treasures. Just by watching the movements of the various legacy treasures, one would easily be able to divine who had won which battles. It was obvious that Ning's total legacy treasures had increased 9 separate times after arriving on the 4th stratum, while there were 9 4th stratum cultivators who had lost those exact same treasures. Clearly, he had won 9 battles in a row. 21 of the newcomers have fought their way into the 4th stratum, but 8 ended up being pushed back into the 3rd stratum. Some of them managed to fight their way back into the 4th stratum once more. Only 5 have won every battle they were in. The fastest has won 9 battles, while the second fastest has won 6. The skinny, swarthy-skinned child read on. Speed didn't count for much. The slower ones might just be a bit more cautious. It is rare for me to meet a worthy opponent. Once he wins his 10th battle and makes it into the 5th stratum, I'll send him a challenge. A strange smile flashed past the child's face. I'll teach him a thing or two and let him know that there is a heaven beyond the heavens. Oh, he's won 9 battles. A black-robed expert on the 4th stratum was flipping through the golden book as well. Although he was on the 4th stratum, it had been a long time since anyone had challenged him. This was because he had once made it to the 5th stratum and thus received the protection of the Astral Islands. Making it to the 5th stratum was a testament to his power. Most of his former opponents now knew how strong he was and wouldn't challenge him without a good reason. As for the newcomers including Ning, few of them would be so rash as to challenge someone under protection. Hey, he's about to make it to the 5th stratum and receive protection? It won't be that easy. Not just everyone is worthy of being protected. You might be just 1 step away, but I will ruin your hopes. You are just 1 step away, but I'll let you die in the grips of despair. Just thinking about it excites me. Seeing a genius perish in despair is such a lovely sight. The black-robed expert let out a chilling laugh as he issued Ning a challenge. A gentle wind was blowing through the Astral Islands. Ning was in an excellent mood today. He was flipping through his golden book when his face suddenly changed. A challenge! Ever since he had risen to the 4th stratum, this was the first time someone else on the same stratum had sent him a challenge. The 4th stratum was just a single step away from the 5th stratum, causing everyone to be quite cautious and unwilling to casually start a duel against an unknown cultivator on the same level. They would first gather as much intelligence as possible before deciding whether or not to challenge the newcomer. He is actually one of the protected cultivators? Ning frowned. There are only around 20 protected cultivators in all the Astral Islands. All of them are unfathomably strong. For him to challenge me? Wait, I'll wait for a short while. Ning shut his eyes and began to wait calmly. Each day, a person could only issue a single challenge. Earlier this day, he had already issued a challenge to another member of the 4th stratum, a cultivator who was not under protection. However, that person wouldn't necessarily accept his challenge. The higher the stratum, the more cautious cultivators were about dueling people on that stratum. This was especially true for 4th stratum cultivators who hadn't received protection. The closer they were to the 5th stratum and receiving protection, the more cautious they would become. They would generally first defeat some cultivators on the 2nd or 3rd strata, but they wouldn't kill them. Instead, the 4th stratum cultivator would force these weaker cultivators to swear lifeblood oaths that they would accept any challenges from him, with him swearing that he would not take their lives. That way, once the 4th stratum cultivator received a challenge from someone on his level that he didn't wish to fight, he could immediately issue a challenge to those cultivators on the 2nd and 3rd strata, allowing him to avoid the challenge. It was possible to avoid battles in this way, but unexpected things would sometimes happen as time went on. For example, those 2nd and 3rd strata cultivators might already be engaged in a duel, preventing them from accepting the challenge from the 4th stratum cultivator. This wouldn't be considered a violation of the oath. Thus, during the past 2 weeks, Ning had only been able to successfully challenge someone a single time. All his other challenges had been declined. I hope this one will go through. Unless absolutely necessary, I'd rather not duel a protected cultivator until I myself receive protection as well. Ning mused. If he wasn't protected while his opponent was, their mental approach to any duel would be completely different. Time ticked on minute by minute. Rumble. The Golden Book now displayed some new information. The cultivator which Ning challenged had just entered into a battle against a different individual. Another one avoiding battle. Honestly, Ning had expected this outcome. He had only succeeded once in the past half-month, after all. No choice but to accept the challenge. Time for me to see just how strong these protected individuals are. Through the Golden Book, Ning was made aware that this individual was a special lifeform, was under protection, and had quite a few legacy treasures. Other than that, Ning knew nothing at all. Ning reached out through the Golden Book and shattered the writ of challenge, accepting the challenge. He then immediately walked towards a room filled with many divine runes. Ning stood there in the center of the room, allowing the formation to be activated and teleport him away. Rumble. This was another oceanic island, filled with beauty and grace. Ning appeared atop a small mountain within the island, and he immediately saw the distant, azure-blue waters of the sea as well as the dazzling sands of the beach. Rumble. Another figure suddenly appeared on that same mountain, just a few hundred meters away from Ning. This was a figure that was completely covered in black robes. Ning looked at his opponent. The black-robed figure looked back at Ning as well. Only a pair of crimson eyes were visible beneath his dark robes. Upon arriving here at the Astral Islands, you immediately ascended to the 4th stratum, then won 9 battles in a row. The black-robed figure's voice was cold and dark, and his eyes were completely different from the eyes of a cultivator. Those crimson eyes looked even more bizarre and sinister than the eyes of various strange beasts and monsters which Ning had encountered in the past. This was no cultivator. It was a special life form. Quite impressive. Given enough time, you would definitely be able to ascend to the 5th stratum. Unfortunately, you won't have that chance. The black-robed expert laughed, and his laughter was extremely grating and ear-piercing. Ha ha ha! You are just one step away, but you are going to die here. Do you not feel despair? Ah ha ha! The black-robed expert laughed wildly, a chaotic aura of fire beginning to emerge from his body. This aura alone was probably capable of driving some weaker cultivators to the brink of insanity. Ning simply frowned. No enmity existed between the two of them, and yet this man wished to destroy Ning's future prospects. You talk a big game, Ning said calmly. Boom! A large black sword suddenly appeared in the black-robed expert's right hand. Although it could be described as a sword, it didn't have any edges to it at all. The aura emanating from this great sword gave Ning an impression of incredible weight and density. Ah ha ha ha! I dare make these claims because I have the power to take your life. You simply haven't been here in the Astral Islands long enough, and you haven't undergone sufficient tempering. There is no place in the outside world which is quite like the Astral Islands, with its many elites and geniuses for you to test yourself against. I think you won't be able to take so much as my very first sword blow. The black-robed expert let out a bizarre laugh. Humph! Ning's gaze turned sharp, and a crimson-gold lightning seal suddenly appeared on his forehead. Ning was beginning to get rather irritated by this black-robed expert's words. Screw the talking. He was going to give this person a taste of his Novescence thunder first. Bang! A crimson-gold streak of lightning shot out with incredible speed, giving the black-robed expert no time to dodge at all. The lightning bolt hammered directly against him, causing his body to tremble slightly. However, he was still able to stand there calmly. What powerful lightning! Unfortunately, I'm the wrong person for you to use it against. The black-robed expert completely ignored the Novescence thunder, allowing it to crackle and writhe around his body. A few flickers of lightning brushed against some of the nearby boulders, instantly reducing them to dust. You can die now. The black-robed expert struck out with his sword. Ning didn't dare to be too brash. This person knew that he had won 9 battles in a row on the 4th stratum, but still dared to make the claim that his very first sword blow would be too much for Ning to handle. Without a doubt, this strike would be an extraordinary one. Boom! Once this strike was unleashed, the skies above the oceanic island began to dim. Countless flaming clouds began to gather in the air above them, and the sword crushed down upon Ning as though it was bringing the might of heaven and earth down with it. The sword came crashing down towards Ning with a feeling of absolute, immeasurable ponderance. All God's stance. A cold, fierce light flashed through Ning's eyes, as well as he unleashed the most dominating, explosive sword stance he possessed. As Ning's insights into the sword had risen, his all-God stance had become increasingly extraordinary as well. It was now able to unleash a truly significant amount of the might of Violetual's quintessence core. Boom! 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 Ning immediately manifested 3 heads, 6 arms. His 6 swords transformed into 6 blood-colored WRMs that howled towards the massive world sword that was crashing down upon him. Boom! When the first blood-colored WRM slammed into the greatsword, the blood-colored WRM was brought to a halt, but the greatsword was knocked flying backwards. What? The black-robed expert let out a startled shout. He does have a bit of power. No wonder he bragged so much. Ning was secretly startled. Thanks to the Azureflower Mist energy, Ning was as strong as a Dao Lord of the first step and far above the vast majority of world-level cultivators. He was also using an eternal weapon and had unleashed his most powerful sword stance, a strike which was so powerful that very few were capable of withstanding it. And yet, that black-robed expert's greatsword had managed to halt his strike in its tracks. But of course, it had only been able to block Ning's first strike. Ning had 6 eternal weapons he was using. Although one of the blood-colored WRMs had been destroyed, the other 5 continued to surge forward towards the black-robed expert. How can... The black-robed expert was absolutely stunned. A blazing crimson warblade appeared in his other hand, a saber that gave off a similar aura of incredible ponderance. He joined his saber and his sword in front of him, using them to block Ning's attacks. Boom! 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 The 5 blood WRMs came crashing down with enough power to shake the heavens. Boom! The entire mountain they were on actually collapsed, and the island itself split apart as the ground below the strike was completely caved in. As for the black-robed expert, Ning had already smashed him down into the very bottom of the sea. Swoosh! Moments later, the black-robed expert came charging out of the waters of the sea. He hovered there in midair, staring at the distant Ji Ning who was standing atop a gray boulder. You talked a big game, but you don't have much to back it up. Ning let out a chuckle. You! The black-robed expert was enraged. There was a reason for his earlier braggadocio. He was an extremely powerful special lifeform, and despite being at the world level he was completely capable of unleashing a level of power comparable to that of a Dao Lord of the first step. Given that his 2 eternal weapons were also quite suited to him and to unleashing the type of power he specialized in, most 4th Stratum foes would never dare to take his blows head-on. That was why he had felt so confident in his abilities. What he didn't realize was that for many years now, the way Ning had fought was by directly crushing his foes with overwhelming power. Your swords are quite powerful, and you are just as strong as I am. The black-robed expert's voice began to transform, turning low and gravelly. As for his crimson eyes, they began to be filled with an even more insane look than before. You are now qualified to see my true form. Boom! The area around the black-robed expert suddenly became filled with endless tendrils of dark red flames. He was like the god of this world of flames, and his black robes suddenly vanished, revealing the form underneath. It was a humanoid creature whose skin was completely pitch black. His eyes were crimson red in color, and the way in which he stared at Ji Ning made Ning feel uncomfortable. This pitch-black humanoid skin suddenly began to crack and split apart, revealing a dim crimson substance beneath the skin. Pop! Every so often, a piece of that crimson material would suddenly shoot out from beneath his skin, moving vastly beyond the speed of light and causing space-time around it to twist and distort. The creature simply stood there, allowing his skin to crack and pop. Every so often, more of that crimson substance would shoot out. Whenever it touched the waters of the ocean, the water would begin to hiss and boil away. Whenever it touched the remnants of the island would shudder and break apart even further. You forced me to reveal my true form, which means you have to die. You are indeed qualified to make it to the 5th stratum, but unfortunately for you, you ran into me. The sable creature spoke in a hoarse voice, and a few flecks of that crimson material flew out from his mouth with each word. Aren't you the ugly one? Ning said softly. You dash. The sable creature was both embarrassed and enraged. Cultivators were the true masters of the endless territories. After all, they were simply too numerous. Even though he was an incredibly powerful special life form, when he was born from the primordial chaos, he found himself to be the only member of his race. Thus, he changed his appearance and always wore a black robe, spending his life within the world of cultivators. As a result, even he himself felt that his true appearance was rather ugly. However, only by revealing his true form was he capable of unleashing his full power. There was nothing else he could do. When normal cultivators insulted him, he wouldn't be that irritated. But the person who just spoke was a powerful cultivator who was on his general level of power. All you can do is flap your mouth. Remember this in your next life. The person who killed you is Sabafe. The sable creature let out a low growl as he gripped the heavy warblade and the heavy greatsword with his hands. What an ugly name as well. Ning was intentionally mocking him. He could tell that this special life form had a fairly weak Dao heart. Die! 2 sonorous streaks of saber light and sword light struck out, carrying an aura of incredible majesty and power. Humph! Ning once more manifested 3 heads and 6 arms, using his 6 eternal weapons fight back. What's this? When Ning transformed into a streak of lightning and charged forward, he immediately sensed space-time twisting around him. This had an impact on even his own agility and movements. Clearly, this Sabafe was capable of causing space-time to twist all around him in a domain-type maneuver. Humph! Ning let out an angry snort as that streak of crimson gold lightning once more blasted out of his forehead. The lightning was shaped like a flood dragon as it struck out, but once it moved closer to that black humanoid, it was impacted by some of the crimson substance spurting out of its cracked skin. The crimson gold lightning instantly began to tremble. We haven't even clashed yet, but that crimson substance shooting out of his body and this domain around him is already having an impact on my abilities. So this is the power of his true form. Ning was secretly nervous. Boom! Boom! A streak of black light suddenly shot out. This was the sable freak Sabafe. A streak of lightning shot out as well. This was the 3-headed, 6-armed, white-robed Ning. Crimson gold lightning continuously shot out of Ning's forehead. Bang! 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 The two instantly clashed multiple times in midair, causing the air around them to tremble, the fragments of the island beneath them to sink deeper into the sea, and tremendous tidal waves to arise. The two of them battled in a wild orgy of destruction, and Ning was clearly at a disadvantage in this fight. Damn! Ning was forced to repeatedly dodge backwards, then charge forward once more. As for the black freak Sabafe, he fought in an utterly dominating fashion. Although he only had a single warblade and a single greatsword, his strength and savagery was enough to allow his 2 weapons to completely overwhelm Ning. In fact, the unique space-time domain surrounding this creature was enough to make him superior to Ning in speed as well. So his true form makes him this much stronger than before. Ning could feel how difficult this battle was becoming. The power of every single blow from the enemy's sword and saber was superior to Ning's power. Even though Ning had 6 weapons to his foes too, he was still at a marked disadvantage in this fight. In truth, this special life form was indeed as physically strong as a Dao Lord of the first step. He was on par with Ning, and his insights into the Dao were even more profound than Ning's. This was the reason why the power of his every blow exceeded Ning's power. As for their earlier clash, before revealing his true form and unleashing his full power, he looked just like an ordinary cultivator dressed in black robes. He had only been able to unleash roughly 10 or 20% of his maximum power in that state, which was why his full-strength blow was merely on par with one of Ning's sword strikes. Things were completely different now. You are definitely going to die. You are gonna die. Sabafai's hoarse, maddened voice rang out. He held an advantage in both speed and power. This was the first time since arriving at the Astral Islands that Ning had been in such a terrible situation. He was being completely dominated. This was someone who was just as fast and as strong as him, but who also had an even higher level of insight into the Tao. Sabafe had been training here at the Astral Islands for an extremely long period of time, and he possessed that strange domain which was even stronger than Ning's Novescence Thunder. Ning was being crushed. As the saying goes, if you always stay on the defensive, sooner or later you will lose. Ning no longer dared to let things continue like this. Come out! Ning was furious as well. This Sabafe really was trying to kill him and sever his path. Whoosh! A black-crimson gourd suddenly appeared out of nowhere next to Ning. This was the Elementum Water Flame gourd. The gourd hovered behind Ning, then instantly spat out 2 streaks of dragon-shaped lightning. One streak of lightning was the water smoke lightning, and it looked a flood of black water descending from an enormous storm cloud. The power of this lightning was so tremendous that it alone was superior to Ning's Novescence Thunder. As for the second streak of lightning, it looked like a cloud of flame and was just as strong as the first streak of lightning. 2 streaks of lightning. The first was water smoke lightning, the second was fire cloud lightning. Fire and water were incompatible by nature. They were opposing forces. But these 2 streaks of Tao lightning simultaneously coiled around each other as they thundered towards the sable freak, Sabafe. What is that? The sable creature was shocked. Boom! Boom! The 2 streaks of Tao lightning showed no mercy at all. They simultaneously hammered down upon the sable creature, then began smashing into each other as well. As the 2 streaks of fiery lightning and watery lightning collided, they unleashed an utterly ruinous level of explosive power that caused even Ning himself to be in awe. Even most supreme world gods would be instantly slain by such an attack. As for transcendent world gods, they would be heavily injured at the very least. A few consecutive blows would ensure that they would perish. Only Tao Lords of the first step would be able to endure such a blow, but even they would be heavily restricted and bound. Boom! Boom! The 2 streaks of Tao lightning furiously swirled around the sable creature's body, and each time they collided they released tremendous amounts of power, causing Sabafai's speed and strength to both fall dramatically. This is Tao lightning, Sabafe called out in shock. Yes, it is. Ning charged forward once more. So what if you have Tao lightning? Can at most slow me down. It can't kill me. Sabafe remained as ferocious and savage as ever. His true body was indeed comparable to that of a Tao Lord of the first step, allowing him to endure the strikes of these 2 types of Tao lightning. However, he was still hindered tremendously by them. He was now slightly slower than Ning. Boom! 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 His warblade and his greatsword still held roughly half of their former level of power. He was still able to crush Ning in power. Still, things were now much simpler for Ning. Now that he had an advantage in speed, he was able to advance and withdraw at his leisure. In addition, his foe's advantage in strength was now much smaller than before. Kill! Kill! The 2 continued to battle ferociously. I am a special life form. This cultivator has to be using his divine power at an incredible rate. He won't be able to hang on for much longer, while I'll be able to keep going for quite some time. Sabafe was filled with confidence. He was certain he would be able to keep fighting for an extended period of time. Every single drop of my Azure Flower Mist energy represents the distillation of all my divine power, heart force, and immortal energy. I'm not using any particularly powerful divine abilities for this fight. I'll be able to go on for ages. This special life form has to be using some sort of secret art which allows him to release tremendous amounts of power, but I'm certain he won't be able to maintain it for too long. Ning was filled with confidence as well. Ning was merely using 3 heads, 6 arms. This divine ability used up fairly little divine power. Ning was mainly relying on his Azure Flower Mist energy in this battle, and it wasn't being used up that quickly. This battle went on for more than 2 full hours. At first, both were very confident. As time went on, both Sabafe and Ning grew increasingly amazed. By now, Ning only had 16 drops of his azure flower mist energy left. I admit defeat. Finally, Sabafei let out a disgruntled growl. Given how much power you have unleashed, you have to be using up divine power at an incredible rate. How is it even possible for you to continue fighting for this long? How? If Ning was using abilities like the star-seizing hand, he would indeed be using up divine power at an astonishing rate. Ning let out a sigh of relief. He had won. Finally, he had won. He could sense the golden book in his possession begin to transform. He was now under the protection of the Astral Islands, which acknowledged the fact that he had just won 10 battles in a row on the 4th island. Hand over your legacy treasures. Ning stared at him. If it wasn't for the fact that this person was also under protection, Ning would have shown him no mercy at all and slain him. This person wasn't going to be able to hold on for much longer. Don't be smug. I was defeated by the others on the 5th stratum, after all. Sabafei let out a hoarse growl. There are many on the 5th stratum who are stronger than me. You are indeed quite strong, but your insights into the sword are quite mediocre. Ahaha. You are even inferior to a special life form like myself. As he spoke, he waved his hand and tossed out a large amount of legacy treasures. Upon losing, he had to hand over everything he had unless Ning voluntarily accepted less. He didn't dare violate the rules of the Astral Islands. Exit! Sabafei raised his head and let out an angry shout. Whoosh! Space-time twisted around him, causing his sable form to disappear into thin air. Ning waved his hand, collecting the many legacy treasures. His golden book immediately sent him an alert, informing him that he had already acquired a full legacy and that he was permitted to leave the Astral Islands whenever he wished. A full set. Ning wasn't that surprised. He knew that Sabafei had many legacy treasures on him, including a full legacy set. Swoosh! Ning waved his hand again, causing the elementum water flame gourd to fly towards him as well. Ning put away the gourd. If it hadn't been for this gourd, he probably would have lost this fight, even if he was able to keep himself alive. Upon losing, he would have been knocked down to the 3rd stratum once more, where he would have had to slowly accumulate enough wins for another promotion. Sabafal. He was merely an individual who wasn't strong enough to stay in the 5th stratum permanently. He was beaten down into the 4th stratum, and yet he is incredibly powerful. My sword arts are indeed a weak point. Prior to this, Ning didn't fully realize how great a weakness this was. However, the more he battled against other incredibly talented figures, the more he realized how lacking his sword arts were. In the end, he simply hadn't spent enough time as a world-level cultivator. So many of the cultivators on the 5th stratum are more powerful than him? A flicker of battle lust appeared in Ning's eyes. Good. The stronger they are, the better. Ning raised his head and called out, Exit! Whoosh! Space-time twisted around Ning, causing him to be teleported away and back to his own astral island. The 6 strata of astral islands continuously circled around each other in a very orderly manner. At the very top stratum, the 6th stratum, there was just a single astral island. The 5th stratum had a total of 12 astral islands that slowly circled each other. Rumble! One of the 100+ islands belonging to the 4th stratum began to slowly fly upwards. What is that? Someone made it to the 5th stratum. The many cultivators on the lower strata of the astral islands all raised their heads to stare at the higher-level islands. Hundreds of thousands of them were watching as this particular island ascended from the 4th stratum to the 5th stratum. Many cultivators felt complicated feelings in their heart. They dreamed of being able to make it to the 5th stratum. That way, they would similarly be able to receive the protection of the astral islands. Alas, this was far, far too difficult a task. A change in destiny. This was what countless cultivators were murmuring silently to themselves. He was quite fast. He was brought here alongside the rest of us in this batch, but he actually made it to the 5th stratum before I did. A jade-haired woman dressed in silvery, semi-translucent gauze was murmuring to herself softly from within her island on the 4th stratum. And a cultivator at that. I've never ever met any world-level cultivators who are a match for me, but almost as soon as I arrived in the Brightshore Kingdom I encountered one. How intriguing. What's more, the Brightshore Kingdom treats cultivators and aberrants equally, giving no special preferences or advantages to either. I like this place. A smile appeared on the jade-haired woman's face as natural mist began to swirl around her. I never would have thought that those puny cultivators would give rise to someone who might be a match for me. He actually made it to the 5th stratum before I did. A devilishly handsome silver-haired youth was murmuring softly to himself. He was a member of the Ionians who had long ago found the path he needed to take to become a Samsara Dowlord. However, he wanted to become more powerful before doing so. That way, he would benefit even further from his awakening of his Ionian bloodlines. Still, he had to admit that the Brightshore Kingdom truly had gathered many freakishly talented figures. The 4th stratum alone was filled with many figures who had been quite difficult for him to overcome. This made him quite cautious. Anyone capable of surging into the 5th stratum so quickly was definitely a powerful figure. Although cultivators are individually weak, there's simply too many of them. There are far more of them around than we Ionians. In the end, the law of large numbers means they will give birth to many freakishly strong figures. The silver-haired youth mused to himself, "Once I enter the 5th stratum, I'll definitely have to test him out myself." Ning's ascension to the 5th stratum did indeed arouse the interest of quite a few of the other freakishly talented world-level cultivators. The ability to make it into the 5th stratum was a testament to his strength. Another person has joined us in the 5th stratum? Interesting. A few days from now, I'll have to give him a challenge and see how he does. I wager that Kilostar will be the first challenger yet again. Forget it. Just let it be him. The 4th stratum and the 5th stratum were completely different. The cultivators on the 4th stratum weren't under any protection. As a result, they would rarely accept or issue challenges. They were all quite cautious. However, these 12 peerless geniuses on the 5th stratum were all incredibly strong and talented figures. This was why they were able to keep their positions within the 5th stratum stable. Even if they occasionally fell down to the next level, they would quickly rise up once more. All of them delighted in battle. In fact, the entire reason why they were still here was because they wanted to keep fighting. As for the legacies, there was no point in being greedy. They merely needed to local the ones they actually needed. The best part of being here was the ability to battle against all these world-level cultivators. The experience they gained through combat was quite useful to them. An astral island within the 5th stratum. A skinny, swarthy child dressed in a silver cape was flipping through his golden book, roaring with laughter. "Ahaha! He didn't disappoint me. He actually beat that aberrant named Sabafal. Although Sabafal is a bit of an idiot, beating him is no easy task." Interesting. Still, simply defeating Sabafal doesn't mean much. Sabafal is completely incapable of standing stably amongst the ranks of the other 5th stratum individuals. "Kid, I'm going to teach you the true meaning of the phrase, 'There is always someone stronger than the strong.'" The skinny, swarthy child laughed. "Challenge issued." He issued a direct challenge to Ning through the golden book. Hehehe. The other 11 fellows on the 5th stratum will all give me some face. Same as always. I'll be the first to challenge the newcomer. A look of excitement was in the swarthy-skinned child's eyes. All of them had lived together for quite some time. They had formed certain habits long ago. Each time a newcomer made it to the 5th stratum for the first time, it would be Kilostar who would challenge that person first. Kilostar wasn't necessarily the most powerful of the 12, but he had the fewest weaknesses. He was capable of dealing with any foes that appeared. Even if he had to fight against that terrifying fellow from the 6th stratum, he'd still be able to at least keep himself safe. In other words, he was capable of dealing with any world-level cultivator, no matter how freakishly talented that person was. The dark abyss directly below the hundreds of thousands of astral islands. At the very bottom of the abyss, hiss, crackle. 9 strange flames were flickering here. Above the flames was a horizontally placed long spear that was over 1,000 meters long. An enormous haunch of meat that was at least 300 meters long was currently spitted on the spear. The beast's flesh was being slowly roasted by the 9 flames, and its surface was just slowly turning red. To fully cook it would probably take quite some time. Delicious. Absolutely delicious. A burly, nearly naked man with tousled black hair was seated, dressed in simple battle garbs. In front of him was a large basin that was over 30 meters long, filled with roasted meat. He was chomping through the meat with relish. Sitting opposite of him was a muscular golden-haired man dressed in golden armor. This man also had an enormous basin in front of him, also filled with roasted meat. King Wu, your hunting skills really aren't bad. This blood flame dragon had to be comparable to a Verge-level Dowlord. Its flesh is simply savory. The golden-armored warrior was crunching his way through the meat as he spoke. Not just anyone was powerful enough to chew through this. Hunting these things really isn't easy. I think you Imperials must have damn near wiped them out of the endless territories by now. We pretty much wiped them out ages ago. The black-haired, nearly naked man shook his head. The hegemon, that old bastard, captured more than anyone else. He's able to instantly teleport to any territory he pleases, whereas I actually had to physically run across countless territories before I was able to find a single blood flame dragon. I then had to pretend to be a cultivator, for fear that once it realized who I was it would self-destruct rather than let me capture it. It took forever for me to capture it. But now that I have one, I can slowly savor it for an extremely long period of time. Blood flame dragons were incredibly, terrifyingly powerful beasts. They were unlike cultivators or Ionians. They neither used divine power nor had any immortal energy. They were actually similar to bug beasts, but they were far more powerful than bug beasts. However, it was incredibly rare for one of them to be found in the endless territories. They had been driven to the point of extinction long ago, precisely because the Brightshore Imperial's favorite food was blood flame dragons. A blood flame dragon which had reached the verge of the Downmerge had a body that was comparable in size to an entire Chaos Star. If you ate just 1,000 meters of it with each meal, you would be able to feast for an extremely long period of time. Alas, ancient creatures such as the members of the Brightshore Imperials would live for even longer. King Wu, the golden-armored warrior, glanced off into the distance towards a strange beast that was wreathed in flames. This creature possessed tremendous vitality and power, but it was currently suffering all sorts of unspeakable torments. I heard that you Imperials just gained a new clansman. Shouldn't you take his training a bit more seriously? For me to even keep an eye out for him is me being much more serious than usual. Yeah, this abyss is filled with plenty of danger, but so long as I keep an eye out I'll be able to guarantee that he stays alive. The black-haired man said between mouthfuls of meat. The black-haired man suddenly raised his head to stare upwards. His gaze pierced through the darkness of the abyss as well as the protection of the astral islands, allowing him to see Ji Ning. Ji Ning was currently flipping through his golden book within his room in his astral island. Right at this moment, Ning suddenly found himself seized by an invisible, inexplicable terror. It was as though some terrifying creature had just taken notice of him. It seems a new kid is about to join your 12 palaces as well. The black-haired man looked towards the golden-armored warrior. He made it to the 5th stratum quite quickly, and he's a cultivator just like you are. He's not bad, I suppose. The golden-armored man laughed. We cultivators are fairly weak in general. It is quite rare for an extremely powerful cultivator to emerge. We simply can't compare to the members of your race. All of you are born with utterly enormous power. Is that comparable? Is that even comparable? The black-haired man glared at him. How many of you are there? How few of us are there? The hegemon, that old bastard. How much time does he need to spend wandering the endless territories before he is able to find another member of our race? For each new member of our race that is born, another 10 Dowlords emerge amongst you cultivators. You cultivators give birth to monsters by the bundle. Just look at the 12 palaces. How many Dowlords do you have? And how few members do we have in our imperial clan? Ahaha! The golden-armored warrior laughed. Fine, I misspoke. Sometimes I really envy you cultivators. There is a stupid large number of you. You guys are absolutely everywhere. Every single territory has you cultivators in them. The black-haired man sighed and shook his head. Suddenly, that brat. Is he trying to die? The black-haired man's eyes suddenly bulged out. 2 streaks of golden light shot out of his eyes, passing through the barriers of space-time and reaching a distant figure in a distant place. The Astral Islands. What just happened? Ning's entire body had turned stuff. He felt as though an utterly terrifying presence had suddenly taken notice of him. However, that terrifying sense of danger quickly dissipated. Who was that just now? Ning guessed that it had to have been an incredibly powerful figure who was scrying upon him. A figure that didn't even bother to hide his aura. If he had, there was no way Ning would have been able to sense him. That sense of danger. It was second only to the sensation I felt when I encountered that terrifying behemoth that brought me here. Ning mused to himself. The terrifying behemoth that had devoured him and brought him to this place was the most terrifying thing Ning had ever encountered in his life. It vastly surpassed any and all experts Ning had encountered in the past. The Brightshore Kingdom was an organization that was on the same general level of power as the entire Dao Alliance itself. The Dao Alliance was unfathomably powerful, while the Brightshore Kingdom was very secretive and quite powerful as well. Doesn't matter, I guess. Either of them can crush me like a bug. Ning couldn't be bothered to worry about it. The point of the almighty hegemon bringing them here was to raise a crop of powerful cultivators. Even the most powerful of organizations would need constant injections of fresh blood. After all, no matter how powerful their elite experts were, only their eternal emperors would live eternally. Samsara Dao Lords who did not succeed in the Dao merge would all perish eventually. Thus, they needed to ensure a constant, steady stream of new blood. Ning was one of them, a future expert of the Brightshore Kingdom. Fortunately, Yuji is still alive. Ning flipped through the golden box again, then let out a sigh of relief. Someone just challenged me? Ning frowned. One of the talented geniuses of the 5th stratum had just issued him a challenge. It must be understood that the 12 members of the 5th stratum had been on that stratum for a long period of time. They were all definitely superior to Sabafal in power. Ning had been forced to pull out his Elementum Waterflame gourd for the sake of defeating Sabafal. I'm currently protected by the Astral Islands. Even if I lose, I would at most lose some legacy treasures. However, I need to make sure the set gets to Su Yuji first. If too much time passes, something unexpected might happen. Ning didn't dare to be too arrogant. Ning waved his hand. Whoosh! 320 legacy treasures suddenly appeared before him. These were all fiery red leaves. The fiery leaves were all gathered together, and Ning could immediately sense the tremendous amount of information they contained, as well as that blazingly powerful aura of fire. This was a legacy pertaining to the Tao of Fire. Sabafal, Ning's previous opponent, had walked the Tao of Fire. The reason he had kept these legacy treasures with him was so that he could be in constant contact with the blazing will they contained. However, the treasures had now fallen into Ning's hands. All he had to do was swear a lifeblood oath and he would immediately be able to study this legacy. Ning did end up learning it, but he simply memorized its contents. This legacy was indeed quite profound and remarkable. Just by reviewing the entire legacy from start to finish, Ning's insights into the Tao of Fire increased substantially, reaching a level of near parity with his Tao of Water or his Tao of Thunder. Possession of a legacy really does make a big difference, Ning mused to himself. Still, my Tao is the Tao of the Sword. I can't waste my time and energy on fire. Ning quickly buried this legacy into another corner of his mind. He had simply memorized it to gain a bit of additional experience, as all Taos shared certain commonalities. This legacy contained many abstruse mysteries that would be of some use to Ning in his mastery of the Tao of the Sword. Time to challenge her. After looking through the legacy treasure, Ning nodded silently to himself. Su Yuji was quite talented in the Tao of Fire. If he gave this to her, it would be of tremendous benefit to her in mastering the Tao of Fire. She would improve quite quickly. Ning sent Su Yuji a challenge. I hope she accepts. She has to accept. Ning was rather worried and nervous. He had learned the location of Su Yuji's astral island from Downlord Flameflow, but Su Yuji didn't know that Ning had reached the 5th stratum. If she suddenly saw someone from the 5th stratum challenge her, would she accept? If she did not, then Ning would have to accept this duel from Kilo Star, his 5th stratum challenger. If he won, that was one thing, but if he lost, his legacy treasures would all be gone as well. It wouldn't be too hard for Ning to get another set of legacy treasures, but to get another set that was of the Tao of Fire which Su Yuji could use would be quite difficult. In addition, if too much time passed, Su Yuji might perish. The bottom stratum of the hundreds of thousands of astral islands. One of the islands was covered with plants and flowers. This was a very beautiful island. Su Yuji, dressed in fiery red robes, was lying within the grass, staring at the skies. A look of exhaustion was on her face. If this keeps up, I really won't be able to endure for much longer. Master, I probably won't be able to accompany you for much longer. Su Yuji lay there in the grass, utterly exhausted. She truly had almost no energy left. Ji Ning had given her his bug beasts and his set of Hellwind golems. At first, she had indeed been able to win quite a few battles in a row with ease. On the 1st stratum, there really weren't that many who were a match for her. But soon, trouble began to appear. News that she had many bug beasts and a set of Hellwind golems quickly began to spread. There were many powerful world-level cultivators who wanted those bug beasts and those powerful golems. For example, there wasn't a significant difference in power between cultivators on the 3rd stratum and those on the 4th stratum. If they had a set of Hellwind golems helping them out, a 3rd stratum cultivator might be able to charge into the 4th stratum and have a chance at acquiring a full legacy. Especially for those who specialized in close combat, a set of Hellwind golems and a host of bug beasts would allow them to become far stronger. Many of the world-level cultivators who had been living here at the Astral Islands for a long time knew each other. At critical times, they would issue each other challenges to avoid dangerous battles. Thus, in the end, there were 3 powerful world-level cultivators who found out about the golems and the bug beasts. 2 of these 3 came from the 3rd floor, with 1 coming from the 4th floor. All of them furiously challenged Su Yuji day in and day out. Su Yuji did her best to avoid them. When she could not, she would go fight the ones on the 3rd floor. I was able to hold on for a few times. But how much longer will I be able to hold? Su Yuji mumbled to herself. She had been here for more than half a year, and the past few months had been an utter nightmare. Rumble. Suddenly, an island ascended from the 4th stratum to the 5th stratum. The 5th stratum? Su Yuji's eyes lit up. A cultivator reached the 5th stratum? Could it be Master? She deeply hoped that it was Ning, but she knew that there were many individuals of tremendous talent and skill amongst the 4th stratum. I hope it is Master. So long as Master can stay alive. That is enough. Su Yuji prayed silently. She didn't hope for Ning to rescue her. Logically speaking, there was no way for Ning to even find out which island she was on. Just as her thoughts were racing, suddenly, a challenge. Su Yuji could sense that yet another challenge had been sent to her golden book. She remained quite calm, because she received challenges every single day. Her bug beasts and golems were simply too irresistible. A challenge from the 5th stratum? Su Yuji was badly shocked. Her bug beasts and golems were indeed attractive, but it made no sense for those protected freaks on the 5th stratum to take an interest in them. Prior to this, the highest level challenge had come from someone on the 4th stratum, and that had been her only challenge from that stratum. It seems to be from that person who just made it to the 5th stratum. Su Yuji quickly noticed this. Every day she would go through the golden book, and she recognized the 12 markers that originally belonged to the 5th stratum islands. Given her memory as a Chaos Immortal, she was naturally able to memorize those 12 at once. The person who had just challenged her was not one of the 12. This person challenged me immediately after reaching the 5th stratum? If this person has already received protection, it makes no sense for him to be interested in my bug beasts and golems. Could it truly be Master? Many thoughts flashed through Su Yuji's mind. She didn't dare to believe it. She felt that it was all wishful thinking. However, she also had the vague feeling that it really could be her master. Logically speaking, there was no reason for a newly ascended 5th stratum expert to immediately issue a challenge to her. Could it be that Master had a way to discover Astral Island which I am on? Suyuji hesitated for a long moment. Screw it. I'm at the brink of collapse anyhow. Even if it really is an enemy, I'd be satisfied with my defeat coming at the hands of someone on the 5th stratum. Suyuji gritted her teeth, then accepted the challenge. She quickly entered a room in her island covered by divine runes. As the runes lit up and activated, space-time began to twist around her as she was teleported off of the astral island. This was yet another oceanic island. There was a volcano on this island that was belching lava and flames, causing the island to be covered with a layer of grimy soot. Suyuji appeared out of nowhere. She immediately saw a figure off in the distance. A white-robed figure. A figure carrying a sword on his back. Master. Suyuji's body trembled slightly as she murmured these words. Yuji. The figure turned and looked at her. Suyuji's eyes instantly reddened. She was both shocked and delighted. Her heart was filled with many complex emotions. She felt excited for Ji-Ning upon realizing that he had fought his way through so many world-level cultivators to make it to the 5th stratum, and also celebrated for herself. The exhaustion and pressure she felt was all wiped away. Yuji. Ning's form blurred as he transformed into a streak of light that flew to her side. He looked at her carefully. What's wrong? Nothing. I'm just so happy. Suyuji finally smiled, and her smile was absolutely incandescent. She now looked like her old self again. If you came just a bit later, Master, you probably wouldn't be able to find me. What's going on? Ning was shocked. You are on the 1st stratum. Those bug beasts and golems should have been enough to let you hang on for quite some time. Against the 1st stratum cultivators I would have been, yes. But 3rd stratum and 4th stratum cultivators often send me challenges. Suyuji said helplessly. I can't even avoid them. 3rd and 4th stratum? There are so many cultivators on the 1st stratum. Why would they single you? Shit. Ning turned pale. He realized what had happened. He had given her those bug beasts and golems with the best of intentions. But the road to hell is paved with good intentions. Here at the Astral Islands, whenever someone was discovered to be in possession of good treasures, that person would often find himself targeted. What, then, of such a powerful set of golems and bug beasts? Although it was hard for most of the cultivators here to send each other messages, there were indeed a few alliances and partnership. It made sense that word would eventually spread to the 3rd and 4th strata. I screwed up. Ning shook his head. It wasn't your fault, Master. Even I didn't realize what was going to happen. Only later on did I understand how badly they wanted my golems and bug beasts. Suyuji said. You must have been exhausted. Ning could imagine how life had been for her recently. Those 3rd and 4th strata cultivators had assuredly done everything they could to try and force Suyuji to fight them. Although she had struggled and fought back, how long would she be able to do so? As more time passed, most likely there would be even more powerful cultivators who would take interest in her. I admit defeat. Ning suddenly spoke out in a high voice, his words echoing within the air above the volcanic island. Master! Suyuji was stunned. I admit defeat in my duel against you. Ning laughed. This set of legacy treasures is for you. Don't you need any other treasures? Suyuji suddenly realized what was happening. Hurry up. This set of legacy treasures is useless to me, and I've already received the protection of the Astral Islands. Ning laughed as he waved his hand, causing the 320 leaves filled with the Tao of Fire to float over towards Suyuji. Suyuji immediately waved her hand to accept this legacy. She had won this battle. If she wanted to do so, she could demand that Ning hand over all of his legacy treasures. But of course, since she was going to leave the Astral Islands, there was absolutely no point to acquiring more of these legacy treasures. You had to acquire a full set in order to gain a legacy after all. Alright, now that you have a full legacy, hurry up and leave the Astral Islands, Ning instructed. This place is far too dangerous for you. For someone like Su Yuji, this was indeed an incredibly dangerous place. Without the bug beasts, she was at high risk of death. With the bug beasts and golems, she became the target of even more powerful cultivators. All right, Su Yuji felt many complex emotions in her heart. Also, once you leave the Astral Islands, do your best to enter the 12 palaces, Ning said. At present, you most likely aren't strong enough to attract their interest. However, now that you have this legacy, you'll be able to grow much more powerful. Focus on your cultivation, and if the opportunity arises, you should do your best to enter the palaces. In the future, I will join the 12 palaces as well. 12 palaces? Su Yuji was puzzled. The most powerful organization in the Brightshore Kingdom. At the very apex of the Brightshore Kingdom stands its 12 palaces and its imperial clan. Ning gave her a simple explanation. You only acquired a full legacy thanks to my assistance, and so the 12 palaces won't grant you automatic entry. You'll need to train hard and undergo many trials before being permitted to enter the 12 palaces. Understood. Su Yuji knew her own limits. To even escape this place alive was a stroke of tremendous luck. She didn't daydream about being granted automatic entry into the 12 palaces. This is my talisman. Keep it with you at all times, and I'll be able to sense your location. After I leave the Astral Islands, I'll go find you. As Ning spoke, he handed out a jade talisman to her. Su Yuji accepted the jade talisman. It was slick and cold in her hands. She nodded slowly. All right, go then. Be careful once you enter the rest of the Brightshore Kingdom, Ning instructed. Don't worry. After what happened here, I'm going to be even more careful in the future. Besides, even if the outside world is a dangerous place, it can't possibly be as dangerous as these Astral Islands. Su Yuji chuckled. These two, master and retainer, didn't have too long to chat. In the end, they had to part once more as they were each teleported to their own Astral Islands. Su Yuji first memorized the entire legacy, then chose to depart. Damn! That bitch actually acquired a full legacy and left. That freak who made it to the 5th stratum lost to her on purpose? No wonder she had such valuable bug beasts and golems. It must have been that freak who gave it to her. Do you think that freak who made it to the 5th stratum will take revenge on us? We are in trouble now. The cultivators who had been eyeing Su Yuji and repeatedly challenging her for her treasures all began to grow restless and uneasy. However, neither Ning nor Su Yuji were interested in revenge. Although Su Yuji had been driven to the brink of despair, she didn't feel any hatred for them. She knew that they were also struggling to survive. When they encountered anything that could help them or increase their chances of acquiring a full set of legacy treasures, it was only natural for them to do anything they could to win it. As Su Yuji saw it, she had already escaped from this sea of bitterness, whereas all of her tormentors were still struggling. In all the hundreds of thousands of Astral Islands, only those 20 or so figures who had received the protection of the Astral Islands would be truly at ease. What? He made it up, then fell down again. He actually lost that set of legacy treasures to a 1st stratum cultivator? All the cultivators kept a tight watch on their golden books, and they noticed whenever any changes appeared. They were able to almost instantly scan through the information pertaining to all of the islands, and they quickly realized that one particular island now contained a legacy treasure pertaining to the Tao of Fire. Someone on the 5th stratum had lost to someone on the 1st stratum, and that person just so happened to now have a legacy of the Tao of Fire? He lost on purpose? Damn. Why don't I have friends like that? Ugh. Ning's astral island sank from the 5th stratum to the 4th stratum once more. Kilo Star, the cultivator on the 5th stratum, was a bit irritated by this. He had sent Ji Ning a challenge, but in the end Ji Ning had actually chosen to battle Su Yuji instead. He actually avoided my challenge and delivered his legacy treasure to a cultivator on the 1st stratum? Humph, I'll keep challenging him. Let's see if he has the balls to accept. If he does, I'll hold him in some respect. The next day, Kilo Star once more sent Ning a challenge. This time, Ning didn't decline. Ning was now under the protection of the Astral Islands, after all. He was brimming with confidence and the desire to do battle. He wanted to see just how powerful the freaks of the fifth stratum were. Kilo Star was also a cultivator after all. The two were both teleported to a black oceanic island. They stared at each other from afar. Kilo Star had the appearance of a skinny, swarthy-skinned child. His silver cape fluttered in the breeze, and as soon as the battle began, Kilo Star transformed into 1,000 clones. This sight instantly caused Ning's face to tighten. That's the 1,000 Bodies Sutra. Just so. This is the 1,000 Bodies Sutra. Kilo Star's 1,000 clones were capable of joining together into a strange formation akin to 1,000 Elder Gods formation. Ning was completely surrounded by Kilo Star's clones, and an almighty domain type effect began to apply to the area, filling it with Kilo Star's power. Although Ning fought back with all his power, going so far as to use his Elementum Waterflame Gourd, he wasn't able to do anything to this formation at all. As for the 1,000 Kilo Stars, they continuously assaulted Ning. Ning's two mighty streaks of Tao lightning blasted out with wild abandon, slowing down and restricting the actions of the many Kilo Stars, and Ning struck out with maximum power each time. Although Kilo Star was absolutely dominating Ning in this battle, Ning's 6 eternal weapons gave him an utterly airtight defense. Your sword arts aren't that powerful, but your defenses really are tight. Kilo Star then merged with the rest of his clones into one body. With his clones merged together, he now had a body comparable to that of a Tao Lord of the first step. He was now able to use divine abilities as well. Although Ning's Azure Flower Mist energy enhanced his body, there was no way for him to use that mist energy to cast divine abilities. Kilo Star wielded a single scimitar in one hand, and his saber arts were ephemeral and unpredictable. He was incredibly strong and incredibly fast, a far more frightening foe than Sabafal. Ning's swords were trembling with each collision, but fortunately he was able to use his 6 swords to defend in succession. He was being completely dominated in this fight, but every so often Ning would intentionally allow one of Kilo Star's blows to land upon him, resulting in the power of his Aquaflect armor playing quite a few nasty tricks on his foe. I have an utter ocean of divine power thanks to the 1,000 Bodies Sutra, but how is it that you are able to keep fighting for so long? After fighting for an extended period of time, Kilo Star was completely stunned. Screw this, I'm done. This is just an utter waste of my divine power. My name is Kilo Star. What is your name? You are indeed strong enough to reside amongst us within the 5th stratum. If nothing else, you can use your divine power to keep fighting until you exhaust and defeat some of the others on our stratum. My name is Dark North. Ning smiled as well. On this day he became friends with Kilo Star. Still, in the end Ning acknowledged defeat in this battle. Thus, he once more fell, this time from the 4th stratum to the 3rd stratum. A year later, there were now 15 astral islands within the 5th stratum, all slowly circling each other. Ning sat within one of the astral islands, seated atop a wooden seat and slowly sipping a cup of wine as he read through the golden book. Whoosh! One of the other astral islands in the 5th stratum suddenly began to drop down towards the 4th stratum. What a mess! Ning couldn't help but sigh softly. Indeed, during the past year since he had been the first in his group of cultivators to make it to the 5th stratum, others such as Gorho, the Empress, and the Waterstrider had all made it to the 5th stratum as well. This made the 5th stratum much more lively than it had been in the past. Previously, all 12 of the cultivators on the 5th stratum knew each other quite well, resulting in very few challenges amongst them. Most of them would engage in training, only choosing to issue challenges once they felt as though they had made some new breakthroughs. But the sudden addition of so many new geniuses had caused a huge disturbance. The 12 original denizens of the 5th stratum were all intrigued and excited, beginning to issue challenges to the newcomers. One battle after another had begun to play out. With each battle, a 5th stratum expert would lose and fall down to the 4th stratum. However, that person would quickly be able to ascend to the 5th stratum once more. Fall down, rise up. Fall down, rise up. Every few days an astral island would fall down. The 5th stratum always had at least 9 astral islands within it. At most, it had a total of 16. Compared to all these other freaks and geniuses, I really am just an ordinary figure. Ning let out a sigh. After battling many times against the others, Ning realized that the vast majority of the people within the fifth stratum were special lifeforms. Only a small number of them were cultivators. Everyone had his or her own specialty, and only Kilostar could be said to have almost no weaknesses. Kilostar had a total of 1,000 clones. In terms of raw combat power, most likely only Ji Ning was a match for him. Once he used his 1,000 bodies to form that great formation, there was no one capable of injuring him at all. In terms of raw power, once his 1,000 bodies merged into one, he truly stood at the very top. This was why Kilostar had never fallen from his position within the fifth stratum. As for the newcomer named Waterwalker, he was a special lifeform that similarly did not fall from the fifth stratum after reaching it. Ning had battled against him before as well. Waterwalker had a look of innocence in his eyes, almost as though he was a newborn child. He just stood there and allowed Ning to attack him as he pleased. Waterwalker himself simply transformed into an enormous globe of water, and none of Ning's attacks could harm him whatsoever. This virtually invincible defensive technique, all by itself, was enough to let Waterwalker find stable footing here on the fifth stratum. Kilostar relies on his 1,000 clones and that formation, making it impossible for anyone to harm him. As for Waterwalker, he can transform into an enormous water drop that is equally impervious to harm. Still, Waterwalker seems to be a completely guileless man. I wonder if he really is that innocent or if it is all a facade. Ning was puzzled by this as well. Although they had only met a single time, the man had given Ning a good impression. The problem was that his innocence seemed excessive to the point of artifice. Before the duel between the two of them had started, he had repeatedly asked Ning all sorts of random questions. It was as though he was curious about everything. Their fight simply consisted of Ning attacking him and him not fighting back at all. No matter how hard Ning hit him, it was useless. And as Ning hit him, he actually continued to engage Ning in energetic conversation, continuing to ask Ning all sorts of random questions. In the end, Ning had to admit defeat. My body isn't any whit weaker than the bodies of those special life forms. My only weakness lies in my sword arts. If only I had mastered the sixth stance of the nameless sword art. If I could do that, I would be able to easily deal with any of these other freaks on the fifth stratum. Ning pondered on this matter. If he could master the sixth stance, his sword arts would become comparable to Kilostar's saber arts. This was the same level which Arroyo's saber arts had been on, and also the same level which the Trials of the Three Mirrors Now paintings were on. The sixth stance of the nameless sword art represented a specific level of attainment. At this level, a masterclass world god could use a mere Dao weapon to unleash the power of a supreme world god. With this sword art and the elementum water flame gourd, Ning would be able to fight Kilostar to a standstill. 2 more months went by. Ning finally managed to acquire a full sword art legacy, but it was the legacy ranked 73rd. Ning had been planning to wait a few days then gift this legacy to world god Pilsaint, who he was quite fond of, but he didn't expect that during this period of time he was once more accosted by Waterwalker. Ning was unable to do any damage to him whatsoever, and the man absolutely refused to admit defeat, instead continuing to engage Ning in conversation. In the end, it was Ning who once more was formed to admit defeat. Waterwalker had a bad habit. After he won a challenge, he would insist on taking away all of his opponent's legacy treasures. As he put it, "I really like these legacies." There was nothing Ning could do. He could only sigh quietly to himself. "World God Pilsaint, you've been here for quite some time already. Just wait patiently for a bit longer. When I find the chance, I'll give you another set of legacy treasures." 5 more months passed before Ning was able to acquire another set of Sword Art's legacy treasures. This set was the one ranked number 19. Within Ning's estate world. This was a vast place with a towering mountain at the center of it. At the tallest peak on this mountain there was a white-robed youth who was seated in the lotus position, staring at the wide world beyond the mountain. "I've finally mastered this stance. The silent world." From this vantage point at the top of the mountain, his gaze was able to see to the very edges of this estate world. Ning felt as though this entire world was under his control. In addition, He had benefited from his acquisition of those two mighty sword arts legacies. As a result, Ning finally mastered the fifth stance of the nameless sword art, the silent world. I've only mastered 5 stances. That is nothing. Ning shook his head. In the endless territories, this was already an incredible achievement. World god Northrest himself had merely reached this level of sword arts. However, Ning was now comparing himself to the terrifyingly talented geniuses which the hegemon of the Brightshore Kingdom had selected from throughout the many territories. To reach the 6th stance is no easy feat even after gaining those 2 legacies. It'll take me tens of thousands of years at the very least, or perhaps as much as a few 100,000 years. Ning shook his head and sighed. Arroyo had made his breakthrough during the battle atop the Samsara grinders. The 6th stance would allow Ning to just barely fulfill the criteria necessary for overcoming Eternal Emperor Mirasno's trials. To reach this level truly would be very difficult. Ning was living in the Astral Islands, had a large group of fellow geniuses to test himself against, and 2 mighty sword arts legacies. This was why he might be able to succeed in just a few 100,000 years at most. This seemed like a long period of time, but Ning had the temporal acceleration treasure known as the Luminous Room. 1,000 years in the real world might be enough to allow him to master this technique. As for these 2 sword arts legacies, Ning waved his hand, causing a thick tome to appear. This tome was 600 pages long. Each of its pages was a legacy treasure. Ning had to acquire all 600 pages before being able to merge them all into this book and acquiring the sword arts legacy within it. This was the legacy that was ranked 19th. Ning flipped the book open. Every single page had a single character on it that was filled with the aura of the Tao of the sword. Ning had memorized this legacy long ago. As for the 600 characters, they represented 600 different types of sword intents that allowed Ning to get a better understanding of this sword art. This Tao Lord Shipstream truly loved calligraphy. I love calligraphy as well. That's something we have in common. After acquiring this legacy, Ning had also gained some information regarding Tao Lord Shipstream. Tao Lord Shipstream was an ancient power who had reached the verge of the Tao merge. In the end, he had failed his Tao merge. He had perished and his Tao dissipated. He liked to wander about and disliked combat. He titled himself Shipstream because he liked to voyage through the endless territories. Due to his personality, his sword arts didn't focus on offense. Instead, they were incredibly defensive. He had left behind an extremely detailed and complete legacy, as well as those 600 characters. Each legacy represented a specific sword intent. Ning himself was fond of using calligraphy to symbolize his sword intent, and so he was easily able to understand the information and insights which Tao Lord Shipstream had sought to transmit through these characters. Given that Ning's sword arts were quite defensively oriented to begin with, he was indeed able to quickly understand the true essence of the sword arts of Tao Lord Shipstream. A short month after gaining this legacy, Ning had mastered the 5th stance of the nameless sword art. 2 sword arts legacies. The first was ranked 73. It seemed dazzling, but it actually had clear weaknesses. The second was ranked 19. It had been created by Tao Lord Shipstream. It seemed ordinary and unremarkable, but it was actually filled with boundless wisdom. Afterwards, Ning continued to focus on analyzing his sword arts. Even though Kilostar once more issued Ning a challenge, Ning made his position quite clear. I can admit defeat, but I absolutely cannot give you this sword art legacy. If you don't accept my terms, then I won't admit defeat and we can just keep up this battle of attrition. In all honesty, most likely the only person capable of defeating Ning in a battle of attrition was Kilostar. But of course, that was if Ning didn't use any of his Chaos Jewels. When Ning had left the Badlands territory, he had converted quite a bit of his Chaos Nectar into Chaos Jewels. None of the other cultivators could possibly beat Ning in a battle of attrition. Kilostar walked the path of the Tao of the Saber. He really didn't care about sword arts at all, and so he didn't mind Ning's terms. Waterwalker. Ning wasn't able to do anything to him, but he wasn't able to do anything to Ning either. Thus, the book which had been personally authored by Tao Lord Shipstream remained by Ning's side. Each day, Ning would spend much of his time silently meditating on this book, and his sword arts continued to rise in profundity, especially in defense. Ning was so absorbed in his sword arts that he very nearly forgot all about world god Pilsaint. As far as Ning was considered, if he could help out he would, but that was a favor and not an obligation. World god Pilsaint had been here for countless years anyhow. To be here for another 10,000 years or 100,000 years wouldn't be that big a deal to him. Time flowed out. In the blink of an eye, more than 500 years had gone by in meditation and battle. Within the estate world of the first Mirrors Now painting, there was a towering palace here that was absolutely beautiful. A figure slowly materialized atop the royal throne at the front of the hall. It was the golden-robed emperor. "You've come again." The golden-robed emperor stared downwards. Ji Ning nodded from his position below the throne. "Be careful this time. If you are overconfident, you might end up being defeated by me. This is the first time I've heard you say such a thing." The golden-robed emperor's eyes lit up as he produced that wide golden greatsword. He rose to his feet and began to walk down the stairs from his throne. Come. Don't disappoint me." Ning produced one of his frost ice swords as well. Ning stood there without moving. As for the golden-robed emperor, he slowly walked down the steps. Although the two had yet to engage, their auras were beginning to surge and press against each other. Both were carefully inspecting their foe. Although the golden-robed emperor had won every match, he himself was aware that Ning was posing an increasingly great threat to him. Something's off. The golden-robed emperor suddenly sensed something strange. Although Ning stood a distance away from him, he gave the emperor a sensation of unpredictable fluctuation. This was something he had never sensed before in his previous battles. "Forget him. I'll smash it all to smithereens." The golden-robed emperor's path was a Tao of righteous valor and honor. He raised his golden greatsword up high, then sent it crashing downwards towards Ning. Boom! A terrifying aura of power blasted out as the great sword chopped down furiously towards Ning, seeming to carry such great power that it could hack any foe to death. This terrifying aura alone was enough to freeze the hearts of many world-level cultivators. Sneak. Ning's frozen sword flashed out like a streak of azure mist as it scraped upwards towards the golden greatsword. Although he was just using the flat of his blade to push at and scrape at the sword, this actually made things harder for the golden-robed emperor than a frontal clash would have. The strange power held within Ning's sword caused the emperor's golden greatsword to change directions, causing it to completely miss Ning. If you couldn't hit your opponent, it didn't matter how powerful your sword arts were. So his technique really has changed. The golden-robed emperor was startled. The nameless sword art truly is marvelous. Ning was overjoyed. Although he had just learned the sixth stance of the nameless sword art, he hadn't actually employed it yet. This battle against the golden-robed emperor was his first time actually using it in battle. This clash had resulted in him easily defeating the valiant, killing blow of the emperor. Although Ning had been able to withstand this strike in the past, it had always been incredibly taxing for him. In fact, he would stumble backwards after each block. This time, he didn't have to use too much strength. He was able to effortlessly use a single strike to block this attack without even having to face it head-on. Again, the golden-robed emperor let out an angry roar. Suddenly, a golden streak of crescent swordlight appeared high in the air of the palace, then chopped down horizontally towards Ning. Crack! Once again, Ning unleashed that seemingly casual strike in response. He sent his sword scraping against the edge of that golden crescent. As their weapons collided, the power of each person's sword arts began to clash against each other. The golden-robed emperor's sword art were more dominating, whereas Ning's sword art was more ephemeral and unpredictable. However, for some reason Ning was able to change the direction of the emperor's sword yet again. The golden greatsword had been sweeping directly towards Ning, but as Ning sent his own sword scraping and pushing down upon the greatsword, the swordlight ended up slashing into the ground in front of Ning's feet. Completely missed Ning. How can this be? This is impossible. The golden-robed emperor was angry now. He launched one attack after another, and each sword was filled with truly valiant and dominating power. Each strike of Ning's seemed to be very casual and relaxed, but in truth he had focused all of his concentration into each strike. He had unleashed his sword arts to maximum effect, and during this battle he began to gain a better and better understanding of the application of this sixth stance of the nameless sword art. He began to better understand how to actually use it in battle, and as this battle proceeded, Ning began to relax. Snick, snick, clank. Sword light clashed over and over. It was very strange. Generally speaking, when two experts battled, their weapons would produce sonorous explosions, as though the heavens were about to collapse. However, whenever Ning's sword collided with his opponent's sword, it merely produced a very gentle sound. It was as though Ning was using a brush to write words on parchment. He seemed quite relaxed and at ease. Snick. Ning's fluctuating swordlight once more scraped against the golden swordlight. This time, it scraped straight past it and stabbed straight into the golden-robed emperor's throat. The sword went straight through the emperor's throat. Everything went still. The golden-robed emperor came to a halt, and Ning withdrew his frost-ice sword. You've won. The golden-robed emperor had a strange smile on his face. Your sword arts have been improving for years now. I knew that sooner or later you would be able to defeat me. Still, even I didn't expect that it would happen this quickly. Can you tell me what your sword art is named? This is a sword art created by a major power. This the sixth stance, and its name is the Unicorn's Heart, Ning said. The Unicorn's Heart? The golden-robed emperor nodded slowly. Your sword truly is ephemeral and unpredictable. It makes things quite uncomfortable for your foe. Senior, your sword art is honorable, direct, and dominating. I had to fight for very long before I was able to win through one fortunate strike, Ning said. In truth, when he had first started fighting, he hadn't been very familiar with the Unicorn's Heart. Naturally, it was very hard for him to win. However, as he slowly began to grow increasingly familiar with this technique, he had improved to the point of being able to stab through the emperor's throat with one blow. The nameless sword art was very interesting. The first stance was the heartsword stance. It required the wielder possess absolute control over his sword, allowing his heart to be in control of the sword and the world around it. The second stance was the killsword stance. It was an utterly dominating and powerful stance. The third stance was the great firmament stance. It allowed the user to create a world unto itself. In truth, this was the upgrade version of the heartsword stance. It perfected the technique, giving it even more perfect defensive powers and making its attacks even tighter. The fourth stance was the horizon's edge stance. Could be described with one word, fast. The fifth stance was the silent world stance. Could be described with one word, savage. The fourth stance and fifth stance were both attacking stances that were meant to be used against different types of foes. Some foes could only be dispatched with speed. Others required dominating and savage sword arts. The sixth stance was the Unicorn's Heart stance. This represented an evolutionary transformation of the Great Firmament stance. It was much brighter than the Heartsword stance. The Heartsword stance only gave absolute control over the sword, whereas the Unicorn's Heart was able to produce all sorts of marvelous effects. Could easily block, deflect, and redirect attacks. Could also kill foes. This sword art was ephemeral, unpredictable, and incredibly abstruse. It was extremely hard to comprehend. Fortunately, Downlord Shipstream's legacy and the book he had left behind were highly focused on defense. Once a defensive technique reached the later stages, it would also gain something akin to the flavor of the Unicorn's Heart. After all, truly powerful sword arts all had things in common. Thus, after 500 years, Ning was able to master this sixth stance. The first stance, Heartsword stance. The third stance, Great Firmament stance. The sixth stance, the Unicorn's Heart stance. All of them are highly defensive techniques that can also be used to slay my foes. Ning knew quite clearly that these three stances were fundamentally the same. All of them focused on tightly controlled sword arts that sought out flaws to use for surefire kills. The Killsword stance, Horizon's Edge stance, and Silent World stance were stances that were completely focused on attacking while holding nothing back. You have defeated me and passed my trial. However, you must defeat the other three as well, the golden-robed emperor said. Only then shall you gain the legacy of the eternal emperor and become his personal disciple. Emperor Mirasno's sword arts were some of the most terrifying sword arts of all the endless territories. If you become his disciple, your future prospects shall be limitless. Understood. Ning nodded. Ning currently had a total of 3 Mirrors Now paintings. The first held the golden-robed emperor, the second held the assassin, and the third held the fisherman. The assassin's sword was a bizarre sword that was focused on murder and death. In a world of darkness, the assassin would suddenly appear and disappear out of nowhere, his sword light flashing as he stabbed at Ning. Ning would be forced to stand there, frost ice sword in hand, blocking each and every strike from the assassin. The assassin's sword arts were on the exact same level as the golden-robed emperor's sword arts, but they had completely different styles. They provided different insights to Ning, allowing Ning to gain many new insights into the unicorn's heart. At first, he still found himself unaccustomed to dealing with the assassin's fighting style. However, he slowly became accustomed to it and found it increasingly easy to deal with. Snick! Swish! Sword light flashed as it stabbed straight through the assassin's throat. The assassin was incredibly slender. His face was covered with scales, and his eyes glowed with green light. This was the first time Ning had caught a clear glimpse of the assassin's face. You won. Defeat the other 3 and you shall receive the Eternal Emperor's legacy. The assassin spoke in a hoarse voice, then disappeared once more. The estate world within the third painting. This was the world of the fisherman. The two clashed for quite some time. The fisherman no longer seemed as relaxed and carefree as he had been in previous battles. This time, he fought with full intensity and deadly seriousness. Ning's expressions were similarly solemn, and the two battled for more than 2 hours. This high-intensity battle gradually began to wear both of them down. It must be understood that Ning's battles against the other two had lasted for less than 1 hour. The fisherman's sword is unpredictable and fluctuating, and he uses that fishing pole of his to fight me. That pole is sometimes rigid but sometimes flexible, whereas my sword is incredibly sharp and resilient. And yet, I'm still unable to breach his defenses. Ning was beginning to understand. The fisherman's sword was quite similar to his own unicorn's heart. Both were unpredictable, fluctuating sword arts that sought out a chance to deliver a single lethal strike. By comparison, the fisherman's sword had a softer defense, but once he reached an opponent who was a match for him, the fisherman unleashed virtually all of the potential within his sword arts, resulting in Ning being completely unable to harm him. Finally, the two came to a halt. Your sword art is incredibly profound and mysterious. It truly is one of the most profound sword arts of all the endless territories. However, my own sword arts were passed down by the Eternal Emperor himself. If you wish to defeat me, you'll need to improve a little bit more. The fisherman calmly walked back to his pool and began to fish again. You can leave now. Ning wasn't disappointed. Instead, his heart was filled with joy. This battle with the fisherman had resulted in him improving dramatically in his unicorn's heart. After mastering the 6th stance of the nameless sword art, Unicorn's Heart, Ning spent another year before he was able to develop the 3rd stance of his quintessence sword intent, the Astral Stance. Black Mist Stance, All God Stance, Astral Stance. These 3 stances were named after 3 places or people that had a huge effect on him. The Unicorn's Heart and the Astral Stance were sword arts on the same general level of power. However, when Ning used Violet Jewel to execute the Astral Stance, he was able to unleash several times more power. After his sword arts improved, Ning became capable of standing firmly within the 5th stratum. Even Kilostar was merely on par with Ning. In truth, when Kilostar used his full power, he was clearly on a higher level of power than Ning. Unfortunately, Ning had the Elementum Waterflame Gourd and 6 sets of Violet Jewel. It was hard for the other geniuses to compete against him in terms of wealth and treasures. You have 6 damn swords, whereas I just have a pair of warblades. And you sly bastard, keep on releasing lightning to attack me as well. Kilostar was frustrated by his battles against Ning as well. He had to go all out in each fight, but he was still only able to fight to a standstill. Screw this, I'm done. I'm not going to accept any more challenges from you. Go ahead and admit defeat. I'd rather die than admit defeat in this battle. Kilo Star immediately transformed into 1,000 clones again and entered his formation. He absolutely refused to admit defeat, and this great formation ensured that there really was no way anyone could do anything to him. Ning was in quite a good mood, and so he voluntarily admitted defeat. 32 years after learning the unicorn's heart, Ning finally managed to piece together the footwork legacy he wanted. I finally have it. Ning stared at the jade tome in his hands. The footwork legacy consisted of a series of jade slips, and there were a total of 800 slips. After acquiring all 800, they came together to form a jade tome that radiated several large characters. Swear the oath and you can view my true teachings. There were a few other smaller characters hovering nearby those larger characters as well. Ning reviewed the restrictive spells pertaining to the jade tome, then immediately swore the oath. A large amount of information then began to transmit into Ning's mind. Moments later, a series of tightly clustered characters began to emanate out of the jade tome, bringing with them an aura of marvelous and profundity. Footwork technique. What does this phrase mean? It simply refers to a technique meant for movement. Unless there is a tremendous gap in power, a powerful footwork technique is far more effective than offensive or defensive techniques. This is true for both mortals as well as eternal emperors. If I am always a step ahead of you, your sword shall never touch me. Even if I can only dodge it by 1 centimeter, I'll have rendered your sword arts useless against me, no matter how powerful they are. If my footwork techniques are powerful, I'll be able to strike my foes without him being able to strike me. All shall be under my control. Ning read these words, then slowly nodded. He understood the importance of a good footwork technique. When he was young and living in Swallow Mountain, his mother Yuchi Snow had personally taught him his first footwork techniques. Ning had never abandoned his progression in this area, and had always infused his insights into the Tao into his footwork techniques. He had even purchased a pair of Thunderlight wings. His footwork abilities were actually quite excellent compared to his world-level peers. He actually wasn't lacking in this area. All good footwork techniques share certain commonalities. They allow you to instantly explode with speed, allowing you to dodge attacks as best you can. Two people might have the same level of divine power and the same insights into the Tao, but the one who has superior footwork techniques will be able to dodge faster. A good footwork technique can make a tremendous difference. This footwork technique of mine involves the cycling of divine power that can be divided up into 3 layers of expertise. The first level is most likely comparable to that of the footwork techniques most cultivators use, allowing them to dodge and move at high speed. The second allows for nearly instantaneous dodging that is at a far faster level. As for the third level, as Ning read on, he couldn't help but laugh awkwardly. The cycling of divine power? His greatest source of power came from his Azure Flower mist energy. No matter how strong his divine power became, it couldn't possibly compare to that mist energy. Although this technique's unique methods of cycling divine power had been transmitted into Ning's mind, it truly was of no use to him. Still, Ning read on. The power you can unleash from your footwork depends on 2 things. The first is the way in which you cycle your divine power. The second is the skill with which you execute the techniques. Those who have a high level of skill are able to easily surpass those at a lower level of skill, even if they don't use any divine abilities. My footwork technique has a special history to it. Long ago, when I was paying my respects to the almighty hegemon of the Bright Shore Kingdom, I saw a lightning dragon. This lightning dragon was actually a streak of lightning which the almighty hegemon had created that was capable of gaining eternity. When I saw how this eternal thunder dragon moved about, I meditated for many years before coming up with this technique. The Thunder Dragon footwork technique can be divided up into 5 different levels. The first level is the level known as control. Anyone who studies this footwork technique of mine can master this level. The second level is the level known as infusion. You shall infuse all of your insights into the Tao into this footwork technique. If you are skilled in the Tao of spacetime, you should infuse those insights into your footwork. If you are skilled in the Tao of the saber, then you can do the same. Only once you truly and completely merge your deepest insights into the Tao into my Thunderdragon footwork technique shall you have mastered my infusion level. The third level is the level known as Draconify. When you use this footwork technique, an illusion of a lightning dragon shall protect your body, allowing your speed to increase dramatically. At this level, you shall have begun to grasp the true essence of this technique. The fourth level is the level known as Thunderdragon. This footwork technique can be used to control a type of lightning which is on the same level as other types of Tao lightning. Once you reach the fourth level, the lightning you control can become one with your body. You shall be the lightning and the lightning shall be you. You'll be able to move as fast as Tao lightning. Even I myself have only ever reached this fourth level. The fifth level is the level known as the Eternal Thunderdragon. After I created this technique, the Almighty Hegemon looked it over and added a few improvements to two parts of it, then informed me that once this technique reached the apex, one would be able to manifest a streak of eternal lightning, then become one with it. I have spent dozens of chaos cycles painstakingly meditating on this technique as a verge-level Tao Lord, but I'm still unable to make any improvements. I can't even imagine what sort of level this apex, which the Almighty Hegemon spoke of, is at, but I've taken the liberty of describing it as the fifth level. Ning couldn't help but sigh in amazement as he read this. This footwork technique was far too powerful. The rest of the Jade Tome just included a few diagrams. There were a total of 18 images of thunder dragons. As for the detailed information regarding the footwork technique as well as the divine power cycling method, all of that had been directly transmitted into Ning's mind. The divine power cycling method is useless to me, but this footwork technique itself is incredibly powerful once one reaches the apex of it. Ning knew exactly what the phrase eternal lightning entailed. Chaos lightning belonged to the world level of power, which was why it could easily breach the limits of the heavenly Taos. Chaos lightning flew incredibly fast, roughly 10 times faster than the speed of light. Generally speaking, even most Tao Lords were unable to move that fast. Tao lightning belonged to the samsara level of power. Some Tao lightning was born from the endless primordial chaos, but some had been created by Tao Lords. In the three realms, Zhurong had created his own Zhurong Godfire while Suiren had created his eternal Kindlefire. Samsara Tao Lords were similarly capable of creating their own incredibly powerful types of Tao lightning. Tao lightning flew incredibly fast, far faster than chaos lightning. Generally speaking, they were able to move 100 times faster than the speed of light. As for eternal lightning, this level of lightning was something out of the legends. Ning had never heard of any type of eternal lightning emerging naturally from the primordial chaos. Perhaps it existed, perhaps it did not. Only eternal emperors could hope to create eternal lightning, and that only if they had reached incredibly profound levels of insight into the Tao of lightning. As for how fast eternal lightning moved, Ning had no idea as he had never seen it before. When one reaches the apex of this footwork technique, one will be able to manifest a type of eternal lightning, then merge with it? Ning was speechless. How fast would such a person become? Still, even the creator of this footwork technique was only able to reach the fourth level. This, despite the fact that he was so talented that he was able to develop it after merely seeing the Hegemon's own eternal lightning. Most likely, the only reason why this footwork has a so-called fifth level is because of the two alterations which the Almighty Hegemon made to it. Ning instantly realized that the fifth level was most likely something illusory and untouchable, like the reflection of the moon in the waters of a lake. If even a verge-level Tao Lord spent dozens of chaos cycles without being able to master it, who could? My ambitions aren't that high. I'll be happy just reaching the third level. Ning was still feeling quite excited. At the third level, he would gain the protection of an illusory thunder dragon that would allow him to move with incredible speed. Life for Ning in the Astral Islands was quite blissful. He had memorized 2 valuable sword art legacies that he could train in, which included very detailed instructions on their use. He had also memorized an incredibly powerful footwork technique, one that was far superior to any other technique which Ning had ever seen. This, too, was available for Ning to train in as he pleased. As for experts on his same general level, there were dozens of freakishly talented geniuses for him to duel against. Time passed on, one day after another. The battles between the 5th stratum cultivators became rarer and rarer, as by now everyone had already fought everyone else. Some of them had battled each person multiple times by now. Even Kilostar and Waterwalker had dueled each other. But of course, the end result was that Waterwalker had been defeated. Kilostar maintained his undefeated streak within the 5th stratum. Time flowed on, and in the blink of an eye Ning had spent 1,000 years here at the Astral Islands. The 6th stratum still had just a single astral island hovering within it. This was the residence of Birchaloo, and he had issued no challenges. No one was qualified to truly challenge him. Within this astral island, there was a white-haired youth dressed in loose white robes who was seated in the lotus position on the ground. Suddenly, his eyes opened up. He had a gentle, warm gaze, but they seemed to hold the light of countless stars within them. He murmured softly to himself, "1,000 years have gone past. The new cultivators have experienced 1,000 years of tempering and growth. I imagine they should have reached a bottleneck in power by now. It is time for me to challenge them a bit. I shall start with Kilostar." Soon, something happened that stunned all of the cultivators of the hundreds of thousands of astral islands. Kilostar, who had never fallen from the 5th stratum after entering it, had actually fallen down to the 4th stratum. All of his legacy treasures had been seized by the 6th stratum. Everyone knew that the 6th stratum cultivator, Birchaloo, had just struck out and defeated Kilostar. "Hurry up! Bring out all your best wine." Kilostar and Birchaloo were seated facing to each other on an oceanic island, a stone table in front of them. On one side was the skinny and swarthy Kilostar, dressed in that silver cape of his. On the other side was a white-robed, white-haired youth. The two had completely different looks and auras as well. Kilostar's aura was rather valiant and explosive, whereas Birchaloo's aura was much warmer and more radiant. He was like the warmth of the sun, bringing comfort and friendliness to all who saw him. "That's more like it." Kilostar grabbed the gourd of wine that had appeared on the stone table, lifted it up high, then began to guzzle it all down. All right. There's no need for you to be this angry, Kilostar." Birchaloo let out a laugh. "You insidious, sly, hypocritical wolf in cultivator's clothing." Kilostar glared ferociously at Birchaloo. Even his third eye within his forehead was bulging with rage. "I have never fallen down from the 5th stratum. It was all because of you. You deceitful bastard. I lost because of your tricks. That was bullshit. Bullshit. Bullshit." Birchaloo chortled. "You lost, all right? Even if I did pull a few tricks, the end result was that you lost. In battle, the only thing that matters is the result. The process isn't really important. I trusted you. That's the only reason you were able to trick me." Kilostar was furious. Actually, this wasn't his first time being defeated by Birchaloo. In the past, he had won 10 battles in a row and was qualified to charge Birchaloo for residence within the 6th stratum. However, Birchaloo had swiftly dispatched him and sent him right back down to the 5th stratum. Over the course of many years, the 12 in the 5th stratum had tried numerous times to make it into the 6th stratum, but each time they were quickly knocked down by Birchaloo once more. The only person who could stably reside within the 6th stratum was Birchaloo himself. "If I had used my formation and focused completely on defense, there's no way you could have beaten me," Kilostar said angrily. He was pissed off just thinking about it. He had never been knocked out of the 5th stratum before. He had wanted to keep his perfect record, leaving behind the legend of Kilostar once he departed from these astral islands. To be honest, Kilostar had been planning on leaving for some time now. But who would have thought that his golden record would be broken just before his departure? Now he was back in the 4th stratum. Of course he was irritated by this. "I trusted you. I considered you my friend. But you dash." Kilostar truly was quite disgruntled. Enough already. It was my bad, all right? But you know, everything is fair game in a battle." Birchaloo chortled again. "Oh right. How strong are the newbies?" "The newbies have improved significantly. 6 of them made it to the 5th stratum," Kilostar said. That very first year after Ning's arrival, 4 members of his class had made it into the 5th stratum. After 1,000 years, 2 more had joined them. As far as how strong they are, Kilostar paused, weighing his words. In terms of attack power, the Empress and Dark North are on par with me. The others, including Gorho, Taoist Fish, Fairy Brightheart, and Waterwalker, are slightly weaker. Oh, Birchaloo was quite intrigued. In terms of defensive prowess, Waterwalker is the strongest freak of all. He probably has some sort of special innate ability that makes him virtually unkillable. Next would be Fairy Brightheart, with Dark North being third. The Empress, Gorho, and Taoist Fish are ranked below them. Kilostar continued. As for endurance, Dark North is the strongest. After him is Fairy Brightheart, Waterwalker, the Empress, then the rest. Kilostar nodded. That would be how I would rank them. They each have their own specialties. Kilostar smiled. As for the more detailed information, go try them out yourself. Birchaloo was intrigued. From what you are saying, it sounds as though this Dark North fellow is quite strong? Him? He's just as much of a bastard as you are, Kilostar said in a disgruntled manner. At first, his sword arts were fairly weak and I was able to crush him with just one warblade. Over the course of the past 1,000 years, his footwork techniques and his sword arts both improved dramatically. But the disgusting thing is, he not only has an elementum waterflame gourd, he also has 6 damn eternal weapons that are absolutely identical to each other. Kilostar shook his head. You tell me, doesn't that just piss you off? Although I, Kilostar, have acquired multiple eternal weapons as well, the only ones that suit me are those 2 warblades. He actually has 6 of those eternal swords, and they are absolutely identical. Kilostar said furiously, it's like a 6-on-2 fight, and that elementum waterflame gourd continuously releases lightning against me as well. Birchaloo was surprised. It sounds as though this Dark North has quite a few treasures. He has a ridiculous amount of treasures. It's damn near impossible to get 6 identical eternal weapons, and that elementum waterflame gourd has to be worth at least 500,000 cubes of chaos nectar as well. All combined, that stuff has to be worth more than 1,000,000 cubes. Kilostar grumbled unhappily. If all he had was 2 swords and if he didn't have that lightning helping him, I'd still be able to crush him. Oh, Birchaloo nodded upon hearing this. Have an idea of what you are going to do? Kilostar looked at him. A few ideas. Birchaloo nodded. I wanted to first challenge all of the old-timers, then sweep through the 6 newbies. After that, I'll be leaving. You are going to be leaving the Astral Islands? Kilostar was briefly stunned, but he then nodded slightly. It is time. The reason why I've been staying for the past few years was because I wanted to wait for this newest batch of recruits to have a chance to grow up, Birchaloo explained. The almighty Hegemon generally only goes out to personally abduct people roughly once every chaos cycle. I certainly can't afford to wait that long for the next crop. You bastard. You can break through to become a Tao Lord whenever you want. Kilostar shook his head and sighed. I, unfortunately, have only gained a vague glimpse of what my path is to be. I haven't truly understand it yet. Only by truly discovering one's own path and discovering one's own Tao would one be able to rely on that Tao to become a Samsara Tao Lord. Birchaloo had discovered his path and his Tao long ago. He was able to become a Samsara Tao Lord whenever he wished it. However, Brightshore Kingdom was a very safe place and he was simply in no rush to make his breakthrough. Once he made that choice, there would be no going back. He naturally wanted to make sure everything was perfect first. You will benefit greatly from your time in the 12 palaces, Birchaloo said. Although the Astral Islands have 99 legacies, only the top 10 legacies can be considered decent. Strictly speaking, none of these legacies can be considered core legacies of the 12 palaces. Kilostar understood this point as well. Kilostar lost his battle. His Astral Island sank from the 5th stratum to the 4th stratum. After that, Birchaloo began an absolute massacre. He challenged one 5th stratum expert after another, but none of the challenged experts were afraid of him. Birchaloo was a person who they normally wouldn't have a chance to fight. All of them were filled with a towering desire to do battle as they went forth to face Birchaloo. And the end result was Every single astral island was smacked down to the 4th stratum. Originally, the 5th stratum had 16 islands. It shrank down to 15, 14, 13, 12. More and more islands began to fall. Yet another island has fallen. Ning stood at the edges of his own astral island, staring off into the distance as another astral island that had been within his stratum began to sink downwards. My sword arts have reached a bottleneck, as have my footwork techniques. It'll be difficult for me to improve any further here in the astral islands. Although there are many freaks here for me to fight against, it is still time to leave soon. Ning mused. It was time to leave the astral islands. Yes, the environment here was nice, and it was possible that over the course of countless years sparring against these monsters, he might gain some insights that would allow him to master the 7th stance of the nameless sword art. But that would almost assuredly be something that happened a very, very long time from now. It had taken him nearly 500 years to master the 6th stance, and if you factored in the temporal acceleration, it had actually taken tens of thousands of years. As for the 7th stance, Ning was completely mystified by it. He knew that mastering it would be an incredibly difficult prospect, and it would most likely take him perhaps 1,000 times more time and effort. I'm under the effects of a lifeblood oath to reach vast heaven palace within a chaos cycle. Only then will I be able to return to the 3 realms to bring back my parents. Although a chaos cycle is an extremely long period of time, who knows what new variables might be introduced in the future. I can't waste too much time here. Ning nodded to himself. To have spent 1,000 years here in the astral islands was enough. I should give this footwork legacy to World God Pill Saint. Ning picked up his golden book, then sent World God Pill Saint a challenge. He was going to leave and he wouldn't be able to take this jade tome with him. He might as well give it to Pill Saint instead. The first person Ning had met here in the astral islands had been Pill Saint, and he had quite a good impression of the man. A challenge. The rosy-lipped, white-teethed, chubby-faced youth, World God Pill Saint, looked at his book. His eyes lit up. It is Dark North. Ning and Pill Saint were on very good terms with each other. For example, when Ning didn't wish to battle against a particular foe, but that person insisted on challenging him, Ning would often send World God Pill Saint a challenge and use that duel to avoid the first one. Is Dark North trying to avoid another challenge? Pill Saint was puzzled. Still, he entered the room filled with divine runes and allowed himself to be teleported directly to the battlegrounds. This was an icy cold oceanic island that was completely locked in by icebergs. A cold wind howled through this world. As soon as Pill Saint appeared, he immediately saw the white-robed youth who was carrying that sword on his back. Dark North. Pill Saint immediately called out to him. Pill Saint. Ning looked at him. I'm going to be leaving. Leaving? Pill Saint was stunned. So soon? Yes. Ning nodded. That's crazy fast. We cultivators live extremely long lives. Why rush things like this? Generally speaking, most of those other freakishly talented geniuses will spend 10 million years or 100 million years here before leaving, Pill Saint said. Ning laughed. If he stayed here for 10 million years, he probably would indeed be able to master the 7th stance of the nameless sword art. 10 million years out of an entire chaos cycle? That really was nothing. Still, Ning wanted to save as much time as he could, for fear of something else from happening. Time for me to leave. This time I admit defeat. Ning spoke out in a high-pitched voice. Admit? Defeat? Pill Saint was stunned. Ning had never admitted defeat in any of his battles before. He knew that Ning had a footwork legacy in his hands. Was Ning planning to transfer this legacy to him? I won't be able to take this footwork legacy away with me. Take it. Ning tossed the jade tome over to him. Pill Saint couldn't control himself. He immediately extended his arms to accept the jade tome, gripping it with his fingers. His eyes couldn't help but turn red. He had been trapped here in the astral islands for an extremely long period of time. He desperately wanted to find a way to leave, but acquiring a full legacy truly was not easy. Whenever he had enough parts of a legacy, he would suffer countless challenges from cultivators on the 3rd and 4th strata. Each time he got close, he would lose it all. Dark North. Pilsaint's eyes turned red. I'm embarrassed to say this, but I was actually planning to give you a sword art legacy I acquired quite some time ago. Unfortunately, Waterwalker managed to force it out of me. Ning shook his head. Darknorth, I'm endlessly grateful that you are willing to help me out. You've been here for less than 1,000 years, right? It hasn't been a long time at all. Pilsaint was quite moved. With this legacy, he would regain his freedom. All right, once I leave, I'll be joining the Palace of the Sword of the 12 Palaces, Ning said. If you wish to meet me, go to the Sword Palace and seek me out. I will. World God Pilsaint nodded vigorously. And now, the only thing that remains is my battle against Birchelu. Ning had a distant look in his eyes. The last thing he wanted to do before leaving this place was to have a battle against Birchelu. Birchelu, the undisputed #1 expert of the hundreds of thousands of astral islands. Ever since he had made it to the 6th stratum, he had never fallen down from it. Ning had battled against all the other talented geniuses. He had never, however, battled Birchelu. I really look forward to it. Ning could feel his blood boiling with eagerness just thinking about this battle. Ning was looking forward to battling Birchelu. After fighting with him, he could leave the astral islands with no regrets. However, he had to wait for Birchelu to finish challenging the old-timers first. The number of astral islands in the 5th stratum continued to decrease. 8, 7, 6, 5. Only 5 were left. These were the 5 newcomers. I lost. The handsome, devilish-looking silver-haired youth stared at the white-robed, white-haired youth in the distance. Both had extraordinary auras. The former had a more devilish aura, while the latter had an aura of warmth and calm. Gorho, it seems as though you have already found your own path to becoming a Samsara Tao Lord. Birchelu smiled as he spoke. Yes. It was very rare for Gorho to feel admiration towards someone else. Although Darknorth and Kilostar had defeated him, he didn't really care too much. This was because he could tell that Kilostar had mainly succeeded due to having 1,000 clones, while Darknorth had a body just as tough as Kilostar's and most likely had a similar technique he relied on. In terms of actual insights into the Tao, neither Darknorth nor Kilostar were up to his level. However, Birchelu gave Gorho a sense of tremendous pressure. This was the first time he had encountered someone who completely outclassed him in terms of enlightenment and insights. What path do you plan to walk? Birchelu asked with curiosity. If I have the chance, I will walk the path of space-time, Gorho said. Space-time? Isn't your strongest Tao the Tao of fire? Birchelu was puzzled. From the battle they had just engaged in, he was able to tell that Gorho had reached incredible heights in the Tao of fire. In fact, he had reached the level of being able to use it to become a Samsara Tao Lord whenever he wished. I like it, I guess. This was Gorho's response. But in his heart he mused to himself, my true talent actually lies in space-time. My strongest Tao isn't necessarily my best Tao. He was the most powerful descendant of an almighty Ionian, King Gorsh. He naturally was extremely skilled in the Tao of fire, but he was even more skilled in space-time. However, he was personally trained in the mysteries of fire by King Gorsh, whereas he had to study the art of spacetime by himself. This was why his Tao of fire was slightly superior to his Tao of spacetime. However, by comparison he had to put twice as much effort into his Tao of fire, only to get half the results. Prior to him being abducted, his father King Gorsh had told Gorho that he was planning to help Gorho find a master who was skilled in the Tao of spacetime to teach him. But how could any major power possibly be a match for the almighty hegemon of the Bright Shore Kingdom? After years of painstaking work, Gorho had finally managed to acquire a complete spacetime legacy roughly 2 years ago. According to the notes on that legacy, if I reach a high enough level of skill, I will be able to receive personal guidance from the hegemon himself. Once I become a Tao Lord and awaken my bloodline, I'll become even more powerful. By then, not even Birchelu would necessarily be a match for me. Gorho's heart was filled with tremendous pride and self-confidence. Prior to their awakening, Ionians were quite similar to cultivators. After being awakened, however, they would explode with power and would view other Samsara Tao Lords as prey for them to feed out. They truly were terrifyingly powerful. Yet another astral island descended from the fifth stratum. Now only 4 remained. Oh! My techniques were completely ineffective against you. The special life form known as Taoist fish let out a sigh. His face was covered with fish scales and his eyes gleamed with golden light. You have too many techniques. You need to focus a bit more. Birchaloo was gleaming with light, as dazzling as any sun. Slowly, he began to retract his aura of radiance. I know that, but I can't help it. I like them all. Taoist fish let out a sigh. Ugh, I can play around with any of those individuals on the 3rd and 4th strata as I please, but each time I fight someone else on the 5th level I'm beaten. Taoist fish was one of the last to join the 5th stratum, and he was the only one who was in the 4th stratum at the time of this challenge. How can this be? This was a bald woman who was dazzlingly beautiful but who had a demeanor as cold as ice. Right now, a look of absolute shock was on her face. How could you have? Fairy Brightheart, your defensive techniques are indeed quite formidable, and I am filled with admiration towards you. But that heart of yours, it really is a major weakness. Any world-level heart force cultivator would be able to easily defeat you, to say nothing of me. Birchaloo let out a soft sigh. Fairy Brightheart's face turned slightly pale. Deep within her innermost heart there lay a nightmare that she had never been able to forget. However, it was also thanks to this nightmare that she had been able to persevere and reach her current heights in cultivation. I understand. Fairy Brightheart nodded slowly. The 4 islands became 3 islands. Fighting with you was a wonderful experience. You forced me to go all out. Birchaloo looked at the jade-haired woman before him. This was the Empress. Empress was dressed in semi-translucent gauze and looked quite bewitching. She let out a soft laugh. Birchaloo, everyone knows that although you are skilled in the Tao of Light, you are even more skilled in heart force. Just now, you didn't use your heart force at all. You were able to defeat me merely through employing your Tao of Light. In close combat abilities, at least, I was forced to use my full power, Birchaloo said. You are extremely talented. However, you are a bit lacking in terms of your insights into the Tao. If you were to reach a higher level in this regard, perhaps to Gorho's level, then I would be forced to use my heart force techniques in order to defeat you. The 3 islands became 2 islands. How incredibly powerful! Waterwalker stared at Birchaloo. His eyes filled with shock and awe. I fell asleep before we even started our fight? You should have been born just a short while ago, right? Birchaloo looked at Waterwalker. Yes, the almighty Hegemon captured me just moments after I woke up. Waterwalker nodded. Your innate abilities are amongst the most supreme abilities any race of special lifeforms possess. Most likely, even the Empress is a bit inferior to you in this regard. Your innate abilities are so strong that I imagine you are close to being on par with even the legendary ancient cultivators or the Brightshore Imperials. Birchaloo continued. By relying on your innate abilities, you can ensure that the other geniuses here are completely unable to injure you. That alone ensures that you can defeat cultivators on the 4th and 5th strata. However, the problem with you is that you simply haven't been alive for long enough. Spend some extra time here in the Astral Islands. I recommend you spend a chaos cycle here, then spend another chaos cycle wandering the Brightshore Kingdom, Birchaloo said. Only then should you join the 12 palaces. Although I don't really understand why I have to stay here that long, I can sense that you have nothing but the best of intentions in mind for me. Waterwalker looked at Birchaloo. From this day forth, you are one of my friends. Haha, good. Birchaloo nodded. When he looked at Waterwalker, he felt as though he was looking at himself all those years ago. The only difference was that Waterwalker had been abducted shortly after being born, whereas Birchaloo himself had wandered the primordial chaos for countless years and had experienced many, many things. He had experienced both grief and joy, gatherings and partings. All of these things had come together to allow him to walk the path of heart force. The 2 islands became one. Only a single astral island was now left within the 5th stratum. Ji Ning's astral island. Am I the last one? The white-robed Ning was seated in the lotus position, atop a grassy area within his astral island, violet jewel resting across his knees. He had been waiting here for quite some time now, but Birchelu had unexpectedly chosen to save him for last. Here it comes. Ning's gaze turned towards the golden book next to him. A challenge had finally appeared within his golden book, a challenge that came from the sixth stratum. This was a challenge Ning had never received before. I've spent 1,000 years in the astral islands waiting for this battle. Ning sent out a strand of his will, shattering the message of challenge. Challenge accepted. Oh. Wow. That guy in the sixth stratum is truly invincible. He's way too powerful. All the islands of the astral islands had been in a state of breathless excitement for the past 15 days. They had watched as one island after another descended from the fifth stratum. Every single person within the fifth stratum was a freak of a genius, no matter what path they walked or what Dao they were skilled yet. And yet, Birchelu had crushed and defeated all of them. Only a single island remained within the fifth stratum. Once this island was also defeated, there would be no islands in the fifth stratum at all. At this moment in time, all of the hundreds of thousands of cultivators present here were completely focused on what was going to happen. They were awaiting the final resolution to this momentous event. At the very bottom of the dark abyss below the astral islands. At this moment there were more than 10 figures gathered here, including that of the muscular man with tousled black hair who was dressed in simple combat garbs. Their auras were as profound as that of the endless sea of stars. Birchelu truly is formidable in heart force. This should be his final battle in the astral islands. After he finishes sweeping through all his opponents, he will probably leave. He still has yet to tell us if he will be joining the Palace of Radiance or the Palace of Heart Force. These ancient powers were all chatting amongst themselves. All of them had been keeping an eye on Birchelu for quite some time now. In fact, even the almighty Hegemon had been paying attention to him. The path of cultivation had 3 main branches: Fiendgod body refining, Ki refining, and heart force cultivating. Ji Ning was a dual refiner who trained both as a Fiendgod and as a Ki refiner. However, it was actually possible to be a triple refiner who trained in heart force as well. Birchelu was one such cultivator, and people like him were the most terrifying opponents one could face. If Birchelu could use his heart force to even slightly affect his opponent, he would then be able to easily dominate that person through his terrifying close combat skills. In fact, there were many who Birchelu could defeat without even having to lift a finger. Oh, just one battle is left? A voice rang out. A white-bearded elder dressed in snowy robes who had 6 curved horns on his head suddenly appeared out of nowhere. The 10+ ancient powers gathered here were all shocked. They hastily bowed with respect. Hegemon, the almighty Hegemon, the most exalted figure in all the Brightshore Kingdom. Because of him, the Brightshore Kingdom sprang into existence. Because of him, there existed the Brightshore Imperials and the 12 palaces of Brightshore. Because of him, the kingdom was qualified to stand alongside the Dao Alliance and the Ionian Kingdom as one of the most supreme powers of the Endless Territories. In front of him, even the most unruly of ancient powers would have to bow their heads. How is the latest batch of newcomer kids doing? The 6-horned, white-bearded old man slowly sauntered towards them. Space-time began to congeal and condense in the area around him. Although he wasn't intentionally flaring his aura, the tiny bit of it that was naturally leaking out of him was more than enough to make all the members of the Imperial clan or the 12 Palace to feel as though they could barely breathe. The newbies? That kid named Waterwalker has superb innate gifts. The others are a bit lacking by comparison. An incredibly muscular golden-armored man spoke out. This man was a bit excessively muscular. Even though he had already shrank down from his true size, his arms were still thicker than his head. There was clearly a bit of a mismatch in proportions. Birchelu himself said that Waterwalker's innate gifts are comparable to the gifts of us Imperials or those ancient cultivators. His innate gifts are indeed quite good. Unfortunately, he doesn't really understand anything. The white-bearded elder nodded slowly. As for those geniuses which Birchelu just battled against, he was able to defeat them all with ease. None of them can even compare to him. The muscular golden-armored man laughed. Hegemen, Berchelu truly is quite talented in the Tao of Light. Let him enter our Palace of Radiance. I can promise that I'll take him on as my personal disciple and provide him personal guidance. This muscular man was an incredibly famous figure in the endless territories known as Tao Lord Thousand Waves. He was one of the 2 palace lords of the Radiant Palace, a figure who was capable of causing tremendous waves within the endless territories. There are so few heart force cultivators. Thousand Waves, why must you fight with me over one? A figure covered in black robes spoke out in an ancient voice. Your palace of heart force barely has any Tao lords in it. Tao Lord Thousand Waves spoke in an utterly indomitable fashion. Although we are few in number, each of us has the power of 10 or 100 men. The illusory, formless figure underneath the black robes said, "Oh, the power of 10? Then why don't you have someone in your Heart Force Palace come spar with me a bit?" Light began to gather within the eyes of Tao Lord Thousand Waves. The black-robed figure was instantly rendered speechless. Tao Lord Thousand Waves was one of the top 10 experts of all the 12 palaces. If the Palace Lord of the Heart Force Palace was around, he might give Thousand Waves a run for his money. But he was out wandering the endless primordial chaos and hadn't returned in more than 10 chaos cycles. At present, there really was no one in the Heart Force Palace who was a match for Tao Lord Thousand Waves. When the time comes for Berchelu to make his choice, the 2 of you can do your best to recruit him. The white-bearded elder smiled. I won't get involved. Enough. These 2 kids are about to start their duel. Rumble. A series of moving images appeared in the air next to them. This was what was occurring within the dueling island. Ji Ning and Berchelu had just met each other. Dark North isn't bad either. Unfortunately, his opponent is Berchelu. I wonder how long he will be able to hold on for? That entirely depends on how long Berchelu wishes to play around for. This was what all the major powers were saying. They truly had very high opinions of Berchelu. It must be understood that the Astral Islands had helped train many groups of geniuses over the course of countless years, but it had been an extremely long period of time since someone had excited them as much as Berchelu. This was because Berchelu simply had an incredible level of insight into the Tao. It could be said that as soon as he broke through to become a Tao Lord of the first step, he would instantly become capable of matching Tao Lords of the third step. If he spent a little bit of time training and became a Tao Lord of the second step, he would be capable of battling Verge-level Tao Lords. Although others such as Gorho were also capable of becoming Tao Lords whenever they wished, no one in the 12 palaces really cared about him, even though they knew that he was an Aeonian. So what if he was an Aeonian? Even Eternal Emperor Malobo of the Aeonians had been severely beaten and chased around by Tao Lord Allgod. Gorho's level of enlightenment was far inferior to Berchelu's. Berchelu really is at the point where he should be breaking through to the Tao Lord level soon. A look of anticipation was in the white-bearded elder's eyes. All the major powers were staring at the Midair images, watching as the battle was about to begin. The Oceanic Island. A white-robed youth who carried a sword on his back was staring off into the distance. He saw a white-robed, white-haired youth off in the distance, a youth whose eyes seemed to contain all the stars of the cosmos. When Ning saw those eyes, he couldn't help but be affected by their power. Incredible! Ning was secretly speechless. Dark North, my name is Berchelu. The white-haired youth spoke out. Berchelu, I've heard of you and I've been waiting for this battle for quite some time, Ning said. For some reason, although they had yet to fight, Ning already felt a sense of tremendous pressure. The stronger he is, the better. I want to see how powerful a world-level cultivator can become. You should be the strongest individual in the group of newcomers. Berchelu smiled. I hope you won't disappoint me. Then take out your weapon, Ning said. Take out my weapon? Berchelu smiled. Let's see if you are strong enough first. Although this was Ning's first time meeting Berchelu, he had heard long ago that Berchelu generally used his bare palms when fighting in close combat. The only time he had ever used his weapons was in his battles against Kilostar. This was Kilostar's evaluation. Only once you fight him yourself will you truly understand how powerful he is. He is powerful enough to drive a man into despair. Only by using my 1,000 bodies formation am I able to make it so that he can do nothing to me. Whoosh! Ning stood there atop a mountain boulder. His body momentarily blurred as he manifested 3 heads and 6 arms, a sword in each of his 6 hands. Ha ha ha! Birchelu laughed, then began to stride through the air towards Ning. As he did so, he delivered a punch from far away. Boom! His punch seemed to strike out with the power of a meteor as its power crushed through heaven and earth, slamming down towards Ning from the air. Ning's face tightened slightly, the desire to do battle growing even stronger in his heart. His opponent was fighting empty-handed, while he himself was using 6 eternal swords. He had a huge advantage in this fight. I have to force him to take out his weapons. Whoosh! Ning's sword moved, transforming into a streak of absolutely dominating blood-colored light as it struck out against that fist. Although it seemed to merely graze Birchelu's fist, it instantly was able to have an impact on his fist technique. Oh, interesting. Birchelu laughed as he continued to stride forwards. He manifested 6 arms as well, then began to rain down blows with his fists like countless meteors shooting through the skies. His palms were like massive screens that blotted out the skies, and his fingers seemed to tear through everything in the world. Even though he still merely used his bare hands, his 6 hands were still strong enough to put pressure upon Ning with each strike. As for Ning, his pride prevented him from using his Elementum Waterflame gourd. Although Birchelu was strong, he was fighting empty-handed. Ning was already using 6 eternal weapons against Birchelu's bare hands. How could Ning possibly take out the gourd as well? If he lost in a situation like this, he would be thoroughly convinced of the latter's superiority. Rumble. Birchelu circled around Ning at high speeds as he attacked, his aura flaring out and filling the heavens with each strike. Each time I watch Birchelu fight, I enjoy myself immensely, right? I truly would never have imagined that a world-level cultivator could reach such a high level of insight. The ancient powers in the dark abyss all sighed as they watched this battle go on. The white-bearded elder nodded slowly. When Dawnstar was at the world level, his saber arts were comparable to Birchelu's fist techniques. However, Dawnstar was merely a dual refiner who did not train in heart force. Dawnstar? Palace Lord Dawnstar? He was this powerful as well? No wonder Palace Lord Dawnstar is so powerful now. All the ancient powers nodded. Without question, the most powerful Tao Lord of the 12 palaces was Palace Lord Dawnstar. He was the Palace Lord of the Palace of the Saber. Although he was merely a Verge-level Tao Lord, on one occasion when he was enraged he had slain an ancient eternal emperor with just 3 strokes of his saber. His reputation was instantly spread throughout the endless territories. He was so dominatingly powerful that he was even stronger than Tao Lord Allgod had been. For the hegemon to compare Birchelu to Palace Lord Dawnstar was a sign of how great his expectations were for Birchelu. Rumble. Although Birchelu repeatedly circled around Ning and furiously assaulted him, he was unable to injure Ning in the slightest. If that's all you have, you won't even be able to scratch me, Ning said coldly. You are indeed worthy of making me use a weapon. A sword suddenly appeared in each of Birchelu's hands, and each sword was an eternal weapon. The area around him became filled with endless flickers of light, and Birchelu himself was like the divine lord of the lights as he once more charged at Ning with those 6 swords at the ready. His swords struck out in a fierce, dominating fashion. Ning was forced to defend with all his might. Clang, clang, clang. What powerful sword arts! Still, the stronger he is the better. Ning only grew even more excited. The thunderlight wings suddenly appeared on his back, bolstering his footwork techniques. Each flutter of the wings and each step Ning took was like a stance from a sword art. His movements and his attacks had all joined together into a perfect whole. Ning struck out with his 6 violet jewels simultaneously, transforming them into 6 streaks of bloody light that slashed out through the skies. Each time, he was able to defend against Birchelu's swords. He was actually able to defend against me? Berchalu was rather startled. He called out, "What is your sword art named?" "During my 1,000 years here at the Astral Islands, I merged the unicorn's heart stance with my astral stance and created a defensive technique," Ning replied. "I named it the Unicorn's Domain." Unicorn's Domain? Berchalu was slightly surprised. The Unicorn's Domain represented Ning's most profound insights into the Tao of the sword. The unicorn's heart represented a certain level of insight into the sword that was focused on defense. Much like how the heartsword stance represented the heart having full control of the sword and the world around it, or the great firmament stance represented the power of an entire world, this stance represented a type of domain that was even more profound than the unicorn's heart. Ning had used the essence of the unicorn's heart and fused it with the even more powerful astral stance to create this domain, his unicorn's domain. He was able to defend against any attacks that entered this domain. Each time, his defenses were able to deflect and then counterattack the enemy. The astral stance was merely a tool, in that using it with Violet Jewel resulted in tremendous gains in power. For him to incorporate it into his unicorn's domain and use it to defend or deflect just made the power of the domain even greater and more effective. By relying on this technique, Ning had been able to finally defeat the fisherman in the third Mirror's Now painting. However, Ning's sword arts had since reached a true bottleneck, which was why he had decided to leave the Astral Islands. "This is the most powerful sword art I have at present," Ning said. "Berchalu, I've already activated my unicorn's domain. If you can defeat this domain of mine, I will admit defeat." "Haha, good. Aside from Kilo Star, you are the only person in all the Astral Islands capable of forcing me to use my true weapons." Suddenly, the 6 swords vanished from Berchalu's hands. Moments later, 2 heavy warhammers appeared. One warhammer was black while the other was white, and both were eternal weapons. "Judging from the fist techniques you used earlier, I actually guessed that you specialize in something aside from sword arts. It seems as though my guess was correct. You actually specialize in hammer arts, using your hands as your hammers, right? Come, let us see if you can break my unicorn's domain." Ning had absolute confidence in his unicorn's domain. This was a technique which was perfect for a weaker cultivator to defend against a stronger foe with. It was a defensive sword art that avoiding facing a stronger foe's attacks head-on. The ancient powers watched the images of the battle from their position in the dark abyss. He's infused an attacking sword art into a defensive domain, but managed to keep the essence of his domain intact. A partially bald man let out a laugh. Although Dark North isn't a match for Berchalu, he's still quite a rare talent. Once he enters our Palace of the Sword, we'll give him some good training. Perhaps a miracle will happen, and he will be able to be Berchalu's equal in the future. Has this kid even chosen your sword palace yet? Even if he has, should really be so shameless in praising him. His sword arts aren't bad and have reached incredible heights in terms of defensiveness. But for him to be Berchalu's match in the future? Haha. How many Berchalus do you think our Bright Shore Kingdom will give rise to? Tao Lord Woodflower, you are going a bit too far in your praise. Well, Woodflower belongs to the Sword Palace. It isn't surprising for him to praise someone else who will be in his palace. I do have to admit that Dark North's defensive abilities are quite excellent. The ancient powers all gave their own opinions as they watched Ning and Berchalu continue to furiously battle against each other. Rumble. It was as though the world itself was breaking apart. Space had been shattered and distorted, and each of those 2 warhammers carried enough power to cause this entire world to tremble. Ning had to use 3 or 4 swords to block each attack. For him to use just a single sword was no longer enough. Although he is skilled in using heavy warhammers, I imagine he only has 2 of these eternal warhammers. Ning was able to hang on with some difficulty. Actually, it was with quite a bit of difficulty. Berchalu was most skilled in hammer arts, and he sent his attacks forward in an open, straightforward, and awe-inspiring display of power. Ning was being completely crushed in this fight, and he was only able to just barely survive because his newly developed unicorn domain allowed him to perfectly execute every strike and avoid facing the power of each hammer head-on. His hammer art is so profound that I can't even understand it. Although the golden-robed emperor in the Mirrors Now painting also had an open and straightforward fighting style, there is obviously an enormous difference between the two of them. Ning couldn't help but sigh. If the golden-robed emperor was described as a child who had just learned to walk, then Berchalu was a valiant warrior who bounded to and fro with the fierceness of a tiger. Fortunately, Ning had infused his astral stance into this unicorn's domain. Otherwise, if he was merely relying on the unicorn's heart stance, he would have been completely unable to withstand this assault. You are actually still able to hold on? Berchalu was slightly startled as well. He then called out, "Watch out, Dark North." Eh? Ning's face tightened slightly. Rumble. The world around him suddenly changed. Previously, he had been on an oceanic island that was surrounded by an endless sea. Although the island had begun to crumble from the effects of their fight, the endless waters of the sea hadn't changed. However, Ning now realized to his astonishment that the world around him had completely changed. It had become a world of rolling plains and towering mountains, and at the very peak of one mountain there was a sacred shrine that glowed with breathtaking light, allowing the Great Plains to bask in its radiance. As for Ning and Berchalu, they were battling within the plains. Ning's son, Yuchi Snow and Ji Chuan both appeared. They were staring at Ning, eyes filled with joy. Junior apprentice brother, Yue appeared as well. A surge of invisible power had been applied to Ning's true soul, pulling his deepest desires and most sacred memories out from the bottom of his heart. Ning's heart was forever occupied with his longing for his father, his mother, and for Yue. They had been the most important people in his life, and he deeply desired to one day rescue Yue and allow their family of three to reunite. Break! Ning continued to battle furiously against Berchalu, not allowing any of this to affect him in the slightest. He let out a furious roar, causing Yuchi Snow, Ji Chuan, and Yue to all vanish. He actually wasn't affected by it. Berchalu was a bit surprised. What a powerful heart force illusion. Ning's face turned slightly pale as he realized that he was still surrounded by rolling plains and towering mountains. Ever since the end war of the Three Realms, Ning's Dao heart had continuously risen and grown more powerful. As he mastered the heart sword stance, his own heart force had reached the threshold of the 5th stage of heart force. The problem was that he was still just a hair away from making that breakthrough. Although his heart force was quite strong, it was nothing compared to Berchalu's heart force illusions. However, Ning's strongest aspect was his true soul. His true soul was bathed in the power of the Azure Flower Mist energy, causing it to be comparable to that of a Dao Lord of the first step. Anyone who wished to successfully bewilder Ning would have to overwhelm his true soul with a heart force technique or some other secret art. Take Eternal Emperors, for example. Eternal Emperors might go insane or berserk in some instances, but to shake their true souls would be almost impossibly hard. Ning's true soul was incredibly powerful, and he had decently strong heart force as well. This was why he had been able to withstand the illusions just now. Come forth. As Berchalu continued to battle against Ning, he suddenly let out a loud shout. Boom! The plains around them suddenly split apart. Many long chains began to fly out from within the crevices and spin towards Ning. More illusions? Break! Ning willed his powerful true soul and mighty will to cause all these things to dissipate. Haha! Illusions? You underestimate us heart force cultivators. What is illusory is real, what is real is illusory. Berchalu shook his head. What you are seeing is all real. Ning had no time to do anything else. Swoosh! A crimson-black gourd suddenly appeared next to him, then released 2 streaks of lightning that shot out like dragons. One streak of lightning caused dark storm clouds to gather as it shot out, with the other causing crimson clouds of flame to appear around it. The 2 swept out against the surroundings, incinerating and shattering the chains that had sought to bind Ning. Alas, the chains reformed after being broken apart and continued to attack Ning in an endless stream. The 2 streaks of Dao lightning destroyed everything in the surrounding area, and Ning was like the god of lightning himself. Even Berchalu, who had been fighting Ning in close combat, was impacted by the lightning. Omnipresence. Berchalu said this word calmly. Whoosh! Instantly, golden light began to emanate from every single part of the plains. Endless streams of golden light surrounded Ning, constricting him and slowing him down. The two streaks of Tao lightly furiously hammered down upon the light, but it was omnipresent and inescapable. Attack! Ning took direct control over the two streaks of Tao lightning, sending them sweeping out against everything around him in a net. Boom! 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 The warhammers continued their dance, causing the earth to shake and the mountains to tremble. Ning's swords continuously formed unicorns' domains, allowing him to defend with some difficulty. Thankfully, Ning had the Azure Flower mist energy supporting him, giving him the strength to withstand his foe. Let's stop here. Birchaloo suddenly retreated. The rolling plains and towering mountains around them all vanished, as did the shrine atop the mountain. The surrounding area returned to its normal, real appearance. The island had long ago been completely reduced to rubble. The two were standing in the middle of the air, surrounded by the endless waves of the ocean. Stop! Ning was slightly surprised. Even though he had taken out his Elementum Waterflame gourd, he still found it extremely hard to hold on. He could sense that defeat might come at any moment, but he had continued to do his best to delay the inevitable for as long as he could. I admit defeat, Birchaloo suddenly said in a loud voice. You admit what? Ning was stunned. His foe's hammer arts were incredibly profound. In addition, Ning could sense that Birchaloo hadn't really been going all out in the fight. He had simply been fighting in a fairly casual, relaxed manner. Despite that, Ning had been able to sense that he was going to lose soon, if for no other reason than the fact that he was perpetually on the defense and unable to launch any attacks of his own. I promised Kilostar that I would transfer this Heart Force legacy over to him. Birchaloo suddenly produced a single white feather. This duel was my final duel. After this, I will be leaving the Astral Islands. Before leaving, I wanted to hand this Heart Force legacy over to you. After you learn it, challenge Kilostar and transfer it to him. As he spoke, he sent the white plume flying towards Ning. Oh! Ning accepted the plume blankly. This white plume was the Heart Force legacy that was ranked number 1 amongst the 99 legacies. It had been in Birchaloo's hands all this time. But you obviously were stronger than me. Ning stared at Birchaloo. There's no need for me to be so stubborn about a mere duel in the Astral Islands. Birchaloo laughed calmly. But you are a special life form. You haven't even revealed your true form. Ning couldn't help but argue back. He had battled against quite a few special life forms in recent years. He knew that these special life forms had all used shape-shifting techniques to take a humanoid form. Cultivators were generally humanoids, and they were the most numerous living creatures in all the Endless Territories. However, special life forms who were in human form were often only able to unleash perhaps 10 to 20% of their true power. Once they revealed their true forms, they would become far more powerful. If they also possessed powerful innate abilities, they would become even more freakishly strong once they assumed their true forms. My true form, Birchaloo laughed as he glanced at Ning. I've never shown my true form in the Astral Islands. Exit, Birchaloo called out. Instantly, space-time twisted around him and caused him to vanish. Ning just stood there blankly, that white plume in his hands. He had one, right? Then why did he feel so pissed off? He hadn't even had the chance to see Birchaloo's true form. The bottom of the dark abyss. The ancient powers were still watching. I once saw Birchaloo's true form. The first time I saw him, I misidentified him as an ancient cultivator. Dowlord Thousand Waves let out a loud laugh. This kid has never used his true body in any of his duels in the Astral Islands. Each time, he's only used his human form. Given the level of his insights, if he uses his true form, he would probably be able to slay Dowlords of the first step right now. He should be at the absolute maximum level of power, theoretical or otherwise, for any world-level cultivator. Ancient cultivators as well as the Brightshore Imperials represented the ultimate heights of racial power. They were very rare in number, but they possessed utterly unearthly levels of power. Waterwalker was a special life form who was comparable to ancient cultivators in power, while Berchelou possessed similarly strong innate gifts. If he truly did reveal his true body, he would instantly become more than 10 times as powerful. Alright, Berchelou has already decided to leave the Astral Islands. The white-bearded elder laughed merrily. It will be up to the two of you to convince him to join either the Palace of Radiance or the Palace of Heartforce. Laughing, the white-bearded old man turned and walked away, disappearing into the darkness. Time to go. Hurry! Dowlord Thousand Waves, the Heartforce Palace really does need more Dowlords. We don't have enough. The many Dowlords quickly flew out of the dark abyss and towards the Astral Islands in the sky. How is this possible? Kilostar stared in astonishment from within his own Astral Island. The highest Astral Island, the island within the sixth stratum, was actually descending? No way. How can this be? How could Berchelou have lost? Dark North beat Berchelou? Is this some kind of joke? All the other defeated geniuses, be they cultivators, Ionians, or aberrants, were all in a state of disbelief. They all knew how powerful Berchelou was, which was why they completely refused to believe that he could have been defeated. Hundreds of thousands of cultivators watched as Berchelou's island descended from the exalted sixth stratum. All of them were equally stunned. There were currently 2 islands that floated within the fifth stratum. Ji Ning was seated within his own island, and he was mumbling to himself. He lost on purpose? Did he think I'd be really happy once I won? I didn't even get to see his true form. Ning didn't feel any excitement at this victory, because he knew his opponent had thrown the fight. Still, I didn't expect to get a copy of the Heartforce Legacy before leaving. Ning waved his hand, causing that white plume to appear. The white plume was incredibly beautiful. This single feather was actually formed from 3,600 strands of silk. Ning sent his senses into it, discovering the legacy hiding within it. Although I didn't expect to acquire it, being able to learn it is a decent stroke of luck. Ning immediately swore the oath required of him, allowing an enormous flood of complicated information to flood into his mind. Although Ning had some talent for the water, lightning, and heart force, he hadn't really been planning on spending too much effort on them. There was a limit to how much energy he had, and he had chosen to pour it all into his Tao of the Sword. His advantage in this field was far greater than in the other fields, and he naturally wanted to focus more on it. As for those other Daos, once he had some more leisure time or once he reached an unbreachable bottleneck in the Tao of the Sword, he would slowly spend some time getting his other Daos up to speed. Dowlord Allgod was a good example. Only after becoming a Verge-level Dowlord had he chosen to start studying the Tao of the Sword. By then, his overall level of understanding regarding the Tao was so great that he was able to train quite quickly in his secondary or tertiary Daos. Once Ji Ning became a Verge-level Dowlord, he would probably be able to reach the early Dowlord level in water in just one day. After that, his training would also proceed quite quickly. It was entirely possible that he'd be able to progress to the Verge in water as well. But of course, if his innate affinity for a Tao was low, training in it would be extremely slow. Dowlord Allgod had spent a tremendous amount of effort in order to upgrade his skill in the Tao of the Sword to the early Dowlord level, which was why he himself had declared that he simply had no talent for the Tao of the Sword at all. I would probably have to spend 100 times as much effort in training in the Tao of Water in order to make it comparable to my Tao of the Sword, and it wouldn't even help me that much. If I put all that work into the sword instead, I'll improve far more. Ning understood this quite well. A long period of time passed. Finally, Ning finished memorizing the Heartforce Legacy. It truly was the top legacy of the 9090 legacies of the Astral Islands, and it contained a correspondingly enormous amount of information. So this is what being a true Heartforce cultivator is all about. Ning was stupefied. He finally understood. Heartforce could be divided into 6 stages. The first 5 stages were essentially the stages which Hui had described. The first stage was the elementary level. It was extremely hard to reach the first level. If you couldn't succeed in it, you would have no hope of progressing as a Heartforce cultivator. The second stage, Ice Heart. The third stage, Ruler. The fourth stage, Mortal Dust. Ning had reached the mortal dust level long ago during the Crimsonbright Realm War. Even though the End War and its various battles had an enormous impact on Ning, and he had reached the threshold of the 5th stage after seeing so many of the major powers of the 3 realms die. Alas, he still stubbornly clung on to certain things and was unable to truly let go. The 5th stage, truth. This was a very high level of heart force for most cultivators. To reach this level was extremely difficult. Strength didn't have much to do with it. Although many powerful cultivators had gained their power through enormous mental tempering and stress, resulting in them possessing powerful hearts, there were many aberrants such as Waterwalker who were born with incredible power but who had very weak hearts. Waterwalker hadn't even reached the elementary stage of heart force. The 6th stage, world. This was the highest level of heart force. After your heart force reaches the stage of truth, you will be able to see through the truth of all things. Your heart force will transform, allowing all your thoughts and desires to coalesce into a sea of consciousness. You will then be able to establish your own heart world. Ning murmured softly to himself. Finally, he understood. Prior to reaching the 6th stage, heart force could only be used in fairly crude ways. In the Endless Territories, Old Man Yuan would be considered a heart force cultivator by elder gods and ancestral immortals, but technically speaking he wasn't a true heart force cultivator. He was just someone who understood certain heart force secret arts, but those arts were enough for quite a few elder gods and ancestral immortals to refer to him as a heart force cultivator. Actually, world-level heart force cultivators were incredibly rare. There was simply no way for someone like Old Man Yuan to rely on heart force to reach the world level. Once your heart force reached the 6th stage, all of your heart force would pool together within that sea of consciousness. If your heart force was strong enough, it could affect reality itself, forming a singularity where what was real and what was false would collide. A single grain of sand could become an entire real world. Key refiners cultivate immortal ki, and the Tao tree in their bodies will continuously grow taller. Fiendgod body refiners cultivate divine power, and their divine bodies will continuously grow stronger. Heart force cultivators cultivate their worlds. They need to establish their heart worlds, with their insights into the Tao perfecting those worlds and making them more and more real. Ning murmured softly, "Heart force cultivators truly are unique." These were 3 completely different paths of cultivation. By comparison, heart force cultivators didn't need to gain incredibly profound insights into the Tao. What they needed to do was to slowly build up their heart worlds, allowing their heart worlds to become increasingly like real worlds. Only when their heart worlds became sufficiently stable could they be expanded. But it was possible for heart worlds to become greater than entire territories in size. In fact, they could become greater than 100 territories. The larger a heart world was, the more powerful a heart force cultivator was. This was because all the world energy within this heart world would be available to the heart force cultivator to command. If the heart world was the size of a territory, then its heart world projection alone would be able to crush verge-level Tao Lords to death, to say nothing of someone like Ning. When I fought against Birchalu, he caused the area around us to transform into a world of grassy plains and tall mountains. I thought that was all just an illusion, but it was actually his heart world projection. Ning finally understood. The manifestation of a heart world projection was a symbol of all the power of an entire world being brought to bear. Even Ning felt constricted and restrained by its power. If it had been an ordinary masterclass world god, that person probably would have been crushed straight to death. Even Ning was forced to use his elementum waterflame gourd in order to hold on. The difference in power was simply too great. Both fiend gods and key refiners had to pursue increasingly greater heights in the Tao, but heart force cultivators focused on greater stability in their heart worlds. Only with great stability would they be able to expand the size of their heart world. As a result, Taos that were excessively oriented in a certain direction were actually unsuitable for inclusion in a heart world. What heart worlds truly needed were highly stable and balanced Taos. To make the false real, to make the real false. The goal of heart force cultivators is to make their heart worlds into true worlds, to make that which is illusory into something which is real. Once they reach that level, with but a thought, a heart force cultivator can produce 100 eternal weapons within his heart world, and those eternal weapons will all be real. he will be able to pull them out and use them in battle. With but a thought, he would be able to produce powerful pills, golems. Ning was frightened just thinking about it. Still, according to the Heartforce legacy, this only happened at the absolute apex of power. In addition, it didn't contain any instructions on how to actually reach this level. I haven't even reached the 5th stage of Heartforce yet. Ning shook his head, putting away the white plume. He had to reach the 6th stage of Heartforce before he would even have his own heart world. Only then would he be able to use the guidance of this legacy, which would teach him how to quickly and stably expand his own heart world. No wonder there are so few Heartforce cultivators. To reach the 6th stage of Heartforce is impossibly difficult. Ning shook his head. Even Hui himself had most likely failed to reach the 6th stage of Heartforce. The only person Ning knew of who had reached the 6th stage of Heartforce was Birchelu. One day later, Ning challenged Kilostar. Take it. Ning handed the white plume to Kilostar. Birchelu asked me to transfer this to you. I knew it. I knew he had to have thrown the fight. Kilostar looked at Ning. Oh right. What weapons did he use? Hammers, Ning said. You actually forced him to use his hammers? Oh, did you see his true form? Kilostar was quite curious. Although he was on decent terms with Birchelu, he had never been able to get Birchelu to show his true form. No, Ning shook his head. Now that I've given you this legacy, my business here is done. Kilostar, if you ever want to meet me, you can go to the Palace of the Sword. You are leaving? So soon? Kilostar was quite surprised. Yes. Ning nodded. All right, I'll be leaving soon as well. You will be in the Sword Palace while I will be in the Saber Palace. Kilostar nodded. Let's see which of us will be the first to become a Samsara Dowlord. All right, let's see who makes it first. After Ning bid Kilostar farewell, he shattered the talisman which a Dowlord of the Sword Palace had given him. The only members of the 12 palaces who had come to visit Ning had been from the Sword Palace or the Thunder Palace. Ning stood within his astral island by himself, staring at the emptiness around his island. The island which had represented Birchelu had already descended into the dark abyss, because Birchelu had already left. Whoosh! A streak of light suddenly flew towards him from afar. Ning immediately turned to look. The person who had flown over was an azure-armored alien Dowlord. This man was fairly ugly, and his skin was a coarse, dark red color. Although he looked rather frightening, Ning knew that this man, Dowlord Gravast, was actually a very good man who was easy to get along with. Brother Dark North. The azure-armored, muscular-looking Dowlord Gravast landed on the island, then laughed. You are planning to leave so soon? Yes. Ning nodded. My sword arts have reached a bottleneck. It'll probably be quite some time before I can improve any further. In addition, I understand more than half of the more powerful experts are planning to leave as well. Birchelu had left, Kilostar was leaving, and many of the old-timers were leaving as well. You might as well. The Sword Palace is a much better place than this place. Dowlord Gravast laughed. Even in the Endless Territories, our Palace of the Sword is considered a holy land for those who train in the Tao of the Sword. Ning nodded in agreement. Brightshore Kingdom was an organization on the same general level of power as the Tao Alliance and the Ionian Kingdom. Almost all of its elite cultivators in the Tao of the Sword were gathered within the Palace of the Sword. One could imagine what an accumulation of wealth, talent, and legacies it had accumulated over the course of countless ages. Oh right, Senior Gravast, please have a seat first. Ning hurriedly produced some immortal wine, personally filling Dowlord Gravast's cup. He asked curiously, Birchelu's astral island has already sank into that dark abyss. That means he should have left already. Senior, do you know which palace he chose? You aren't the only one curious about this. Many of the Dowlords have been paying attention to him as well. Dowlord Gravast sat down, then picked up a cup of wine and gave it a sip. In the end, he chose the Palace of Radiance. The Radiant Palace? Ning was startled. He plans to walk the Tao of Light? Heartforce cultivators were incredibly powerful. Dowlord Featherdress, who had left behind the Heartforce legacy, was publicly acknowledged as the most powerful Dao Lord in the Endless Territories during his era. After gaining this legacy, Ning came to understand that once a heart world reached truly massive proportions, a simple heart world projection would be enough to crush an opponent to death. Even if it didn't directly kill one's opponent, it could still suppress and restrict them, causing them to be limited to a mere 20% of their true power. And Heart Force cultivators had more tricks up their sleeves than just that. Choosing the Tao of Light is the most stable, appropriate path. Tao Lord Gravast let out a sigh. Everyone knows how powerful and inscrutable Heart Force cultivators are, but training in Heart Force is simply too difficult. There are incredibly few world-level Heart Force cultivators. As for Tao Lords who are Heart Force cultivators, very few of them exist in the Endless Territories. The Heart Force Palace is one of the 12 palaces, but it has a total of less than 10 Tao Lords. Tao Lord Gravast shook his head. The Tao of Light is actually a fairly normal Tao in comparison. Birchelu can focus on the Tao of Light while spending some time in Heart Force as well. Now that I think about it, Ning said softly, when I fought against him, he only used his heart world projection to suppress me, then engaged me in close combat. He didn't really use a lot of Heart Force techniques. It seems as though he decided long ago that he would use Heart Force as a supporting skill. His main focus is on fighting in close combat. A very solid choice. Tao Lord Gravast sighed. This solid choice means that we can already imagine how dazzlingly powerful he will be in the future. In fact, if he successfully walks down the path he has started on, he will become either the Palace Lord or a Vice Palace Lord. Ning chatted and drank with Tao Lord Gravast, learning much more about the 12 palaces. Soon the wine was all finished. Time to go. Ning rose to his feet. There is a teleportation array within the Astral Islands. It can send you straight to the Sword Palace. Tao Lord Gravast rose to his feet as well. No need. Ning shook his head. I have a good friend who came with me to the Brightshore Kingdom. She is currently somewhere in the Brightshore Kingdom. I plan to find her first, then I'll go to the Sword Palace. Oh! Tao Lord Gravast frowned slightly, then solemnly handed over a medallion. This medallion looked illusory and translucent, but one could vaguely make out the word sword on the medallion. Tao Lord Gravast handed the medallion over to Ning. Technically speaking, you should only be given this medallion after you go to the Sword Palace and become one of our formal members. However, since you need to find your friend first, I'll let you bind this medallion right now. Once you bind it, you'll be one of our formal members. Ning was startled. You are going to give it to me in advance? The Brightshore Kingdom is a dangerous place, Tao Lord Gravast explained. If I didn't give it to you, you might end up dying while traveling to the Sword Palace. Ah! Ning was shocked. The Brightshore Kingdom is an extremely large place with countless living beings within it. The almighty Hegemon actually went out of his way to personally create many dangers, hiding many legacies within those dangers, Tao Lord Gravast explained. He wishes for the countless living beings within the Brightshore Kingdom to be filled with energy and courage. If everything is too peaceful and everyone lives in peace, the kingdom will produce far, far fewer major powers. Ning understood this principle. A peaceful life sapped one's willpower. Even chaos worlds were filled with battle, to say nothing of the Endless Territories. Anyone who becomes a Tao Lord is required to join the 12 palaces, Tao Lord Gravast said. Within the 12 palaces, all internal strife is forbidden. Even if you do hold a grudge against someone, we would encourage you to do your best to resolve things peacefully through mediation. If the mediation fails, you will still have to get advance permission before entering into a life-and-death duel. If you dare to kill one of your colleagues without getting that permission, you will be devoured by your lifeblood oath and killed on the spot. Many of the Tao Lords will leave the Brightshore Kingdom to adventure through the outside lands. Tao Lord Gravast laughed. If you want to kill people, do it outside. Don't kill other Tao Lords of the Brightshore Kingdom. Once you bind this medallion, none of the Tao Lords of the Brightshore Kingdom will dare to lay a finger on you, Tao Lord Gravast said. That will make things much safer for you. To physically travel from this place to the Sword Palace means crossing more than half of the entire Brightshore Kingdom. There will be many Dao Lords on the way, including some special life forms who have bad tempers or strange dispositions. There are some who will slaughter anyone who crosses their path. Ning was speechless upon hearing all this. So hurry up and bind it, Dao Lord Gravast urged. Ning immediately sent his senses into the medallion. This medallion did indeed hold a lifeblood oath within it that was quite similar to the one which Dao Lord Gravast had just described. The 12 palaces forbade its members from engaging in internal combat. In addition, if the Bright Shore Imperials or the 12 palaces fell into danger, the members of the palaces would have to do their utmost to rescue them. But of course, if one of the Imperials sought to kill you, then you would be permitted to fight back. There would be no need to defend them. The 12 palaces must protect the Imperial clan? Ning raised his head to look at Dao Lord Gravast. Protecting the Imperial clan was actually part of the charter of the Lifeblood Oath. But of course, in order to ensure that the experts of the 12 palaces were sincere in their loyalty, the Bright Shore Imperials also had to swear oaths that they absolutely would not attack any members of the 12 palaces. If they did, they would no longer be protected and they could instead be counterattacked and killed. Yes, Dao Lord Gravast nodded. The Bright Shore Kingdom was established by the almighty Hegemon. He created the Bright Shore Kingdom for the sake of protecting his Imperial clan. Although the Imperials are very powerful, they are extremely few in number. All right, Ning understood. Ning could also sense what an extraordinary aura this medallion had. Most likely, it was the almighty Hegemon himself who had created this medallion as well as the Lifeblood Oath. But of course, the 12 palaces had to agree with the wording of the oath. Only then would such a mighty organization have staying power. I suppose I can accept that. Ning immediately swore the Lifeblood Oath. The medallion was instantly and easily bound as well. As soon as he bound the medallion, Ning could sense 10 ripples of power coming from the Astral Islands region. These were ripples emanating from other similar medallions. The 12 palaces and the Bright Shore Imperials all have similar medallions. The ripples coming from those medallions will testify to their identity, ensuring that we won't get into accidental fights against our fellows without realizing it, Dao Lord Gravast said. Now, no Dao Lord will dare to act against you here in the Bright Shore Kingdom. As for world-level cultivators, I'm confident that you should be able to easily defeat any world-level cultivators. Oh, here is a star map of the Bright Shore Kingdom. Dao Lord Gravast handed Ning a furled star map. Ning accepted it. Thank you, Senior Gravast. I'll be leaving now. I'll see you in the Sword Palace, Dao Lord Gravast said. Be careful on your journey. I will. Ning immediately transformed into a streak of light and flew away. Dao Lord Gravast watched as the sword-carrying white-robed youth flew away, then turned to leave as well. The astral island which Ning had been on began to sink downwards into that dark abyss below. As for the random legacy treasures which Ning had left behind, they all scattered and began to fly towards the various other islands. All the legacy treasures of the 99 legacies would forever remain within the astral islands. The Bright Shore Kingdom was an exceedingly large place. Clouds fluttered about in the skies as a shuttle flew at high speed through the air. Ji Ning was seated in the lotus position aboard his ship, staring at the beautiful world of the Bright Shore Kingdom. So the astral islands were over there. As for the Sword Palace, that's over there. And oh, that's where they greet newcomers? So that's the place I was taken to when I was first abducted. Ning now had a rough understanding of the geography of the Bright Shore Kingdom. I remember when I first arrived here and more than 30,000 fellow world-level cultivators were led by those 2 silver-armored Dao Lords all the way to the Astral Islands. We flew for roughly 46 days. On the 11th day, I could sense the presence of another Mirrors Now painting. Teleportation was impossible within the borders of the Bright Shore Kingdom. One would have to slowly fly from destination to destination. To go from the arrival area to the Astral Islands, Ning engaged in a bit of calculation and was able to easily calculate the rough location of the Mirrors Now painting. Those 2 silver-armored Dao Lords had flown in a straight line, and the painting was roughly a quarter of the distance between the arrival area and the Astral Islands. The Mirrors Now painting isn't that far away from Yuji's position. I won't have to make as much of a detour as I thought. Ning was quite delighted. Swoosh! His flying vessel transformed into a streak of light and sped off into the distance. Ning had given Su Yuji a message talisman. Due to the great distance which separated them, he was only able to get a rough sense of the direction where she was located. He flew for 3 full months, and on the way he sensed the auras of quite a few Dao Lords. Those Dao Lords could sense that Ning belonged to the 12 palaces, and so they naturally had no interest in causing trouble for Ning. Still, this journey gave Ning a good understanding of how dangerous the Brightshore Kingdom was. Ning was ambushed multiple times on his trip. Clearly, the Brightshore Kingdom was a rather chaotic and brutal place. There was even more strife here than there was in the territory controlled by the Dao Alliance. Unfortunately for those poor bandits who attempted to waylay Ning, they quickly discovered that they had kicked a metal plate. The results of their attempts were foregone conclusions. A ripple. The flying vessel quickly began to slow down and descend from its position within the clouds. The white-robed Ning was seated in the lotus position, a sword across his lap. Ning opened his eyes, a look of eagerness in his gaze. That ripple is coming from the mirrors now painting. Ning could sense the resonance being generated by his own 3 mirrors now paintings. I didn't expect that after 1,000 years, that painting would still remain in this location. Deep underneath a lake that was located at 10 billion kilometers away from Ning, there was a beautiful palace located here in the depths, filled with many maids and guards. Within a side hall of this palace was an azure-scaled creature who was leaning against a throne while sipping some wine. The creature's face suddenly tightened, causing the maid who had been giving him a neck massage to be badly startled. A mirrors now painting? Wait, 3 of them. The azure-scaled creature was both shocked and delighted. But then, his face tightened once more. 1,000 years ago, when Ning had passed by this place after being abducted, this creature had already sensed the presence of those paintings. He was in possession of a copy, allowing him to sense the presence of 3 other copies. He had been quite delighted, but as soon as he saw those 2 silver-armored Dao Lords who ignored him, he had immediately realized that it was most likely an abducted world-level cultivator who was in possession of the paintings. Those are the same 3 copies I sensed last time. Did one of those world-level cultivators escape from the Astral Islands already? The azure-scaled creature narrowed his eyes. Swoosh! He transformed into a streak of light, almost instantly emerging from his aquatic palace. He soon emerged from the lake, lifting his head up out of the water to stare upwards. Following the resonance, he turned his rather dark and icy gaze to stare towards that flying vessel that was 10 billion kilometers away. He was able to see the vessel quite clearly, as well as the white-robed youth aboard the vessel. He's not a Dao Lord. He's just a world-level cultivator. The azure-scaled creature was immediately delighted. He guessed that this person had most likely discovered him, and so he no longer hid his presence. He immediately sent out his God sense, sweeping it out to a distance of 10 billion kilometers. He's actually by himself? He's the only one on his ship. The azure-scaled creature grew increasingly excited. It makes sense. He came out of the Astral Islands. Those people who leave the islands usually travel by themselves. It is quite rare for them to move around in groups. Even if he does have some subordinates in an estate world treasure, they probably aren't that strong given the fact that they are hiding. The azure-scaled creature let out a cold grin. So you have 3 of the paintings, but you want mine as well? How greedy. This fellow seems quite confident. The azure-scaled creature slipped below the waves once more, quickly returning to his underwater palace. The underwater palace. As soon as the azure-scaled creature returned to his palace, he headed straight towards the main hall. He picked up an enormous thigh bone and then began to bang on a nearby drum with it. Boom! The drum emanated a series of ripples that instantly spread throughout the entire hall. One person after another began to emerge from locations throughout the palace, and all of them possessed auras of tremendous power that were at least as strong as the azure-scaled creature's aura. Azure Kai. Azure Kai. Why have you suddenly summoned us? You even banged on the royal dragon drum. What is this all about? Soon, a total of 26 world-level experts appeared within the main hall. All of them could be considered cultivators, but they were all cultivators of various aquatic races. This was why they had placed their palace within the lake. Something wonderful has happened. The azure-skinned creature let out a loud laugh. 10 billion kilometers away, there is a world-level cultivator who is flying towards us at high speed. Flying straight for us? A world-level cultivator. Is he suicidal? The world-level experts present were all puzzled. The azure-scaled creature said hurriedly, "He's from the Astral Islands. There's a bit of a grudge between the two of us." He didn't dare to admit that it was due to the Mirrors Now paintings, because those paintings were simply too valuable. Between the two of them, they held a total of 4 Mirrors Now paintings. This was a fortune that would cause even Tao Lords to grow desirous. If he admitted it, his friends would probably start to bicker with him over the items. I once won a treasure off of him, but he had 2 sets of that treasure. These treasures resonate with each other, which is why he has followed me to this place. The azure-scaled creature said. He has an incredibly high number of treasures. After we kill him, I don't want anything special, just those 3 paintings he holds. What do you say? 3 paintings? The other world-level cultivators were instantly able to guess that the 3 paintings were fairly valuable. His other treasures won't disappoint you either. The azure-scaled creature frowned. He came from the Astral Islands, but he was merely on par with me in strength. If the 27 of us fight together, we can easily kill him. If he came from the Astral Islands, he might have joined the 12 palaces. Don't worry. The azure-scaled creature swept them with his gaze, then let out a cold laugh. I came from the Astral Islands. I know it better than anyone else. Everyone who was directly admitted into the 12 palaces was an absolute monster. Very few were allowed entrance. The vast majority who escaped that place did so because they were lucky enough to piece together a full legacy. That fellow is probably on par with me at best. Even if we are unlucky enough to encounter someone freakishly strong. No matter how much of a freak he is, he can't possibly fight the 27 of us together. I'm telling you, this genius had many treasures on him. The others instantly grew excited and intrigued. We are the 27 water fiend lords of the Royal Dragon Palace. There's no way we'd be afraid of him. Kill him and take his treasures. Kill him. The 27 water fiend lords of the Royal Dragon Palace were incredibly famous in this area. There were all members of aquatic races who had trained to the world level, but only those who had reached certain levels of strength would be granted entry into this small squad. Within the Brightshore Kingdom, the powerful sects were generally guarded by Tao Lords, but most of them had rather strict rules. The Brightshore Kingdom was filled with many dangers and many fortunes. To locate good techniques or legacies wasn't very hard here. Thus, many unaffiliated world-level cultivators ended up joining into minor groups to work together. World God Azure Kai had relied on his own power to escape the Astral Islands. Although he didn't enter the 12 palaces, he just missed the cutoff by a tiny amount. He was the second most powerful individual in the palace, which was why others came when he called. That kid just emerged from the Astral Islands. He has no idea about our Royal Dragon Palace. The azure-skinned man said hurriedly, "Everyone, stay patient. Let's wait here inside our palace. Our palace has formations and restrictive spells protecting it. This will prevent him from realizing how many of us are here. After he reaches the outside of our palace, we'll charge out and surround him. We won't even give him a chance to run. Right? We are hiding in the shadows while he is standing in the light. So what if he made it out of the Astral Islands? We aren't pushovers either." Whoosh. A distance of 10 billion kilometers was fairly far. Ning had to fly for quite a few hours before arriving outside the lake. Ning's skill gave him courage, and his god sense had revealed the Royal Dragon Palace below him. Swish! Ning put away his flying vessel, then charged straight into the lake and flew towards the palace. Soon he reached the palace gates. He immediately saw the guards and maids within the palace. You actually dared to come to our royal dragon palace? So many paths lead to life, but you had to choose the one that leads to death. Suddenly, streaks of light began to fly out from the royal dragon palace. There were 27 streaks of light in total, and they simultaneously released murderous auras as they joined together into a formation. Ning just watched calmly. He murmured to himself, "Royal Dragon Palace, eh?" The 27 streaks of light came to a halt after surrounding Ji Ning. Ning glanced at them. The 27 figures before him were all quite bizarre-looking. These were all creatures that were born as members of aquatic races. Although as world-level cultivators, they could now survive equally well on dry land or in the void of space, they still had an innate fondness for water. Ning similarly could live equally well in water or on land, but he still preferred to dwell on land. Eh? Ning's gaze fell upon the azure-scaled creature's form. He could sense that the painting was being carried by that creature. 3 paintings. The azure-scaled creature felt a surge of excitement in his heart. Everyone. Ning spoke out. "Haha. Are you afraid now? Too late. Kill him." The 27 water fiend lords couldn't be bothered to chat with Ning. They had dominated this region for quite some time and were figures of renown. They showed no mercy at all when attacking. They truly weren't worried about this world-level cultivator at all. They had never encountered someone on their level who could withstand the 27 of them. The weakest of the 27 was a masterclass world god, while the strongest was a transcendent world god. Boom! A black streak of lightning thundered down towards Ning. Whoosh! A current of freezing energy surged out to try and freeze Ning. Swish! An enormous web-shaped treasure swept out to capture Ning. Hiss! A serpentine rope-like treasure twirled out to bind Ning. The 27 cultivators instantly launched simultaneously attacks in a very practiced manner. Generally speaking, most world-level cultivators were only able to control 2 powerful treasures at the same time. A situation like this was a testament to the old saying, "Strength in numbers." A dazzling array of spells and treasures instantly swept out towards Ning in a wave, seeking to drown him. As for the world gods amongst the 27, they charged straight towards Ning. Whoosh! Rings of sword light began to spread outwards. Ning just stood there, surrounded by rings of sword light. Although the freezing current of energy was able to freeze the waters of the lake as it reached out towards Ning, it instantly shattered whenever it touched the sword light. As for the web treasures and the other treasures, they were completely stopped by Ning's sword light. How average! Ning couldn't help but sigh to himself. When he had used his unicorn's domain had been able to withstand Birchalu, he had been under tremendous pressure. But now that he was fighting these 27 water fiend lords, he felt things were far too easy. He didn't even have to really focus on this fight. He instead simply activated his domain, allowing his sword intent to automatically defend against the attacks. Kill! Kill! 19 of the 27 were world gods. This was quite a powerful force after all. World god Azurkai had been able to leave the astral islands without anyone helping him, and he had the power of a transcendent world god. But he was merely the second most powerful figure in their group. Only sufficiently powerful individuals would be admitted into their ranks, and these 19 world gods were filled with tremendous power, especially after being reinforced by their formation. Die! A streak of silver light shot out at tremendous speed towards Ning. Ning held a single sword in his hands. He glanced sideways at the attack, then executed a simple sword stance. Clang! Crack! Ning's sword was even faster and his attack was even more profound. It must be understood that the unicorn's domain was based off the perfect fusion of the astral stance and the 6th stance of the nameless sword art, the unicorn's heart. The nameless sword art was a sword art that had been left behind by an eternal emperor, while the astral stance had been developed based on Violet Jewel's quintessence. Both were incredibly high-level sword arts. What? The silver streak of light was shocked after this clash. Ning's sword light had actually brushed him across the chest. Boom! The silver streak of light retreated at tremendous speeds. The power of Ning's strike was simply too enormous, and he was simply too strong. With a boom, The streak of light slammed into the distant walls of the royal dragon palace, causing the entire palace to tremble. The other 26 water fiend lords were all horrified, to say nothing of the palace attendants and maids. The person Ning had just sent flying was the leader of the group, World God Dragon King. World God Dragon King was a transcendent world god who was supported by a formation with multiple other world gods. How could he have been beaten in just a single clash? Not good. We are in trouble. This opponent is too powerful. The other water fiend lords all felt their hearts clench. Don't fight him solo. Let's all fight together. Although World God Azurkai was rather shocked at how terrifyingly strong this opponent was, the allure of those 3 paintings was simply too great. He immediately roared mentally, "Big Brother Dragon King, let's join forces." All right. World God Dragon King had a decent protective divine ability. Although he had been knocked flying, he hadn't suffered any significant injuries. His sword arts are quite profound. None of us are a match for him in solo combat. All of us need to fight together. There's no way he can take us all on at once. Find a chance to tie him up and bind him. Right? Let's all join together. World God Dragon King quickly flew back to rejoin them. They were all much more somber now. They either attacked with magic treasures from afar or cautiously advanced en masse towards Ning. By now, even the most arrogant member of their group, World God Dragon King, no longer dared to act brashly. The Bright Shore Kingdom's territory really is rather lawless. Is this what the almighty hegemon desires? Ning shook his head. He had been waylaid and accosted multiple times on his trip to this place from the Astral Islands. This time, these 27 had attacked him without even bothering to talk to him. From this, one could see how unruly this kingdom was. By comparison, although there was also danger and combat within the territory of the Tao Alliance, it was a far more peaceful place. The Tao Alliance followed the principles of governance through inaction, but there was a reason for it. 99% of the territory of the Endless Territories was under the control of the Tao Alliance, and virtually all cultivators were a member of the Alliance. There were simply too many cultivators. Even though they governed through inaction, they were still able to produce a few Tao Lords within each territory. How vast and powerful was the entire Tao Alliance? The main weakness of the Tao Alliance was that its cultivators were too scattered out. The Bright Shore Kingdom's power was much more concentrated, even though it held much less territory. The almighty hegemon was a Bright Shore Imperial, which meant he really didn't feel much pity or sympathy for alien forms of life. He would use whatever means were effective in rearing a crop of powerful experts. The fatality rate in the Astral Islands was a testament to how cold and ruthless the almighty hegemon could be. According to the 12 palaces, the reason they existed and the reason the hegemon had created the Bright Shore Kingdom was so that Imperials would be protected. Because the 12 palaces had become extremely powerful, the almighty hegemon respected them and placed them on an equal level. Swish, crack, whoosh. Many weapons and spells flew towards Ning in a steady stream. Moments ago, Ning had been able to rely on his supreme sword arts to easily defeat his opponent. However, simply relying on sword arts was no longer enough. He would now have to actually fight. Boom! The 19 world gods were all sent flying backwards. What? He's too strong. Quick, flee! Slash. Sword light flashed as the tip of Ning's sword pierced into the body of World God Dragon King, the fastest of the 27. This time, Ning infused his strike with the power of his Azure Flower Mist energy. Although the strike had to first pass through a layer of armor, and although World God Dragon King's body was comparable to a chaos treasure, his body began to tremble, then crack apart as blood began to flow from every single part of his body. Die! Ning showed no mercy at all as he delivered 3 consecutive furious strikes upon the body of World God Dragon King. No! World God Dragon King was utterly horrified. How can he be this strong? He's clearly just at the world level. How can he be this much stronger than me? The 3 consecutive blows smashed World God Dragon King's body into dust, causing even his true soul to dissipate. How can a world-level cultivator be this strong? He's too strong. the water fiend lords began to flee in utter terror. Even when they joined forces, they were still defeated in the very first clash. But of course, if they knew that Killistar's 1,000 clones weren't able to do anything against Jining, they would no longer be surprised by their defeat. He's a freak. He's one of those horrifyingly, freakishly talented geniuses that were in the higher strata of the Astral Islands. He must have been admitted into the 12 palaces already. The fleeing world god Azure-Kai was more frightened than anyone else. And he must have been one of the top freaks. Some of those freaks were strong because of special treasures or secret arts, while others held enormous advantages in terms of speed and strength. Those freakishly strong cultivators who were as strong and fast as Dao Lords of the first step were the most terrifying ones of all. Killistar and Ning both belonged to this category. Even when Ning's sword arts had been weak, his powerful divine body had allowed him to stably reside within the 5th stratum. Once his sword arts improved, he became strong enough that even Birchelu would have to reveal his true form in order to be certain of victory over Ning. Fleeing. After slaying World God Dragon King, Ning's body flickered as he began to chase after World God Azure-Kai. World God Azure-Kai and World God Dragon King were both transcendent world gods and the strongest members of the 27. As for the others, Ning really didn't care about them. Boom! Sword light descended. No! World God Azure-Kai struggled to defend, utterly terrified. But after a few strokes of sword light, he was finished. World God Northrest had acquired something like the Golden Idol out of pure luck. In contrast, World God Azure-Kai had only been able to train his body to make it comparable to a top-grade protocosmic spirit treasure. He hadn't even reached the Chaos Treasure level. Protective divine abilities were very rare, after all, and they were extremely hard to train in. Elite protective divine abilities were even more rare. Soon, World God Azure-Kai disappeared into a cloud of dust. Ning glanced at the treasures he had left behind, then waved his hand and collected it all. As for the other water fiend lords, they had all fled long ago. They didn't even want their palace any longer. As for the attendants and maids inside the palace, they had hidden themselves in terror. Time to go. Ning soared into the skies, shooting out of the lake and into his flying vessel as he departed. Once he entered his vessel, Ning began to bind the treasures which World God Azure-Kai had left behind. Soon, he located the Mirrors Now painting he was looking for. The flying shuttle flew through the clouds with Ji Ning seated on the deck, going through the treasures he had just acquired. It is actually... Ning stared at the Mirrors Now painting in his hands. This painting was a painting of a beautiful palace. This palace was slightly different from the painting of a palace which Ning had already acquired, but Ning immediately recognized it as being painted by Emperor Mirrors Now, partially because of how ugly it was, but also because no one could imitate his distinct sword intent. A painting of a palace? Is this another copy of the first painting? Ning nodded slowly. It makes sense. I would have to have stupid good luck in order to find the 4th painting right away. Ning wasn't too surprised by the fact that this painting wasn't the 4th painting. Still, at least this painting can be sold for roughly 100 or 200,000 cubes of chaos nectar. In fact, someone who desperately needs it would probably be willing to pay even more. Ning was in quite a good mood. These paintings were popular, valuable items. Generally speaking, those who acquired the paintings wouldn't divulge it to others. Given that there were only 40 of them in all the Endless Territories, and given that some might have multiple copies of each, it certainly wasn't going to be easy for him to just randomly encounter the exact piece he needed. For him to even find a copy of the first one here in the Brightshore Kingdom was already a stroke of great luck. After I go to the Palace of the Sword, I'll ask the 12 palaces to help me locate the 4th painting. Ning mused to himself. The 12 palaces of the Brightshore Kingdom were on the same general level of power as the Dao Alliance. Last time, Ning had asked Dao Lord Badlands to help him buy Mirrors Now paintings, and Dao Lord Badlands had sought out the Dao Alliance to carry out this task. Because they were on a tight time schedule, the Dao Alliance didn't really carry a large-scale search. The 12 Palaces, however, was itself an incredibly powerful organization that held cultivators, Eonians, and other special life forms. In the future, Ji Ning would be one of their links to the Dao Alliance. In the future, Gorho would be one of their links to the Ionians. As a result, the 12 palaces of Brightshore were on very good terms with many of the organizations of the Endless Territories. It might be hard for the 12 palaces to immediately procure a copy of the fourth Mirrors Now painting, but if they were given enough time they stood an extremely good chance of succeeding. But of course, that was only if you were willing to pay the price. Ning sent out a strand of his divine power into his new copy of the first painting, creating a divine clone within it. Within the palace inside the painting, a golden-robed emperor manifested atop the royal throne within the palace. Ning sighed upon seeing this. Although there are slight differences, I can sense that he is similar to the golden-robed emperor within my original first painting. Oh, a while ago it was world god Azure Kai who met with me. Did you kill Azure Kai? The golden-robed emperor looked downwards at Ning. Yes. Ning nodded. I already acquired other Mirrors Now paintings in the past. Do all 10 copies of the first Mirrors Now painting created by Emperor Mirrors Now hold the exact same type of person? They do. The golden-robed emperor smiled and nodded. He didn't really care about Azure Kai's death. He existed for the sake of completing the Eternal Emperor's mission, and for someone to be able to kill Azure Kai meant that this person should be even stronger. Let's have a little competition, Ning said. Azure Kai was never able to defeat me. The golden-robed emperor produced a golden greatsword in his hands as he walked down the stairs towards Ning. You said you already have other Mirrors Now paintings. You should know the rules. I know them. Ning nodded. After a brief battle, Ning defeated the golden-robed emperor. Aboard the flying vessel, the true Ning revealed a look of resignation. Although there are slight differences in the sword arts they use, the two golden-robed emperors really do belong to the exact same school. This is of no use to my sword arts whatsoever. What else is there? Ning began to go through the rest of his spoils of war. World god Azure Kai didn't have any particularly good treasures aside from the painting. He did have an azure sword which was an eternal weapon, but Ning was quickly able to judge that it was merely a low-grade eternal weapon that was actually weaker than his violet jewels. And there was only one eternal weapon. As for the other treasures, they were negligible. He did have 2 decent techniques. Ning glanced through them. Useless to me, but I can transmit them to the 3 realms. I wonder what world god Dragon King had? Ning scanned through these treasures as well. World god Dragon King was a spear wielder, but his spear was also merely a low-grade eternal treasure. The Brightshore Kingdom was a place filled with many dangers, but also many treasures and legacies. So long as you were willing to brave the dangers, you would have a good chance of acquiring powerful treasures and legacies. Some of the more powerful world-level cultivators were thus able to acquire eternal weapons, but most of those weapons were merely low-grade. The almighty hegemony is such a cheapskate. I bet most of the eternal weapons he scattered throughout the Brightshore Kingdom are just low-grade. Ning muttered to himself. The Tao Alliance is better. In the rest of the Endless Territories, eternal weapons are quite rare and hard to obtain, but the ones that you do find are usually pretty good. In fact, some ruins might even hold top-grade eternal weapons. The ruins and relic sites of the Endless Territories were generally left behind by Tao Lords. It was only natural that they would hold excellent treasures. The equivalent places in the Brightshore Kingdom, however, were intentionally created by the almighty hegemon. As a result, almost all of the treasures were mere low-grade eternal weapons at best. A jade bottle suddenly appeared in Ning's hands, causing him to reveal a look of surprise. A pure loop jade bottle? And it holds a bloodfire cloud fruit inside. Ning willed the stopper of the bottle to pop out, allowing a fruit to emerge from within the bottle. This was a fruit that was completely crimson in color, and mist could be seen swirling in the air around it. Ning had noticed this bottle earlier in his estate world when he had quickly scanned through world god Dragon King's treasures. But only now did he realize what a treasure it was and what it held inside. Pure loop jade bottles can contain vast worlds within them. The vast world inside this one can form a mighty pure loop jade formation that will draw upon all the chaos energy of that entire vast world, distilling it into chaos nectar. Ning sighed in amazement. This pure loop jade bottle was far better at distilling chaos nectar than the prison worlds created by world god Pangea. This pure loop jade bottle was able to distill a full cube of chaos nectar every chaos cycle. Still, even Tao Lords had finite lifespans. With each step they took, they walked the boundaries between life and death. Some would perish after living for a mere 1,000 chaos cycles. Thus, these bottles generally weren't sold for too high a price. Most were collected by sects and would be sold for roughly 10,000 cubes of chaos nectar. Aside from being used to distill chaos nectar, the bottle could also be used to hold some of the marvelous items that were birthed from the primordial chaos. There were certain treasures such as fruits or spirit leaves that would quickly lose their efficacy if not stored in a proper manner. If you placed them within the heart of a pure loop jade formation, the formation would be able to prevent any leakage at all. This formation was able to hold any type of energy, making it quite suitable for storing treasures. It actually held a bloodfire cloud fruit within it. Ning mumbled to himself, "Did this guy even know how valuable this thing is?" Ning had gained much information from Downlord Soulsky, which was why he knew about more than 90% of the known treasures which existed in the Endless Territories. World God Dragon King hadn't been given a similar legacy, and it really was possible that he didn't know what a bloodfire cloud fruit was. Bloodfire cloud fruit is incredibly valuable. These fruits are naturally born from the primordial chaos and are extremely few in number. A single cloud fruit can completely transform the divine body of a cultivator, converting it into a divine body that is completely formed from the element of fire. With this new body, the cultivator will find that training in the Tao of Fire will be much easier than it was before. He will also be able to merge and release bloodfire, then use it to fly. Ning was truly quite amazed. Ning, for example, was able to control his Novescence Thunder and even had possession of Tao Lightning, but there was no way for him to fully merge into those types of lightning. This was because there was simply no way for his body to connect with them. The Golden Crows were able to ride Golden Solar Fire because their divine bodies were able to perfectly join together with that fire. Exalted Celestial Thunder God was unable to fly using 9-horn lightning serpents because his divine body was unable to perfectly join together with them. Ning had lost quite a few clones in order to transform his divine body, making it thunder-aligned and capable of using the lightning serpents to fly. However, 9-horn lightning serpents were ranked as a type of Elder Lightning. They weren't even at the Chaos level. There was naturally no way for Ning's body to take control over Chaos Lightning and use it to fly. If there was, Ning would be moving at a truly astonishing speed. However, Bloodfire Cloud Fruits were suitable for controlling Bloodfire, a type of Chaos Fire. If you used it to flee, the vast majority of Tao Lords would be unable to catch up to you. This single fruit was worthy roughly 1,000,000 cubes of Chaos Nectar, and it generally could not be found in the open market. These types of treasures that were born from the primordial chaos were incredibly rare, unlike eternal weapons which could be forged. Or perhaps this world god Dragon King did know, but was afraid to reveal it. Ning mused. Did he know? Or didn't he? Still, it doesn't matter. This fruit is useless to me. If I encounter any treasures that I need, I can sell it off or trade it. Ning was in no rush to sell it. This was a fine treasure for a Tao Lord who walked the Tao of Fire. If he waited for an opportune time, he would be able to sell it for a very high price. I really didn't expect to be waylaid so many times after leaving the Astral Islands. I killed quite a few of those bandits. But unexpected my most valuable loot was this Bloodfire Cloud Fruit rather than the mirrors now painting. Ning hurriedly stored the fruit back into the Pure Loop Jade bottle. Time to go. Ning had quite a few valuable treasures on him already, and so he was quickly able to return to his usual calm. After leaving the Royal Dragon Palace, Ning flew for more than 2 more months before finally reaching the place where Su Yuji had secreted herself. The Blue Grace sect was one of the many sects within the enormous territory ruled over by the Brightshore Kingdom. It had been established by Downlord Blue Grace and was an ancient organization with deep roots. The East Smoke branch of the Blue Grace sect. The residential area for high-level sect members. There was an estate located at the peak of one of these mountains, and outside this estate sat 18 world-level cultivators in the lotus position. Humph! A white-robed woman at the entrance to the estate glanced at those 18, then let out a cold snort. Junior apprentice sister Qingfan, you should urge the flame fairy Su Yuji to stop resisting. A black-robed elder, one of the 18-seated world-level cultivators, spoke out. Have her obediently hand over her golems, her bug beast, and that statue of Facian the Exalted. If she does that, we naturally won't cause any further trouble for her. Otherwise, once the order comes from the headquarters, she shall perish and her Tao shall vanish. Little sister Yuji rescued some of our fellow disciples. Not only have you shown no gratitude, you've plotted against her and tried to take her treasures away from her. Little sister Yuji risked her life in order to acquire that statue of Facian the Exalted. The white-robed woman said angrily, An order from the headquarters? You might be able to cause trouble here in this local branch, but the main base isn't a place where you fools can do as you please. The 18 world-level cultivators no longer spoke. They just continued their silent vigil. Humph! The white-robed woman angrily returned to the estate. Within the estate, Tsuyuji was seated in the lotus position within one of the rooms in the estate, engaging in silent meditation. Dressed in fiery robes, Tsuyuji emanated an aura of incredible allure and magnetism. It was as though she was the most beautiful, most seductive woman who had ever been born, so beautiful that even world-level cultivators would be affected by her presence. Suddenly, she opened her eyes. When she did so, she withdrew her aura of magnetism. She glanced outside, then smiled. Elder sister Qingfan. Little sister Yuji. The white-robed woman walked into the room. I'm sorry to have caused you trouble, elder sister Qingfan, Su Yuji said. I put you in a precarious situation here in your sect. Don't worry, this is my estate. World-level cultivators are barred from barging into the residences of their fellow disciples. They'll only be able to enter if they receive a command from the sect lord to do so, the white-robed woman said. So long as you are in my estate, they will be completely unable to get their hands on you. As for the sect lord, he's a figure of incredible power. If they think they can convince him to issue an order, humph. Humph. Su Yuji couldn't help but sigh silently to herself. This entire affair. After she left the Astral Islands, she had quickly realized how chaotic and unruly the Bright Shore Kingdom was. She had acted with great caution, first purchasing a star map and getting an understanding of the Bright Shore Kingdom's rough geography. Her goal was to go to the Palace of Fire and test her luck, but midway on her journey she accidentally entered a strange, dangerous location. There were many such locations within the Bright Shore Kingdom. Some had been personally crafted by the almighty Hegemon, but some were left behind by deceased Downlords. There were many dangerous locations which were undiscovered and unknown to most cultivators. Su Yuji ended up entering a dangerous region which had been set up by Facian the Exalted. She encountered many dangers in that place, and eventually she found herself in a dangerous situation but was rescued by Fairy Qingfan's group. To be specific, it was Fairy Qingfan herself who had rescued her. Su Yuji felt very grateful towards her, and so she had joined Fairy Qingfan's group of 3. They had braved the dangers of that place together, and Su Yuji had put her golems and bug beasts into full effect. In the end, she actually passed the trial which Facian the Exalted had laid down, becoming her personal disciple. Facian the Exalted had left behind many treasures, all of which now belonged to Su Yuji. The rest of his treasures had been located within an estate world which Su Yuji had easily taken away without notice, but his statue had been located at the very highest position within the palace. Su Yuji had to personally climb up to grab it, and this was witnessed by Fairy Qingfan and the others. Fairy Qingfan's group had experienced many life and death battles alongside Su Yuji. They all trusted each other very much, and Fairy Qingfan had even saved Su Yuji's life. Thus, Su Yuji didn't harbor any suspicions regarding them. Back then, Fairy Qingfan had said to her, "Little sister Yuji, you are heading to the 12 palaces? That's in the same direction as we are headed. We are going back to our East Smoke branch. Let's travel together." Su Yuji and Fairy Qingfan had quickly become fast friends and had grown close to each other, and so they continued to travel together after exiting the trials. Fairy Qingfan had grown up here in the Bright Shore Kingdom, and so was quite familiar with the local region. They arrived at the East Smoke branch without any trouble. But right after they had sat down and drank 2 cups of wine within Fairy Qingfan's residence, these world-level cultivators had immediately shown up and surrounded them. As it turned out, one of the other companions on their journey, World God Whiteswan, had reported on the outcome of their adventures to the branch leader of the East Smoke branch. The East Smoke branch leader was merely a world-level cultivator, and he grew greedy for Su Yuji's bug beasts and golems. Since Su Yuji wasn't a member of this sect, he immediately issued an order to kill her and take her treasures. Don't worry, little sister. He's just a branch leader. As far as status goes, he isn't significantly superior to me. He just has a few connections in the main base, which was why he was given the position of branch leader. Without the sect lord's orders, there's not a damn thing he can do. You can stay here for as long as you wish, little sister. Su Yuji nodded. Oh. A flying vessel had just appeared in the clouds high above the Blue-Grace sect. A white-robed youth was seated in the lotus position on the decks of the vessel, a sword across his lap. The youth glanced downwards. My message talisman is directly below. Based on the star map which Downlord Gravast gave me, this place should be one of the 9 branches of the Blue-Grace sect. Ning was rather puzzled. Why did Yuji come to the Blue-Grace sect? The Blue-Grace sect had been established by Downlord Bluegrace. The entire sect had a total of 4 Downlords. Downlord Bluegrace was an extremely powerful figure, but the other 3 Downlords were a bit weaker. They were merely black-armored Downlords. The Downlords of the 12 palaces were divided up into several different levels of power. There were black-armored, azure-armored, silver-armored, and gold-armored Downlords. The black-armored Downlords were the lowest-level Downlords. No ripples. Ning stared downwards at the East Smoke branch. There are no Downlords protecting this place. It made sense. There were only 4 Downlords, while the Blue-Grace sect had a total of 9 branches. According to what Ning's star map claimed, the 4 Downlords usually resided in the main base. Yuji is in the East Smoke branch. Although Ning was puzzled, he still put away his flying vessel, then began to fly downwards in person. Quite impressive. Ning stared downwards at the East Smoke branch. The East Smoke branch covered an extremely vast territory of over 10 million kilometers. According to this star map, this branch holds a total of more than 300 world-level cultivators. The Bright Shore Kingdom really is quite unlike the Dao Alliance. The sects of the Dao Alliance are all extremely cautious when they recruit new world-level cultivators, keeping their numbers low. Here, it seems their motto is, the more the merrier. The Dao Alliance governed through inaction. The Badlands Court was a good example. Downlord Badlands was the leader of the court and the entire territory, but he only had roughly 100 world-level cultivators under his command. The vast Badlands territory had more than 10,000 world-level cultivators, but they were all scattered across many smaller organizations. The Bright Shore Kingdom was different. The Downlords of the Bright Shore Kingdom and the organizations they established, such as the Blue-Grace sect, centralized things far more. The main base and 9 branches of the Blue-Grace sect alone held more than 5,000 world-level cultivators. They really did believe in the concept of strength in numbers. This was because the Downlords of the Bright Shore Kingdom were all prevented from fighting amongst each other, due to all of them being members of the 12 palaces. Since Downlords were unable to directly do battles amongst sects in the Bright Shore Kingdom had to be carried out by world-level cultivators. Thus, the more the merrier. The battles amongst world-level cultivators were quite brutal and savage. Halt, fellow Taoist. This place is the East Smoke branch of the Blue-Grace sect. A tall, skinny world-level cultivator flew out and shouted at Ning. I am Dark North. Ning smiled. I've come to join the Blue-Grace sect. Fellow Taoist, you wish to join our Blue-Grace sect? The tall, skinny cultivator gave Ning a weighing glance. World-level cultivators were generally mid-level figures within the Bright Shore Kingdom. If Ning was an elder god, he wouldn't be treated in such a friendly manner. Haha. The doors of our Blue-Grace sect are always open and welcome. Fellow Taoist, please follow me. Ning smiled as he followed the man inside, moving past the protective formations and entering the sect itself. This was one of the branches of the Bluegrace sect. The formations protecting it had naturally been laid down by Tao Lord Bluegrace himself. Although the formations weren't that strong when being controlled by a group of world-level cultivators, Ning wasn't certain that he would be able to overcome it. "Please follow me, fellow Taoist." The tall, skinny world-level cultivator flew alongside Ning. The branch was more than 10 million kilometers in size, quite large. "What's going on over there?" Ning pointed off into the distance, towards the direction where he could sense Su Yuji was located. "The sect has disciples of varying levels of strength. The stronger world-level cultivators reside in that area." The tall, skinny world-level cultivator pointed while speaking. "Oh!" Ning now understood. Suddenly, he stretched out his palm, making it expand in size to become dozens of meters long. He immediately grabbed onto that world god as easily as he would grab onto a mouse. This person was responsible for welcoming and greeting guests, but he merely had the power of an elite world god. In the face of Ning's power, he wasn't even able to struggle. "Fellow Taoist," the man was utterly terrified. "If I wanted your life, I could take it in an instant. If you want to stay alive, don't fight me," Ning sent mentally. Then, with a whoosh, he transferred the man into his own estate world. Ning transformed into a streak of light, flying towards Su Yuji's residence at high speed. Ning flew through the air towards the region where he sensed Su Yuji was residing. She was within an estate at the very peak of a mountain, and there were 18 figures seated in the lotus position in front of it. "Why are 18 world-level cultivators keeping watch over this estate?" Ning muttered softly to himself. Within Ning's estate world, the cultivator Ning had captured stared at the white-robed Ning in terror. "Senior, please spare me. Smart kid. Answer all of my questions accurately. There exists no grudge between the two of us. Unless absolutely necessary, I won't kill you," Ning said calmly. He had created this clone using half of his divine power, and his clone would be easily capable of slaying this cultivator. "Understood." The tall, skinny world-level cultivator nodded repeatedly. This was no joke. He had been captured so quickly that he didn't even have a chance to fight back. He knew exactly how great the disparity between their power levels was. In fact, he even suspected that this white-robed youth might actually be a Tao Lord in disguise. Now that he was trapped in this estate world, how could he dare to be disobedient? Wisdom lay in knowing when to resist and when to comply. "I ask you this." Ning pointed at the air next to him with a finger, causing a map of the East Smoke branch of the Bluegrace sect to appear. This map included the estate at the top of the mountain, as well as the 18 world-level cultivators seated in the lotus position before it. "Who resides within this estate?" Ning pointed at the estate at the top of the mountain. "That's the estate of Senior Apprentice Sister Qingfan," the captured cultivator said hurriedly. "Senior Apprentice Sister Qingfan is extremely strong, and she has the power of a supreme world god. She ranks as one of the top 10 cultivators here in the East Smoke branch." Ning nodded, then pointed and asked, "Why are there 18 world-level cultivators in front of her estate?" "Senior, are you friends with Senior Apprentice Sister Qingfan?" the captured cultivator suddenly asked in a soft voice. "Answer me." Ning frowned. Senior Apprentice Sister Qingfan is in a lot of trouble right now. That's why her estate is under watch," the captured cultivator said hurriedly. When she was out adventuring with 2 other fellow disciples, she became friends with an outsider known as the Flame Fairy. The 2 of them are very close to each other. A sharp light flickered through Ning's eyes. "Flame Fairy? I heard that they met each other and helped rescue each other in a dangerous ruins WHH had been left behind by Facian the Exalted. They experienced many dangers together, and in the end this Flame Fairy acquired the statue of Facian the Exalted," the captured cultivator said. "Afterwards, the Flame Fairy accompanied Senior Apprentice Sister Qingfan to our East Smoke branch." The captured cultivator let out an awkward laugh. "And here, a few rather embarrassing things happened." "Speak," Ning barked. Why yes, I'll tell you everything," the captured cultivator said hurriedly. One of the two fellow disciples who went out alongside senior apprentice sister Qingfan, a world god known as White Swan, immediately made a report to the branch leader once he returned to the branch. My understanding is that our branch leader was interested in this flame fairy's treasures and was planning to kill her and take them all. Ning's eyes narrowed. Killing and looting is very common here, and it is said that this flame fairy has a set of very powerful bug beasts and golems, as well as that statue of Facian the Exalted. She might have other valuable treasures as well. The captured cultivator let out a sigh. But who would have thought that senior apprentice sister Qingfan would notice that something was off? She helped the flame fairy fight back, then actually helped the flame fairy hide within her own estate. Now, the flame fairy just hides in there and refuses to leave no matter what. The captured cultivator explained, "Our blue-grace sect forbids its disciples from barging into the personal estates of our world-level cultivators. No one would dare to violate this rule, unless they were doing so on the orders of the sect lord himself. This is one of our laws. Thus, there's nothing our branch leader can do. All he can do is have his loyal subordinates keep a close watch as he tries to come up with some other ideas. Our branch leader wishes to kill the flame fairy, whereas senior apprentice sister Qingfan wishes to protect her. As a result, senior apprentice sister Qingfan's been living a rather unpleasant life recently. I hear that she hasn't left her estate at all." The man secretly glanced at Ning's expressions. He was guessing that there had to be some sort of a special connection between Ning and Qingfan. "Let me ask you something else. What type of protective formations does the East Smoke branch have?" Ning asked. The cultivator immediately and obediently revealed everything he knew. Ning began to fly towards that distant estate, his mind filled with thoughts. He had been able to easily enter this branch, but taking Su Yuji out of it would be no easy task. This was the East Smoke branch of the Blue-Grace sect, after all. If all the protective formations here were activated, things would become quite problematic. Swoosh! Ning began to descend at high speed. The 18 world-level cultivators seated before the estate all raised their heads to look at Ning. "Who are you?" One of the black-robed elders said coldly. "I don't believe I've seen you before. I am Dark North. Greetings, fellow Taoists." Ning smiled. "I just recently joined the Blue-Grace sect, and so I haven't met with the vast majority of our fellow disciples yet." "Oh, a new arrival? So a new junior apprentice brother has joined our ranks." These 18 were merely responsible for keeping a watch over this place. Aside from the black-robed elder who was in charge of them, these cultivators didn't really have a great deal of status within the East Smoke branch. Thus, they were all quite courteous when they met fellow disciples. In most schools, people knew each other by their unique auras. Once you met someone, you would be able to easily recognize that person in the future. Schools like the 12 Palaces had far too many members who were scattered throughout the endless territories, which was why the almighty Hegemon had personally crafted those identity medallions. It wasn't easy to create these medallions, all of which resonated with each other. The Mirrors Now paintings had similar resonances as well. Even though these weren't particularly high-quality items, the cost of creating each medallion wasn't exactly cheap. The forging process was quite complicated. The Blue-Grace sect had more than 5,000 world-level cultivators. It naturally wouldn't outfit all of its people with such treasures. The 18 didn't suspect a thing. This was a central region in the East Smoke branch, with hundreds of world-level cultivators present and a protective formation which had been personally established by Tao Lord Blue-Grace himself. The formations here were all extremely complicated and profound. Which world-level cultivator would dare to barge into this place? Only a suicidal one. "Junior apprentice brother, why have you come here?" The black-robed elder said coldly. "To meet with senior apprentice sister Qingfan." Ning smiled. "Oh." The faces of all 18 tightened slightly. "What sort of a relationship is between you and her?" the black-robed elder asked. "Senior apprentice sister Qingfan was my benefactor. To her, it was nothing more than a bit of casual guidance. But I've never forgotten it. Because of her, I decided to join the Blue-Grace sect after I became a world god. All for the sake of repaying her kindness," Ning said. The black-robed elder frowned as he looked at Ning. then instructed coldly, "Go ahead." In recent years, quite a few people had come to visit Qingfan. However, no one had been able to rescue the flame fairy Su Yuji from this gilded cage. Senior apprentice sister Qingfan. Ning walked to the entrance of the estate, then called out, "Senior apprentice sister Qingfan. Senior apprentice sister Qingfan." He called out multiple times. Instantly, Ning could make out the vague form of a white-robed woman appear off in the distance. The woman gracefully walked out of the estate, then looked at Ning. Ning immediately sent her a mental message. "If you want to save Yuji, cooperate with me." Fairy Qingfan couldn't help but feel startled by this. The East Smoke branch wasn't a large place, and the story of the Flame Fairy had quickly been made public. However, there were very, very few people who knew that the Flame Fairy's name was Su Yuji. In addition, this sword-bearing white-robed youth was someone who she had never met before. "Senior apprentice sister Qingfan, long ago you provided me with tutelage. I finally have broken through to the world level and have joined the Blue-Gray sect as well." A look of gratefulness was on Ning's face. "Thank you for your guidance all those years ago, senior apprentice sister. I just gave you a few casual pointers." A hint of a smile was on Fairy Qingfan's face. "I didn't expect that the elder god I guided would have become a world god by now." The 18 world-level cultivators could hear their oral conversation. But of course, there was no way they could eavesdrop on the mental one. "Who are you?" Fairy Qingfan sent mentally. "Humph. You wish to help out Yuji? Humph. These fools tried to use this method to cheat me before. Don't even dream about getting into my estate. Just help me tell Yuji one thing, and she'll know who I am." Ning sent back. Su Yuji was seated in the lotus position within her room. Everything was perfectly still. Little sister Yuji. Divine power flowed through the area, manifesting as a clone of Fairy Qingfan. Her true form was still conversing with Ning at the entrance, which was why she had manifested a clone here to speak with Su Yuji. "What is it, big sister Qingfan?" Su Yuji opened her eyes and looked puzzledly at Fairy Qingfan. Fairy Qingfan asked her, "Someone wishes to meet with you. Any idea who this person is?" "Me? I don't think I know many people at all, here at the East Smoke branch." Su Yuji was confused. Fairy Qingfan looked at her. He said, "His name is Ji Ning." Su Yuji's body trembled. His name was Ji Ning? He came for me? Su Yuji's mind was filled with many complex thoughts and feelings. She felt a hint of excitement, but she also felt a hint of remorse. She knew that this place was where the Eastmoke branch was headquartered, and that it naturally was protected by many restrictive spells. This was an extremely tightly guarded place. Although Ji Ning was quite formidable, fighting in an enemy's nest was still an extremely problematic affair. She had thought that Ji Ning would spend 1,000,000 years in the Astral Islands. She had planned in quietly training in the legacy left behind by Downlord Facian the Exalted, as Facian's skills primarily lay in the realms of charm, illusion, and control. She was a Tao Lord who was so terrifyingly powerful that she was given the title of the Exalted. Generally speaking, Tao Lords who were slightly weaker than her would instantly fall under her control after a single glance. She was an individual who was incredibly powerful. Su Yuji was born with tremendous affinity for skills involving charm and allure. Even when she had no legacies to guide her, she had been able to create a charming technique of tremendous power. This was why she had been able to pass all of the deadly trials left behind by Facian the Exalted, and in the end she was found to be qualified to become Facian's personal disciple. My original plan had been to train here for 10,000 years and reach the 3rd stage of the Flying Immortal secret art, then take control of the 18 world-level cultivators outside and leave stealthily. Even right now, Su Yuji was capable of taking control over 2 or 3 world-level cultivators at the same time. However, this sort of mind control spell could only be maintained for a brief period of time. Su Yuji had never attempted to leave by force. This was a branch headquarters of the Blue-Gray sect. Who would dare to try to force their way in or out of a place like this? Her goal was to take control of those 18, then leave stealthily. "Should I let him in?" Fairy Qingfan asked. "Yes." Su Yuji nodded. Understood. Fairy Qingfan looked at Su Yuji and smiled. You look so dazed and befuddled right now. What sort of a relationship do you have with him? Exactly. Su Yuji shook her head. What do you mean, dazed and befuddled? I'm his retainer. He is my master. Master? Fairy Qingfan was startled. At the entrance to Fairy Qingfan's estate, Ning and Fairy Qingfan were continuing to chat here. For you to join the Blue Grace sect shows that karmic ties continue to bind us. Enter my estate. Stay here for a while and have a good conversation with me. As of late, your big sister's been bored senseless. Fairy Qingfan tossed Ning an intentionally playful look. Now that she knew that Ning was Su Yuji's master, she found herself quite impressed. This white-robed youth was definitely a figure of extraordinary power and ability. To have such an extraordinary figure address her as Big Sister was quite diverting. Ning gave her a look, then chuckled. Please lead the way, Senior Apprentice Sister. Fairy Qingfan turned and walked towards her estate, with Ning following behind her. The 18 world-level cultivators seated outside all watched as this transpired. When the black-robed elder saw Fairy Qingfan actively invite Ning into the estate, a rather ugly look appeared on his face. He barked coldly, Junior Apprentice Sister Qingfan, don't try to seduce this new junior apprentice brother of ours into helping you out. None of your damn business. Fairy Qingfan didn't even turn back to look at him. She simply let out a cold snort. Junior Apprentice Brother Darknorth, remember? There are some things which you should do and some things which you should not do. A chill filled the voice of the black-robed elder. By now, Su Yuji had already emerged from her room and was staring at the pathways in front of her, waiting eagerly. Finally, Fairy Qingfan emerged from around the bends, and behind her was a white-robed youth who bore a long sword on his back. The youth looked the same as he always had, the same as he had in her memories. Master! Su Yuji stared at him, her heart filled with many emotions. Guilt? Gratitude? In the Astral Islands, she had battled until she was at the point of absolute despair and exhaustion. When she saw Ji Ning appear, she had actually wept. And now, they were meeting at the East Smoke branch of the Blue Grace sect. Even for someone like Ji Ning, a fight here would be quite troublesome. And yet he had still come. It is always you helping me out, rather than vice versa. I'm your retainer, but I've never been able to do anything for you. In this instant, Su Yuji suddenly realized that she would never be able to forget how Ji Ning had saved her from the Astral Islands. That moment had been indelibly imprinted into her very soul. And now, they were meeting again here at this branch of the Blue Grace sect. Yuji. Ning walked over towards her. Master. Su Yuji nodded slightly. I've caused trouble for you. I hear that this branch leader of the East Smoke branch is mainly trying to steal your treasures. I also heard something about a statue of Feixian the Exalted. Ning asked. Su Yuji looked at Ning with some degree of surprise. You already know? Ning turned to glance at the nearby Fairy Qingfan. Fairy Qingfan. If Yuji wishes to leave, who will try to stop her? Fairy Qingfan could instantly sense that this white-robed youth was now speaking in a very different way and had a very different attitude. When they had been at the entrance to her estate, he had modestly addressed her as Senior Apprentice Sister Qingfan. Although he still spoke in a very relaxed way, his words and his demeanor revealed his absolute self-confidence and his dominating presence. If little sister Yuji wishes to leave, she would first need to deal with those 18 world-level cultivators standing guard, Fairy Qingfan said. They are keeping a tight watch, and if anything happens they will immediately make a report to that fool of a branch leader. When that happens, that fool will undoubtedly order many of our other world-level cultivators to attack. In fact, he might even activate the many formations protecting this place. Once that happens, there really will be nowhere to run. Ning nodded slowly. This was what he had expected. Master, give me another 100,000 years and I might be able to work something out, Su Yuji said. 100,000 years would actually be millions of years if she used a temporal acceleration treasure. That should be more than enough. If too much time passes, new variables will enter the equation, Ning said. Since this man was able to become the local branch leader, he probably has certain connections within the main base. If he wants to barge into the estate of a fellow disciple and seize an unaffiliated world-level cultivator, all he has to do is find a suitable excuse and he'll probably be able to convince Lord Bluegrace into agreeing. You've only been here a few centuries, which is why he has been able to bide his time. If you wait too long, that will no longer be the case. Su Yuji's face turned pale. Right. Once the local branch leader received permission from the main base, he would be able to enter this estate and seize her. By then, she would have no recourse at all. Leave it to me. I'll bring you out of here, Ning said. Su Yuji felt a warm feeling in her heart. Although she was worried about Ning, as his retainer she held enormous faith in him. He was indeed an absolute freak of nature. Fellow Taoist Ji Ning. The nearby fairy Qing Fen said in a rather unhappy manner. You must not act rashly. If you remain inside, they'll be limited by the rules of the sect and won't dare to cause trouble. But if you were to take little sister Yuji out of this place, they'll be allowed to attack. They won't show mercy to an outsider who isn't a member of our sect. Fairy Qing Fan. All you need to do is stand back and watch. Ning turned his head and said to Su Yuji, I'll take you into my estate world. All right. Su Yuji nodded. Fairy Qing Fan said unhappily, Little sister Yuji, this isn't. Ning just waved his hand, drawing Su Yuji into his estate treasure. He then turned and began to walk towards the outside. You dash. Fairy Qing Fan immediately hurried after him. The entrance to the estate. Ning emerged from the estate and saw the 18 world-level cultivators seated outside of it. Leaving already? The black-robed elder stared at Ning in a very solemn manner, as did all of the other cultivators. Did Fairy Qing Fen ask you to help her out by taking the flame fairy out with you? The black-robed elder's voice turned icy cold. She did not, Ning said. Junior apprentice brother. The flame fairy's matter has grave implications for everyone here. As a result, we can't just let you leave like this. A nearby red-haired child spoke in a hoarse voice. Do you plan on inspecting my treasures? Ning frowned. Cultivators often hide many of their secrets in their treasures. We won't insist on inspecting everything by force. However, you will need to swear a lifeblood oath that you are not taking the flame fairy out of this place. The black-robed elder said calmly. If you truly are not carrying her with you, then this oath will have no impact on you at all. But if you are, then this lifeblood oath will immediately rebound upon you and devour your life. You'll die on the spot. Swear the lifeblood oath and we will let you leave. Swish! A dark red crystalline rod was sent flying towards Ning. Ning glanced at the dark red rod, then shook his head. Suddenly, he manifested 3 heads and 6 arms. His 6 arms dramatically increased in size, and his palms became so large as to block out the skies as he struck out towards the 18 cultivators nearby. What? Careful! Fairy Qing Fan was standing right behind him, and her eyes immediately bulged out. He actually went straight to fighting? How could Su Yuji's master be such a fool? He actually dared to launch an attack within the East Smoke branch of the Blue-Gray sect. Humph! What a fool! The 18 world-level cultivators instantly activated their formation, allowing immortal energy to pool together and then flow over their bodies. The reason there were 18 of them here was so that they could join forces and fight against tough foes. Even if Su Yuji tried to use her bug beasts and golems to force her way out of the estate, they would be able to hold on against her for a period of time. Boom! As the 6 enormous palms swept towards them, an enormous collision could be heard as one of the world-level cultivators was captured as easily as one might pick up a little chick. The man was forcibly dragged into Ning's estate treasure, the entire formation having been forcibly torn apart. Push! The 6 enormous palms continued to howl forth and strike out towards them. Flee! How can he be this powerful? Run away! The remaining world-level cultivators were all stupefied. This initial clash had just resulted in Ning capturing 11 of them, and the rest hurriedly began to scatter and flee. However, the enormous power ripples caused by this clash spread out to encompass the entire East Smoke branch, which was merely 10 million kilometers in size. Every single world-level cultivator here was able to easily sense that something had happened, and many streams of godsense swept outwards towards this region. Who dare you? How dare you barge into our blue-grace sect? One stream of godsense carried a voice that exploded loudly within Ning's mind. Humph! Ning suddenly poured out his own godsense, sweeping it in all four directions in an all-encompassing wave. Thanks to the nurturing effect of his azure flower mist energy, Ning's soul is comparable to that of a Tao Lord of the first step, as was his godsense. Other world-level cultivators truly had far weaker godsenses by comparison. As Ning's godsense flooded out, it boomed as it slammed into the streams of godsense that had flooded this area. Ning's godsense crushed everything in its path, smashing apart nearly 300 different streams of godsense and chaosense. The difference between a world-level cultivator and a Tao Lord was simply too apparent. Rumble. For a moment, the only stream of godsense present within the 10 million kilometer region of the East Smoke sect belonged to Ji Ning. All the others had been completely crushed and wiped out. The Flame Fairy is my retainer. Today, I've come to the East Smoke branch of the Blue-Grace sect to take my retainer away from this place. Ning's voice boomed out, echoing in every corner of the entire East Smoke branch. I trust that most of you know about the matter of your branch leader seeking to steal my retainer's treasures, and you all know in your hearts who is in the right and who is in the wrong. I am going to take my retainer out of this place, and I'd rather not launch a massacre. But if anyone who seeks to bar my path shall die. His voice blasted out across every inch of the local branch's territory. Every single world-level cultivator found his godsense or chaosense completely suppressed, and they were all completely unable to push back. Fairy Qingfan stood there at the entrance to her home, staring in amazement as this all happened. When she heard this earth-shattering voice boom out in her mind, she couldn't help but be shocked once again. Fairy Qingfan was completely stunned by the dominating power of Ji Ning's godsense. The power of one's godsense was derived from the strength of one's soul. This was something that simply couldn't be faked. All by himself, Ji Ning had crushed the godsenses of all the other world-level cultivators in the East Smoke branch. This alone was proof that he was a person who ordinary cultivators absolutely could not compare to. And, judging from Ning's words, he had only revealed a tiny fraction of his true power. Fellow Taoist Ji Ning. Although Fairy Qingfan was so stunned that she immediately spoke and acted in a much more humble manner, she still said to Ning frantically, "This place is the local headquarters of our Blue-Grace sect. It is protected by many mighty formations which Tao Lord Blue-Grace personally set down. No matter how strong are you can't possibly withstand our guardian formations. You are acting far too impetuously." Ning gave her a glance. "Fairy Qingfan, I already told you that you only need to do is stand back and watch. Then I'll do just that." Fairy Qingfan gritted her teeth. Although that idiot branch leader is a real imbecile, he won't show any mercy in activating those formations. If I really can't beat him, I'll just hide in your estate again, Fairy. Ning tossed a smile her way. You? Fairy Qingfan stared, dazed. Good point. Ji Ning was standing right at the entrance to her estate. He really could simply retreat into it whenever he wished. Ning then turned to stare at the distant main palace of the East Smoke branch, his gaze turning cold. The choice of how to proceed was up to the local branch leader. If he was wise enough to let Ning leave, Ning wouldn't pursue this matter any further and simply wipe the slate clean. It was very common for cultivators to fight each other out of greed for each other's treasures. After all, and Su Yuji hadn't actually been harmed. This matter was a matter that could be easily glossed over. However, if he chose to fight, the outcome would be completely different. Ning wasn't certain in his ability to overcome the local formations, and so he wouldn't show any mercy at all. The main hall of the East Smoke branch. Who is he? Where the hell did he come from? The East Smoke leader was a fairly handsome man, but his eyes were as cold as ice. No idea where he's from. Given how powerful his god sense is, he's definitely an extraordinary world-level cultivator. In fact, he might be strong enough to enter the 12 palaces or might have already done so. There were 3 other world-level cultivators in the main hall. Usually the various world-level cultivators of the East Smoke branch would reside within their own residences, and so the main palace only had 3 on duty. The East Smoke leader's face sank. Branch leader, what should we do? Should we activate the formation and let them leave? The other 3 all looked at their branch leader. The East Smoke leader was considering this very question as well. It seems as though the master of the Flame Fairy is quite a powerful figure. But no matter what, he's just one man. So what if he really is a member of the 12 palaces? In this place, I can still kill him. The almighty Hegemon had long ago ordered all members of the 12 palaces to swear lifeblood oaths, preventing them from killing each other. However, these oaths were not binding upon the other cultivators of the Bright Shore Kingdom. Although world-level cultivators who had been granted entry into the 12 palaces were generally incredibly powerful, over the course of countless years there had been a few occasions in which ordinary world-level cultivators had managed to somehow kill world-level cultivators of the 12 palaces. When this happened, the response was simple. Too bad. It was his own damn fault. If you were protected from Dao Lords but ended up being killed by world-level cultivators, you deserved it. His retainer had so many treasures. He has to have even more. The East Smoke leader grew more and more greedy as he thought about this. No matter what, he's just a world-level cultivator. The Sect Lord once said that not even the most powerful world-level cultivator would be able to defeat these protective formations. Kill him. The East Smoke leader made his decision, born of personal greed as well as confidence in the protective formation's power. Ning's own display of dominance and power had also angered the East Smoke leader, contributing to this decision. Boom! The East Smoke leader sent out a strand of his will, merging it into the protective formation that covered the entire East Smoke branch. This was a sealing formation that prevented anyone from entering or leaving the place. This formation was perpetually active, which was why Ning had to pretend that he was interested in joining the Blue-Gray sect and be granted entry. If he hadn't, there would have been no way for him to force his way inside. The sealing formation would have stopped him dead in his tracks, and the many other formations would have begun to launch spells against him as various world-level cultivators took control over them. Not only did you barge into the Blue-Gray sect, you act with such arrogance. It seems as though you truly have a death wish. The East Smoke leader's mind had become one with the formation, and his voice boomed out through the natural energy controlled by the formation as it echoed throughout the region. On my orders, all disciples of the sect are to take control over our various formations and kill him. Giving this order through Godsense would have been more subtle, but Ning's Godsense had completely permeated this entire region, giving him no option but to send the order through his formation. Yes. Take control of the formations. Quick! Some of the world-level cultivators were hesitating, as they all knew that the East Smoke leader was in the wrong for lusting over the treasures of this man's retainer. In addition, the man's godsense was so strong that he was clearly an unfathomably powerful figure. Some of the vacillating cultivators began to delay on purpose, wanting to see exactly how powerful this mysterious expert was. However, some of them did obey the orders right away. As for the ones who were extremely good friends with the East Smoke leader, they all began to fly straight towards the various formation cores. Once we kill him, we'll split some of the spoils as well. He dared to enter our base. He truly doesn't know his own limits. So long as they rendered merits in battle, there would be no way that the East Smoke leader would be able to refuse giving them a portion of the spoils. World-level fellow disciples were fairly important and respected, after all. Ning stood there in front of Fairy Qingfan's estate. When Ning heard the East Smoke leader send out a booming order to kill him, he just slowly shook his head. Think of something, quick! Fairy Qingfan said desperately. Formations have to be operated by cultivators, Ning said coldly. Come out! A crimson-black gourd instantly appeared in the air next to Ning. This was the Elementum Waterflame gourd, and it immediately unleashed two dragon-like streaks of lightning. One was the water smoke lightning, which surged out like a dark storm clouds that was filled with crashing waves of water. The other was the fire cloud lightning, which spread out like an enormous billowing cloud of flames. The two streaks of lightning wrapped around each other, then began to blast out in every direction. It must be understood that chaos lightning moved faster than almost all Dao Lords. As for Dao lightning, it moved with such terrifying speed that even Dao Lords would be befuddled by it, to say nothing of world-level cultivators. Whoosh! 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 The Dao lightning blasted out in every direction. In the blink of an eye, every part of the 10 million kilometers of the East Smoke Branch became filled by the water smoke lightning and the fire cloud lightning. These two mighty types of Dao lightning were incompatible with each other, due to being water-aligned and fire-aligned, and each time they clashed with each other they would explode with utterly earth-shaking force. What? How is this possible? The cultivators who had been the first to move, hoping to help kill Ning, and then get a share of his treasures, watched in utter despair as Dao lightning blanketed the skies above them. The Dao lightning moved with such incredible speed that they were filled with complete hopeless. It must be remembered that Dao Lord All-God himself had used those 9 secret arts, including the Novescence Thunder, to strike down Emperor Malobo. In terms of speed alone, Dao lightning was generally so fast that even eternal emperors were unable to dodge it. Boom! The two streaks of Dao lightning slammed downwards. No dash! Some of the world-level cultivators brandished their weapons, seeking to block. Alas, as the divine lightning swept past them, they were instantly reduced to dust, their true souls completely annihilated. The two mighty streaks of Dao lightning were so powerful that when they were completely focused on a single opponent, they would be able to slay even a supreme world god with a single blow. Even transcendent world gods would suffer heavy injuries, and a few repeated strikes would result in their deaths. However, since Ning had spread out his two streaks of Dao lightning into an area attack, the power of the attack was somewhat lessened. The elite world gods were instantly swept through and destroyed. The masterclass world gods would be able to survive for 2 breaths before also perishing. As for supreme world gods, they would generally be able to survive. However, this small East Smoke Branch only had a total of around 300 world-level cultivators. It only had roughly 10 or so who had reached the supreme world god level of power. Boom! The cultivators who had been the first to respond to their leader's orders and charge forward began to die under the horrifying power of the 2 types of Dao lightning. There had only been a single supreme world god who had responded to the East Smoke leader's orders right away, and Ning focused an enormous amount of lightning on him, causing him to perish after a few breaths as well. It had only been 10 breaths worth of time, but all of the 39 cultivators who had acknowledged their branch leader's orders had perished. As for those who were hesitating or who were just watching, Ning didn't act against them yet. Thank goodness. Thank goodness I was cautious. Thank goodness I hate that idiot. The many hesitating world-level cultivators in the branch all raised their heads to stare at the boundless streaks of Dao lightning filling the skies. The black lightning and the blazing lightning were tangled together, constantly crackling and exploding with such power that they all felt chilled to the core. Fairy Qingfan stared in a similarly stupefied manner at the endless lightning crackling in the skies. She then turned to stare at the crimson-black gourd hanging in the air next to Ning. The gourd was still emitting more streaks of lightning. As I said, anyone who seeks to bar my path shall die. Ning's voice boomed out with the thunder, shaking the heavens and the earth. If you do not get involved, I will not harm you. I do not harm the innocent. You've killed the disciples of our sect. You must die. The East Smoke leader's furious voice echoed in the skies as well. The 19 of you who are already in position, activate the formations right away and kill him. The East Smoke leader had been driven absolutely furious. Normally, if an enemy attacked, they would be able to rely on the protective ceiling formation to defend them as the various world-level cultivators took control of the various attacking formations and used them to surround and assault their foe. The more powerful formations required multiple world-level cultivators to use, and there was obviously no point in having all of their cultivators be permanently stationed within the various formations. They needed to train and to go out on adventure. They would usually train in their own residences. All they had to do was hurry out and take part in any battles that did arise. The problem was that Ji Ning was already inside the formation. Even so, normal enemies would not have been able to prevent them from entering their various formation cores. The problem was that Ning had the Elementum Waterflame Gourd, allowing him to wipe out all of them at one go. Alas, 19 world-level cultivators were permanently stationed in some of the formation cores at all times, and so some of the formations were still activatable. If the 19 of you do not get involved, I won't act against you. Ning's voice boomed out once more. But if you try to stop me, I guarantee that I will kill you all, no matter how much time and effort it takes. Instantly, the 19 world-level cultivators within the formation cores began to hesitate. Should they get involved in this? If they didn't get involved, they wouldn't be in any danger. But if they did get involved and were unable to kill this mysterious expert, they would be in for a world of hurt. Kill him. Later, I'll give all 19 of you an equal share of his treasures. The East Smoke leader spoke out using his immortal energy through his formation. Kill him. We are inside our formation. There's no way he can touch us. Kill him and his treasures will be ours. If we act, we have to make sure we get rid of him. 3 of the world-level cultivators chose not to get involved and instead just watch, but the other 16 elected to activate their formations out of greed. Activating all the formations would require 60 cultivators, and they were only 16 of them in position. Only a small part of the power of the formations had been unleashed, but they still felt quite confident. They trusted in the might of Dowlord Bluegrace formation. Rumble. Multiple formations throughout the region began to activate. Ning raised his head to stare into the skies, his eyes as cold as death. The East Smoke leader was in charge of the most important formation. This was the one preventing Ji Ning from leaving. As for the other 16, they were able to control roughly 8 other formations. 3 of them were meant for bewildering opponents while the other 5 were meant for launching attacks. Whoosh! 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 The enormous illusion of an axe slowly began to manifest in the air, drawing upon more and more of the power of heaven and earth as it corporealized. The illusion became increasingly solid, and its aura continued to increase. The power of this divine axe is so great that even 100 world gods would be slain by a single chop. Fairy Qingfan had already hidden herself inside the estate behind Ning, and she watched all this happen with concern. Rumble. Thunder rang out, shaking both the heavens and the earth as streaks of lightning began to appear. These were all streaks of chaos lightning, but they were so numerous that they still possessed tremendous power. An axe, lightning bolts, flames, black mist, a divine sword. All 5 attacking formations had been activated. The 3 bewildering formations also began to unleash their power as well. Humph! How laughable! Ning simply stood there. His soul was so strong and his will was so resolute that all of the bewildering illusions were useless against him. It must be understood that not even a heart-force cultivator like Birchelu had been successful in using illusions to deceive Ning, to say nothing of these formations. These formations were designed to be used against world-level cultivators. They were completely useless against Ning. Break! Ning raised his head to the skies and let out a furious howl. The 2 mighty streaks of Dao lightning immediately blasted out once more, striking towards the enormous axe, the chaos lightning, the flames, the black mist, and the divine sword. Boom! 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 One explosion after another could be heard as the Dao lightning began to battle the 5 offensive formations. The first to be destroyed was the chaos lightning. Next was the strange, billowing black mist, which was wiped out by the supremely Yang attribute, forceful and destructive Dao lightning. As for the giant great axe and the divine sword, they contained so much condensed power that not even the Dao lightning could shake them. The destruction of the chaos lightning and the strange black fog had used up a tremendous amount of the Dao lightning's power. In the end, it was only able to slightly weaken the blazing, Fiendgod-shaped flames. Kill! The blazing Fiendgod flew through the air, roaring furiously as flames erupted in its wake. Kill! The enormous great axe hanging in the air quickly descended like a scythe, chopping down towards Ning with fury. Kill! The divine sword hanging in the air descended tip-first as it stabbed straight towards Ning. Die! 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 The East Smoke Branch leader gritted his teeth as he watched from within the main palace. He repeated the word die over and over again, hoping that when the power of these three formations descended they would utterly annihilate this white-robed brat. You have to die. The 16 world-level cultivators controlling the formations watched eagerly as well. It was forbidden for members of the 12 palaces to fight amongst themselves, but ordinary world-level cultivators often dreamed of having the chance to slay a member of the 12 palaces. The status difference between the two was as great as the difference between the heavens and the earth, after all. However, the difference in power was similarly great, and those who were capable of completing such a momentous task were few and far between. They now had a chance to accomplish such a deed, and if they won, they would gain access to this terrifyingly powerful world god's treasures. Ji Ning. Fairy Qingfan raised her head to stare at the blazing Fiendgod, the enormous great axe, and the divine sword. I wonder what will happen? The other world-level cultivators who were simply watching on the sidelines stared as the three weapons descended towards that tiny white-robed figure. Humph! Ning suddenly let out an angry snort, instantly expanding in size to become a three-headed, six-armed Fiendgod who was more than 30,000 meters tall. His 6 enormous palms were large enough to blot out the skies, and he swept them towards the 3 attacking formations. Kill! Kill! The blazing Fiendgod continued to bellow furiously. Boom! Boom! Ning was using the same sword art with all 6 of his palms. The Heavenbreaker stance. This strike focused on using raw strength and power to overwhelm and crush foes in a head-on clash. After his experiences in the Astral Islands, Ning's Bright Moon sword art had become dramatically more powerful as well. They were now comparable to the 6th stance of the Nameless sword art. Ning's Heavenbreaker stance now had a similar aura of overwhelming dominance as the 3rd stance of the Quintessence sword intent, the Astral stance, but it was even more direct and brutish in its might. Bang! Bang! 2 of the mighty palms slammed into blazing Fiendgod in succession. The blazing Fiendgod bellowed furiously as it attempted to fight back, but as the 2 palms simultaneously collided with it, its body began to break apart. Boom! 2 enormous palms slammed direct into the chopping great axe in a frontal collision. The result was that the great axe was actually shaken into pieces, causing it to dissipate. The final 2 palms smashed straight towards that descending sword. In the blink of an eye, Ning had transformed into a towering Fiendgod, manifested 3 heads and 6 arms, then used his 6 palms to crush all 3 attacks. This sight caused all of the world-level cultivators in the East Smoke Branch to fall silent. But how can he be this strong? Thank goodness I didn't get involved. They all stared slack-jawed, especially Fairy Qingfan. She was completely dazed. Yuji mainly relied on her bug beasts and golems. She herself wasn't that powerful. When this Ji Ning guy took out one of those legendary Elementum Waterflame gourds, I thought that he had to be just like Yuji, someone who relied on magic treasures. I never imagined that he himself is even more powerful than those treasures. He must be close to a Tao Lord in might. That blazing Fiendgod, in terms of raw strength alone, was actually comparable to a Tao Lord of the first step. Unfortunately, its insights into the Tao were so poor that it was even weaker than ordinary world-level cultivators in this regard. Ning couldn't help but shake his head. As for that axe and the sword, they were materialized with many profound mysteries and were actually quite strong. Unfortunately, all the power they contained was used up after a single strike. The weakness of the blazing Fiendgod was that it possessed a very low level of insight into the Tao. As for the great axe and the divine sword, they had no staying power. They were only able to stay materialized for a brief period of time at their maximum level of power. Ning, however, was a cultivator and was thus able to fight at maximum power for quite some time. All things crumble before the face of my Heavenbreaker stance, Ning said calmly. This was the fifth stance of the Bright Moon Sword Art, the Heavenbreaker stance. This was Ning's most physically powerful attack, an attack relying on overwhelming might. It was far more ferocious and forceful than the Blood Drop stance or the Shadowless stance. However, the Blood Drop stance had better penetration while the Shadowless stance was more unpredictable. When Ning battled against powerful cultivators, he generally tended to use some of the other stances, but when faced with these fairly weak formations it was actually the Heavenbreaker stance which was the most suitable attack. What should I do? What should I do? The East Smoke leader began to freak out, his eyes turning red with panic. The formations can't kill him. What should I do? Branch leader, what should we do? How are supposed to beat him? The other 16 world-level cultivators in charge of those 8 formations began to panic as well. The East Smoke leader's eyes were now bloodshot. Through his formation, he howled furiously. No need to be afraid. He must have used some sort of incredibly powerful divine ability in order to be able to unleash such tremendous might. The more powerful a divine ability is, the more divine power it uses up. He's probably using up divine power 1,000 times faster than he would in a normal battle. There's no way he'll be able to sustain this, but our formations will ensure that we can continue to launch attacks without pause. Right? Let's kill him through attrition. There's no way he'll be able to launch too many of those attacks. They had already made an enemy out of Ji Ning. If they were to now let him leave, unacceptable. The only choice was to follow this path to its conclusion. They were using formations, and so they were able to draw upon the endless amount of natural energy that existed in the world. The formations were also powered by chaos jewels, ensuring that the controllers didn't have to use up too much of their own immortal energy. They'd be able to keep fighting for an extended period of time. An illusion of an axe, an illusion of a sword, a black mist, a flaming giant, and lightning bolts once more began to form in midair. Ning glanced upwards at them, then shook his head. Attrition. With each attack, the formations would have to build up power for quite some time before striking out. Ning himself was being reinforced by his Azure Flower mist energy and actually wasn't using much of his own normal power. In a battle like this, the rate at which he absorbed energy from the outside world was actually faster than the rate at which he used it up. Swoosh! Ning suddenly stepped forward, transforming into a streak of light that flew straight into the air. He's moving. He's flying towards the main palace. Many world-level cultivators were watching this fight nervously. They didn't dare to take part in this battle at all, because even if all of them joined forces they would still be butchered by this white-robed youth. The difference between a world-level cultivator and a Dao Lord of the first step was simply enormous. Ji Ning had a much lower level of insight compared to a Dao Lord of the first step prior to the almighty Hegemon abducting him, but he was now on equal terms with an actual Dao Lord of the first step. As Ning flew forwards, he suffered yet another waves of attacks, but he was once more able to use his 6 giant palms to effortlessly crush the attackers. He's coming for me. When the East Smoke branch leader saw the towering white-robed youth fly towards him, an ugly look appeared on his face. Break for me! Ning let out a cold roar as his 6 giant palms sliced through the air, striking simultaneously at the main palace of the East Smoke branch. The East Smoke leader was hiding within the main palace, and he was as small as an ant compared to the 6 mighty palms that were descending. The area around the main palace was surrounded by rings of light. When the 6 colossal heaven-covering hands came crashing down, only the outermost layer of light was shattered, and they regenerated almost instantly. Ahahaha! There's no way you'll be able to break through. The East Smoke leader was overjoyed upon seeing this. He stood there in the main palace, a cold smile on his lips. This is the main palace. This is the most important part of the East Smoke branch, and it possesses the strongest defenses. It is guarded by 8 layers of defenses, and you were only able to breach one of them. You aren't even close. Since you can't kill me, you'll be the one to die. I refuse to believe you'll be able to keep this divine ability of yours active indefinitely. Ji Ning stared down towards him from his position in the skies. Ning nodded slowly as he mused to himself. The main palace lives up to its reputation. This is the source of power for the entire restrictive formation. The grand restrictive formation protecting this place required a formation core, and the formation core was under the control of the East Smoke branch leader and located in the tightly guarded main palace. It seems I'll have to use my full power. A hint of a smile played at the corner of Ning's lips. He then reached out with one hand towards his back, taking a firm hold over the sword which he had been carrying on his back this entire time. He's about to draw his sword. He's been carrying that sword along this entire time. It seems that sword should be pretty powerful. I wonder what will happen? The world-level cultivators of the East Smoke branch all watched intently, including both Fairy Qingfan and the East Smoke leader. Clink. The sword left its scabbard. In the instant that Ning drew his sword, 5 other swords appeared in his other 5 hands. 6 hands, 6 eternal swords. Astral stance. As soon as Ning drew his swords, his 6 eternal blades began to gleam with blinding light. They transformed into 6 streaks of bloody sword light that descended towards the main palace like a tempest of blood. Boom! 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 One layer of light after another was shattered. The main palace was guarded by 8 formations, and 6 of them were broken through. The shockwaves generated by the powerful collisions spread out in every direction, so strong as to cause even the surrounding mountains to crumble and topple. Countless trees were reduced to dust. What? The East Smoke leader was so frightened that his face turned bone white. He then swallowed hard. Thankfully, he didn't break through. He won't be able to break through. Is this his true power? Fairy Qingfan, still standing at the entrance to her estate, stared at the distant Ji Ning and the 6 mighty swords he was wielding. No wonder little sister Yuji was willing to follow and serve him. How can a world-level cultivator be this powerful? Oh, it actually didn't break. Ning frowned, then raised his head to glance at the restrictive formations above him. Swoosh! Ning charged high into the skies. I knew he wouldn't be able to hold on forever. He had to be using up an enormous amount of divine power to unleash those attacks. A hint of delight appeared on the East Smoke leader's face. Through the formation, he sent a mental message to the other 16 cultivators. Keep using your formations to attack him. Don't be fooled by how powerful he looks. Soon, he won't be able to fight back at all. Right? He's relying on his own power, whereas we are relying on our formation. He won't be able to overpower us. The world-level cultivators continued to use their formations to attack. Impudent! Ning frowned as he saw the great axe, the sword, and the blazing Fiendgod charged towards him once more. Whoosh! 3 streaks of bloody swordlight shot out into the skies, completely shattering the 3 oncoming attacks. Now that Ning was using his eternal swords, these formations were nothing to him at all. Since I cannot break through the main palace with a full-force strike, I should give this grand restrictive formation a try. Ning flew high into the air, head raised as he stared at the barrier in front of him. Although he knew that this barrier had to be extremely tough, he still wanted to give it a try. Go! 6 streaks of swordlight shot out like 6 meteors, simultaneously raining down together upon a 30-meter region of the Grand Restrictive Formation. Although the formation covered a region of 10 million kilometers, Ning focused all of his attacks on one point. This would make piercing through it easier. Rumble. The entire Grand Restrictive Formation trembled slightly, then dispersed the power of Ning's attack. It didn't break? Ning's face changed slightly. Again. Rumble. The 6 streaks of bloody swordlight sliced out once more as Ning furiously attacked the Grand Restrictive Formation. The entire East Smoke branch turned silent. All the world-level cultivators watched as the white-robed youth used his power to furiously assault the Grand Restrictive Formation. It would be countless years before they would ever be able to forget this sight. A world-level cultivator was so audacious as to challenge the full power of their barrier, and was able to cause the entire barrier to tremble. Ning sent 10 consecutive attacks out against the formation. I really can't break through. Ning slowly shook his head. It seems as though forcing my way out of this formation is impractical. If he wasn't able to break out of this place, His only option was to carry out his original plan. Ning lowered his head, staring downwards with a cold light flashing in his eyes. Swoosh! Ning immediately charged downwards. In just 2 seconds, he arrived before a black palace. Break! 6 dazzling streaks of sword light descended upon the black palace. Although the black palace was protected by 3 layers of barriers, it still exploded into pieces. Spare me! Spare us! The 3 world-level cultivators hiding within the black palace immediately ran out, staring at Ning in terror. Every single formation core was protected by barrier spells, but those barriers couldn't possibly compare to the barriers protecting the main palace. Transcendent world gods might not be able to breach them, but Tao Lords of the first step would be able to breach them through raw power. Humph! Ning waved his giant hand. Whoosh! The heavens seemed to turn dark as he captured all 3 of them. Next, Ning began to fly towards another formation core. What? We can't stop him. Miss Dragon, this is all your fault. You ruined us. You idiot. Qing Fan was absolutely right when she said you were an imbecile and buffoon. We are finished. We are all doomed. He said earlier that anyone who stands in his way will be killed. Ning blew through the various formation cores with ease, capturing all 16 world-level cultivators. All of them are doomed. The East Smoke leader's face was turning pale from his position inside the main palace as he watched this happen. I'm the only one left. He won't be able to enter. He can't break the main palace's barrier spells. Although he consoled himself by saying this, he was still filled with terror. Although the barrier was able to trap Ning, it wasn't able to kill. If too much time passed, who knew what additional variables might enter the picture? Big brother. The East Smoke leader waved his hand, causing a black message talisman to appear. He gritted his teeth, then crushed it into tiny pieces. Big brother, you have to come save me. The East Smoke leader could now sense how dangerous this foe was. At a time like this, his only option was to ask his big brother to come protect him. His big brother had always doted on him. The main headquarters of the Blue Grace sect. The main headquarters was a vast place, stretching out to cover more than 100 million kilometers. There were countless cultivators here, with more than 3,000 world-level cultivators and innumerable elder gods and ancestral immortals. There were also 4 Tao Lords. The most powerful was of course Tao Lord Blue Grace himself, and he was an extremely famous and reputable figure within the Brightshore Kingdom. Bang! A figure suddenly soared into the skies, leaving a deep gorge that was completely shrouded in black mist. This figure was dressed in black robes, had a cold and grim face, and looked quite similar to world god Mistdragon, the branch leader of the East Smoke branch. Only his aura was colder and darker. Mistdragon actually shattered the message talisman I gave him? What sort of danger has he encountered? Tao Lord Batdragon's face was grim, but his eyes were filled with worry. Him and Mistdragon were actual brothers. It was extremely rare for a pair of fraternal brothers to be able to train together and reach such heights in cultivation. Batdragon had long ago lost all his other kinsmen, and his little brother was the only one left. In truth, Mistdragon wasn't really strong enough to qualify for his current position, but since Tao Lord Batdragon gave him his full support, he was able to become a branch leader. Mistdragon, his one and only little brother. I'll go right now. Tao Lord Batdragon didn't hesitate at all. He immediately transformed into a streak of light as he flew out of the main headquarters and towards the East Smoke branch. At the top of a mountain of the East Smoke branch, Ning stood there, a group of 34 terrified world-level cultivators before him. Of the 34, 16 had been using formations to attack Ning, while 18 were the East Smoke leader's devoted followers. The 18 were the ones who had been keeping tabs on the Flame Fairy. Ning had captured them all. The 18 of you obeyed the East Smoke branch leader's orders and wished to slay my retainer and steal her treasures. The 16 of you wished to slay me. Ning swept the 34 with his gaze. Quite frankly, I should kill you all. The 34 were utterly terrified. When cultivators made the wrong enemy or chose the wrong master, they would often find themselves in mortal danger. However, I will give you two options. The first option is death. The second option is to immediately swear a lifeblood oath to be my slave. Ning tossed out an oath stone. The oath is right here. If you are willing to swear the oath, you'll be able to stay alive. Slave. The world-level cultivators had ugly looks on their faces. World gods and chaos immortals had exalted statuses. How many of them would willingly become the slave of another? The problem was, if they refused, they would die. Ji Ning was simply too powerful, far more powerful than any world god had a right to be. To submit to him, it wasn't completely unacceptable. This oath. This is way too stringent. But when the 34 of them saw the oath, they were stunned. Once they swore this oath, they would become absolute slaves who would have to serve Ning with utter devotion. In fact, they weren't even permitted to lie to him. This was one of the most stringent oaths possible. The only thing that gave them hope was the clause that said they would regain their freedom after 1,000 chaos cycles. 1,000 chaos cycles? This was an incredibly long period of time. How many cultivators would even be able to stay alive for that long? Ning swept them with a glance. He had actually been planning on killing them all, but he had reconsidered as there was always a need for servants or slaves to take care of some minor matters that he simply didn't have time for. In addition, when he was out adventuring, there were some dangerous places he could use them to scout for him. If some of them were so lucky as to stay alive for 1,000 chaos cycles, for him to release them then would be fine as well. 1,000 chaos cycles? Ning couldn't even imagine what level of power he would have reached by then. Impossible. One wrong step, and it all comes to nothing. Several world-level cultivators raised their heads and sighed. Their true souls immediately dissipated as they perished on the spot. I chose the wrong path. I'll have to bear the consequences. Forget it. Forget it. In the end, a total of 5 of them chose suicide. Ning didn't move to stop them. The other 29 chose to bow their heads and become Ning's slaves. As they saw it, this incomparably terrifying world god would most likely become a Tao Lord in the future. They were willing to accept becoming the servants and slaves of a Tao Lord. Whoosh! Ning waved his hand, accepting these 29 world-level slaves. World god Mistdragon, the branch leader of the East Smoke branch, continued to hide in the main palace of the East Smoke branch. He watched as all of this happened, and he felt no sympathy for them at all. Instead, he was celebrating. Thank goodness the barriers protecting my main palace are much stronger. Although this white-robed kid is strong, he still can't do a damn thing to me. Humph. Soon my big brother will arrive. By then, HPMH. World god Mistdragon felt tremendous confidence in his big brother. Whoosh! Ning suddenly transformed into a streak of light, flying away from the mountain and once more charging towards the main palace. He's coming back? The East Smoke leader was badly frightened. Why is he coming back? Does he have some even more powerful tricks up his sleeve? The East Smoke leader's heart was filled with alarm. He knew that if he didn't have these barriers and had to face Ning by himself, he probably wouldn't be able to withstand even a single blow. The Blue-Grace Sect's area of influence was quite large, as was its territory. Its 9 branches were all located in 9 different corners of its territory, and even someone like Tao Lord Batdragon, who flew roughly twice as fast as the speed of light, would need to fly for roughly an entire day before arriving. World god Mistdragon had to hold on for at least a day. By then, his big brother the Tao Lord would arrive and he would be safe. Come out! Ning landed in front of the main palace as a crimson-black gourd appeared behind him. This was the Elementum Waterflame gourd. The gourd immediately belched out the water smoke lightning and the fire cloud lightning, and the 2 mighty streaks of Tao lightning immediately began to hammer down upon the barrier spells, shattering through the 2 outermost layers. I hope this breaks it. Ning manifested 3 heads and 6 arms, once more wielding 6 violet jewels as he began to furiously assault the main palace. Boom! 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 The main palace echoed with the sound of explosions. Even though Ning now had the Tao lightning helping him, he was still only able to breach 7 of the barriers. The 8th and final barrier remained unbroken, and it was the strongest barrier of all. You can't break it. The East Smoke leader laughed coldly as he saw this. And you can forget about escaping. Ning, however, continued to rain down furious blows with his eternal weapons. As for his Tao lightning, it was constantly replenished by the natural energy of heaven and earth and thus was also able to attack unabated. Let's see how long he can keep attacking for. He has to be using up an enormous amount of divine power, but I'm using up very little immortal energy in maintaining these protective barriers. The East Smoke leader smiled coldly. 2 hours later, Ning was still furiously attacking, not having taken any break at all. What the hell is going on? The East Smoke leader had an ugly look on his face. He has to be using an insanely powerful divine ability to launch such powerful attacks. It has to be consuming 1,000 times as much divine power as a normal strike would. How can he keep going for so long? It must be understood that the barriers themselves used up an incredible amount of energy after having been breached and repaired so many times. Although most of this energy came from chaos jewels and the extracted natural energy of the world, a small part of it did have to come from the controller of the formation. His immortal energy was instrumental in keeping the barriers and the formations active. After 2 hours, more than half of his immortal energy had been used up. Let's keep fighting then. I'll be able to hold. The East Smoke leader gritted his teeth. I have plenty of chaos jewels. I'll be able to fight for a long period of time if I use my chaos jewels to replenish my energy. He was the fraternal brother of a Tao Lord and a branch leader. He naturally had quite a few chaos jewels, and the main palace itself also had an emergency cache of chaos jewels to ensure that the formations would remain active. In truth, Ning really was using up quite a bit of energy. Although the Azure Flower Mist energy was being consumed fairly slowly, it was still being used up far faster than he could replenish it. If he continued launching maximum power attacks like this, he would probably run dry on energy after 6 hours. However, the one thing which Ning absolutely did not lack for was treasures and chaos jewels. For the sake of being able to end this sooner, using up a few chaos jewels was more than worth it. For hours. 6 hours. 8 hours. Ning continued his furious attacks. Every so often, Ning would draw some of the chaos jewels into his Jindan chaos region and absorb the pure, distilled chaos energy from the chaos jewels. As for the East Smoke leader, he had naturally started to use chaos jewels well before Ning had. Miss Dragon, I urge you to just withdraw the formation and let him leave. Fairy Qingfan had already flown over to the main palace. In truth, she was feeling quite stunned at the fact that Ji Ning was able to maintain such a high intensity over such a long period of time. It must be understood that world gods used up divine power at an alarming rate when they launched full power attacks. Even if they tried to use chaos jewels to replenish their energy, it wouldn't be enough. There was a limit to how fast chaos jewels could be used to replenish energy. Ning used up energy at a very slow rate, which was why he was able to easily use chaos jewels to keep himself topped off. For those who truly did rely on powerful divine abilities to fight, they'd usually run out of energy after a short battle. There was simply no way for chaos jewels to keep up with their energy expenditures. You traitor! The East Smoke leader laughed coldly. This was all caused by your attempts at robbery. If you let him go, then this matter will be at an end. Fairy Qingfan urged. At an end? Ahaha, he's completely unable to breach the main palace. I'm using up almost no immortal energy in keeping the barrier spells active. I'll be able to keep going for an extremely long period of time thanks to my chaos jewels. Soon, my big brother will arrive and he'll be in for a world of trouble. How could the East Smoke leader be willing to give up at a time like this? So what if the white-robed kid belonged to the 12 palaces? His big brother was a member of the 12 palaces as well, and a retainer to Tao Lord Bluegrace. The East Smoke leader didn't feel any fear at all. And if this kid wasn't a member of the 12 palaces, his big brother could simply kill him. Big brother. The furiously attacking Ning cast him a glance. By now, Ning had a belly full of fire. Anyone who had been forced to continuously launch full-force attacks for so long would have a belly full of fire. It wouldn't matter even if his big brother is Tao Lord Bluegrace himself. Ning was truly furious now. Miss Dragon. The black-robed Dowlord Bat-Dragon was flying through the clouds at high speed. His nervousness had caused a layer of bloody light to appear within his eyes. You have to hang on, Miss Dragon. Hang on until I arrive. He couldn't even imagine what sort of threat had caused his little brother to shatter the message talisman and beg for rescue. He needed a full day to fly from the main headquarters to the East Smoke branch. All sorts of things could happen within a day. I don't care who it is. If someone kills my little brother, I, Bat-Dragon, swear that I will pay any price, up to and including my very life itself, to take revenge. The bloody light in Dowlord Bat-Dragon's eyes grew even more ominous. The two of them had grown up together as children, then had together embarked upon the path of cultivation. They had even braved many life and death dangers together. The relationship between the two simply couldn't be described by the word deep alone. Miss Dragon had been the most important person in his life for countless eons. For the sake of his little brother, he truly was prepared and willing to give up life itself. Hold on. Wait for me. Dowlord Bat-Dragon continued to fly forwards at high speed. A full day and a full night later, Dowlord Bat-Dragon finally reached the East Smoke branch. Thus far the life tablet of his little brother, which he carried with him at all times, was still intact. That meant that his little brother was still alive. Whoosh! When Dowlord Bat-Dragon arrived at the Grand Restrictive Formation, he immediately charged in while shouting loudly, "Let me in! Big brother!" The East Smoke leader was instantly overjoyed. As controller of the formation, he was able to immediately create a small opening for the black-robed Dowlord Bat-Dragon to enter through. The atmosphere in the branch instantly turned quite odd and eerie. Ning, Fairy Qingfan, and many other world gods could all sense that something had just happened to the formation. They saw that black-robed figure fly in, and they could sense from the overwhelming aura radiating from him. This was indeed the aura of a Dowlord. A Dowlord arrived. That's Dowlord Bat-Dragon. Our branch leader's big brother has arrived. That invader will be in trouble now. The various world-level cultivators were all secretly chatting amongst themselves. As for Ning, he halted his wild attacks and turned to stare at the black-robed figuring making a beeline in his direction. This black-robed figure had quite a cold and sinister face which was very similar to the East Smoke leader's appearance. Eh? When the black-robed Dowlord Bat-Dragon saw Ning, he could immediately sense the ripples from an identity medallion of the 12 palaces. Dowlord Bat-Dragon flew into the main palace, and the barriers surrounding the palace all vanished. Clearly, the East Smoke leader held complete faith in his big brother. When Dowlord Bat-Dragon saw his little brother, a quick and careful scan showed that he wasn't injured at all. Big brother, this world-level cultivator barged into my East Smoke branch. The East Smoke branch leader, World God Mistdragon, pointed at Ning as he howled furiously. Not only did he kill a group of dozens of my world-level cultivators, he forcibly abducted and enslaved a second group. He wanted to kill me. Big brother. All of the resentment he had felt was bubbling out now. With his big brother by his side, who did he have to fear? Whap! Dowlord Bat-Dragon suddenly struck out with his palm, delivering a vicious blow to the face of the East Smoke leader. The East Smoke leader's face immediately twisted and distorted as he was sent flying into the walls of the main palace. Boom! He collided so hard that the entire palace shook. The palace walls were now covered with blood as the East Smoke leader lay on the blood-soaked ground. His body twisted brutally. The East Smoke leader raised his head to stare at his elder brother in disbelief. Why haven't you apologized to this fellow Taoist yet? Dowlord Bat-Dragon stared at him as he furiously roared out these words. Big brother. The East Smoke leader had a befuddled look on his face as he stared at his elder brother. He was to lower his head and admit that he was in the wrong? I told you. Apologize to this fellow Taoist immediately. Rage blazed in Dowlord Bat-Dragon's eyes. His voice was very deep, and he growled out one word at a time. The East Smoke leader felt unhappy with this. So what if this white-robed kid really was a member of the 12 palaces? His big brother was a member as well. It was forbidden for members of the 12 palaces to kill each other. Why should he apologize? But judging from the way in which Lord Batdragon had just spoken, the East Smoke leader could sense that his big brother was truly upset this time. He had long ago grown accustomed to obeying his big brother in all things. I was in the wrong. The East Smoke leader bowed his head towards Ning. Please pardon me, fellow Taoist. I am Batdragon. Lord Batdragon looked at Ning and spoke in a very courteous manner. I knew that this good-for-nothing little brother of mine must have done something to offend you, fellow Taoist. I'm willing to offer you 50,000 cubes of chaos nectar in compensation. I hope that you can spare my little brother, fellow Taoist. As he spoke, he produced a circular bracelet. This contains 10,000 cubes of chaos nectar and 2 eternal weapons. The total value here is 50,000 cubes. I hope you are willing to accept this, fellow Taoist. As Lord Batdragon spoke, the bracelet flew straight towards Ning. Ning was stunned. An immediate apology, followed by 50,000 cubes of chaos nectar? Ning knew that this person was a black-armored Lord, one who had reached that level only thanks to a pseudo-samsara pill. The man wasn't exactly wealthy. The 50,000 cubes probably didn't represent all of his wealth, but it definitely would sting. Ning glanced at the bracelet, in no hurry to accept it. This branch leader had first tried to kill Su Yuji, then tried to kill Ning himself. Even though Ning had dominated so many world-level cultivators and nearly breached the main palace, the man had refused to bow his head and insisted on keeping the Grand Restrictive Formation active, preventing Ning from leaving in the hopes that his big brother would arrive. By now, Ning had an extremely deep urge to kill. Was he supposed to just write it all off due to a small token of compensation? Although Ning wasn't able to do anything to the branch leader now that Lord Batdragon was here, Ning wasn't willing to accept the bracelet. Accepting it meant accepting that this matter was resolved. The rage that had built up in Ning's breast after a full day of combat was not going to be quenched so easily. Swear a lifeblood oath right now. After delivering the bracelet, Lord Batdragon turned to glare at the East Smoke leader. Within 1,000 years, you must travel to Hydreigon Mountain and spend 100 chaos cycles there as a miner. I can see that you've completely let being the East Smoke leader go to your head. You've completely forgotten the proper way to behave. Go mine and get your thoughts straight. Mine for 100 chaos cycles? The East Smoke leader was instantly furious. Big brother. A look of rage and resentment was on his face. Didn't you hear what I just said? Swear the lifeblood oath right away. Lord Batdragon roared. The East Smoke leader was furious as well. Big brother, why should we be afraid of this brat? So what if he is a member of the 12 dash? Whap! Lord Batdragon delivered another heavy slap. This time, the East Smoke leader was injured even more heavily than last time. He was smashed into the nearby wall by this palm, completely staining it in his blood. The East Branch leader slowly slid down the wall. He stared at his big brother. Lord Batdragon, seeing the look on his face, instantly sent a furious mental message. Do you think I would ever do anything to hurt you? The East Smoke leader slowly began to come to his senses, but he truly didn't understand. He sent back, but big brother, why? He's just a world-level cultivator. Giving him 50,000 cubes of chaos nectar is already giving him more face than he deserves. And you are going to send me off to mine for 100 chaos cycles? Mining in Hydreigon Mountain is an extremely arduous, boring life. Although it is fairly safe, it will sometimes be dangerous. As the East Smoke branch leader, he knew a great deal about the legendary Hydreigon Mountain. Hydreigon Mountain wasn't located in the Bright Shore Kingdom. It was one of the dangerous zones that was located elsewhere in the Endless Territories. However, the Bright Shore Kingdom had taken complete control over it. Combat was forbidden within Hydreigon Mountain, making it an extremely safe place, but Hydreigon Mountain itself would occasionally give birth to some dangerous things and places. Even when that happened, the miners would still have to go mine. Thus, there were occasionally a few casualties, albeit extremely rare. And with you here, big brother, he's not able to do a damn thing to me. You also belong to the 12 palaces. The East Smoke leader sent mentally. You idiot. Lord Batdragon explained. Yes, Both of us are members of the 12 palaces. But it isn't the same. Dao Lord Batdragon looked at his little brother. Look, I made my breakthrough because I used a pseudo-samsara pill. I'm a black armor Dao Lord, the lowest ranked type of Dao Lord in the 12 palaces. Dao Lord Batdragon began to mentally explain some of the hidden secrets pertaining to the 12 palaces. The 12 palaces have some truly horrifying Dao Lords who are so strong that many of the other organizations in the Endless Territories are terrified of them. Do you think they have the same level of status as me, someone who relied on a pseudo-samsara pill to become a Dao Lord of the first step and who will never make any more advancements? But he's still not able to do anything to you, big brother. The East Smoke leader was beginning to understand, but he remained a bit stubborn. Wrong. Dao Lord Batdragon sent mentally. You don't get it. Members of the 12 palaces are forbidden from fighting amongst each other. But if an enormous grudge somehow results from something, palace members are generally expected to go through mediation first. If the mediation fails, then the result will be a duel to the death. Ah! The East Smoke leader instantly grew excited. He sent mentally. Then he should be afraid of you, right? How could he be a match for you in a duel to the death? Wrong again. I'm a black armor Dao Lord who only reached this level due to a pseudo-samsara pill. How can I be qualified to force him into a duel to the death? Dao Lord Batdragon sent mentally. Generally speaking, the palace lords or vice-palace lords of the 12 palaces are the ones responsible for mediation. Do you think I would dare to reject what their ruling is? I have no future prospects and my position is low. But this Dark North was given direct entry to the 12 palaces at the world level. His future prospects are unlimited. Once he makes his breakthrough, he will quickly reach the power level of a Dao Lord of the second step. In fact, he might become even stronger than that. Dao Lord Batdragon shook his head. People like me generally end up as retainers to more powerful Dao Lords. All we are servants. Dao Lord Batdragon sighed. Little brother, you need to understand that in the 12 palaces, people like me are looked down upon due to having used pseudo-samsara pills. The only reason the other Dao Lords are somewhat courteous to me is because I am Dao Lord Bluegrace retainer, and they wish to give him face. Ah! The East Smoke leader was amazed. He knew none of this because his big brother rarely discussed matters pertaining to the 12 palaces with him. It makes sense. People like us will never make any more breakthroughs, which is why we chose to use pseudo-samsara pills. To then advance from the first step to the second step as a Dao Lord? Absolutely impossible. Dao Lord Batdragon sent mentally. That's why I wanted to try and resolve matters between you and him. Otherwise, even though he can't kill you, once he becomes a Dao Lord he'll have plenty of ways to deal with you. Dao Lord Batdragon suddenly asked, Oh, right. What exactly is the problem between the two of you? To be honest, it is because he has a retainer known as the Flame Fairy. The East Smoke leader didn't dare to lie to his big brother. He honestly revealed the entire affair to him. You imbecile. He was actually able to use his God Sense to crush the God Senses of more than 300 world-level cultivators. Even the 12 palaces are rarely able to recruit world-level cultivators of such power. How could you possibly be so reckless as to offend a freak like him? Dao Lord Batdragon was once again enraged by what he was hearing. But let's put that aside from now. He furiously attacked the formation and was able to break through 7 of the 8 barriers protecting the main palace. Given how strong he was, what you should have done was just cancel the restrictive formation and let him leave. But you insisted on forcing him to fight with you for a full day and night. Also, did he really attack for a full day and night without resting? Yes, he didn't rest at all. The East Smoke leader was beginning to feel scared. He was able to attack at maximum power for that long? Dao Lord Batdragon was growing angrier and angrier. No wonder he's emanating such a murderous aura. As soon as I arrived here, I could sense his desire to kill. When I offered him that bracelet, he didn't accept it. Ugh! Ever since I became a Dao Lord and let you become the East Smoke leader, you became completely full of yourself. If you continue to act so rashly, even if you survive this time, you'll have a very short life ahead of you. What should I do? The East Smoke leader looked at his big brother. My worry is that this Dark North is a man who holds grudges, Tao Lord Bat Dragon explains. Swear a lifeblood oath right away that you'll go to Hydragon Mountain. Hydragon Mountain is an important place to the hegemon, as that's where his mines are. No one will dare to attack you there. 100 chaos cycles from now, this matter will be ancient history. If he still holds a grudge after 100 chaos cycles, it'll obviously be a problem with him. I would have an excuse to ask Tao Lord Bluegrace to intervene and help out. The East Smoke branch leader now completely understood. He now realized that even his big brother was nothing more than a small pawn in the 12 palaces. If this Dark North was the vengeful type, he really would be in trouble in the future. Fellow Taoist Dark North, I was in the wrong and let greed blacken my heart. The East Smoke leader looked at Ning. He bowed respectfully, then immediately swore a solemn oath. I swear on my very life itself that I, Myth Dragon, will go to Hydragon Mountain within 1,000 years. I will spend 100 chaos cycles there as a miner in order to expiate my sins towards fellow Taoist Dark North. If I violate this oath, let my true soul shatter and let my Tao vanish. Ning was flabbergasted. Actually, he wasn't really worried about Tao Lord Bat Dragon, as Ning himself already had the power of a black-armored Tao Lord. The two were already on par with each other, but Ning was merely at the world level. Still, Ning understood that with Tao Lord Bat Dragon here, it would be extremely hard for Ning to do anything to the East Smoke leader. For the Tao Lord to offer a gift and an apology was one thing, but the branch leader was now swearing to spend 100 chaos cycles mining at Hydragon Mountain. 100 chaos cycles was an extremely long period of time. There were many cultivators who wouldn't even live to be that old. Ning could sense that Tao Lord Bat Dragon truly did care about this little brother of his. Then let this matter come to an end. Ning accepted the bracelet, in effect accepting the proposed resolution. I won't stay here any longer. Farewell. Ning immediately left the main palace. Tao Lord Bat Dragon let out a sigh of relief as he watched Ning accept the bracelet and Ning. Finally, this matter had been included. Outside the main palace, Ning looked at Fairy Qingfan. Fairy Qingfan. Ning looked at her, then waved his hand and sent a message talisman towards her. Fairy Qingfan stared blankly at the message talisman. This matter has been concluded, and I trust Tao Lord Bat Dragon won't pursue this matter any further. Still, if you encounter any problems in the future, you can shatter this talisman and I'll immediately hasten to your side, Ning said. Fairy Qingfan truly had helped the Flame Fairy out this time. All right. Fairy Qingfan nodded as she slipped her fingers over the talisman. Ning soared into the skies, transforming into a streak of light as he flew off into the distance. The grand restrictive formation had long ago been lifted, and Ning soon disappeared into the clouds in the horizon. Fairy Qingfan watched as Ning left, her fingers unconsciously tightening over the talisman. She murmured to herself, "Just now, if I told him that I wished to become his retainer, he probably would have agreed, right? Perhaps my path of cultivation and my destiny would both completely change." The path of cultivation was a path which one would have to choose for oneself. No one else could make these choices for you, and different choices would result in different results. Tao Lord Bat Dragon stood at the entrance to the main palace, letting out a second sigh of relief upon seeing Ji Ning disappear. He then turned to stare at his little brother. He immediately said, "Hurry up and make your preparations. I'm going to send you away from this place today. You are going to Hydragon Mountain right now." Today, the East Smoke leader hesitated a moment, then nodded. "All right, I'll go make the preparations." As he spoke, he immediately turned and left to gather his things. Tao Lord Bat Dragon mused to himself. This Dark North fellow doesn't look like the evil, backstabbing type. This matter probably has truly come to an end. Still, Tao Lord Bat Dragon glanced in his little brother's direction. It is all for the best. Hydragon Mountain will help to temper his disposition. Still, it is true that the place can be dangerous sometimes. I'll go and request to become one of the overseers. I'll take care of him in secret. There were overseers who were charged with overseeing the mining operations in Hydragon Mountain. This sort of boring job was almost always carried out by black-robed Dao-lords. The stronger Dao-lords would all be out adventuring. None of them would be willing to do this job. But I have to help him out in secret. I can't let him know. Dao-lord Bat-Dragon made his decision. Now that the matter had been resolved, Ning and Su Yuji began to advance in their flying vessel. They spent 5 months flying before finally reaching the 12 palaces. So beautiful! Su Yuji stared at the surroundings from within the flying vessel. Ning stared off into the distance as well. At the edges of the horizon, 12 enormous palaces could be seen hovering there in midair. In their center was a dim black cavern. Those 12 palaces were the actual 12 palaces. They looked quite close to each other, but in reality the palaces were all separated by many layers of space. They were actually many trillions of kilometers away from each other, but the almighty hegemon was so powerful that he was able to make them look as though they were located right next to each other. Together, these 12 palaces formed the most supremely powerful formation the Brightshore Kingdom had to offer. Even eternal emperors would not dare to enter the 12 palaces without permission. To the Sword Palace. Ning laughed. Swoosh. The flying vessel quickly began to move towards the direction of the Palace of the Sword.